Chapter 1033. It was the Heaven Saber sect's Fire Saber Venerable, the super expert that the Heaven Saber sect had dispatched this time. Seeing that Xue Qinzhan was in danger, the Fire Saber Venerable would not stand by and do nothing. He was the strongest in the Manchu, or even the strongest in the entire Han state. He was the future of the Heaven Saber sect, and no accidents could happen to him. Du Xiaofu did not stop. He waved his hand, and a stream of light shot out. Terrifying runes fluctuated, and a cold iron body with runes gathered, and various runes pounced forward. The aura was surging and sharp. It was the Cloud Saber, who was at the peak of Transcendent Martial Venerable. Woo woo! The Cloud Saber Venerable made ear-piercing sounds and directly blocked the Fire Saber Venerable. Runes surged all over the sky. Rumble! In an instant, the sky trembled violently and the wind and clouds surged. The Fire Saber Venerable was a chaotic element martial venerable, but the Cloud Saber Venerable's strength was at the peak of Transcendent Martial Venerable. In addition to the puppet body and the various runes on the Cloud Saber Venerable's body, the Cloud Saber Venerable Xiahou Fenglei's protection barely withstood the Fire Saber Venerable's attack. Xiaoyang Seal. A golden handprint shot out from Du Xiaofu's palm. It was the Xiaoyang seal, which was second only to the tyrannical Fistway. It shot out in a flash and enveloped Xue Qinzhan, who was retreating. Du Xiaofu had the intention to kill. He would not let Xue Qinzhan go. He was also a stepping stone for his breakthrough. Du Xiaofu felt that he had benefited a lot from this battle. For example, his opponent's comprehension of the Meridian spirit had surpassed his. How can you be so strong? You've only just become a martial venerable. How is this possible? Xue Qinzhan, who was retreating, was shocked. The terrifying handprint was overbearing, and its power sealed the void. Xue Qinzhan was a mysterious martial venerable and was invincible among his peers in Han State. Not long ago, Xue Qinzhan had killed a peak mysterious martial venerable loose cultivator who had provoked the Heaven Saber sect. That was why the giant Saber Venerable had stayed and waited for the other Manchu, disciples of the Heaven Saber sect. They were only the first batch of disciples from the Heaven Saber sect were. The Heaven Saber sect was bent on obtaining the opportunity in Tianhuang mainland this time. Xue Qinzhan could feel how terrifying the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was. He was so young, yet he was so terrifying. Rumble! Xue Qinzhan unleashed his last resort. The white wings on his back covered his body as he frantically defended against the golden handprint. However, everything seemed so weak at this moment. Everything was destroyed and his wings exploded. Du Xiaofu's figure transformed into a golden bolt of lightning. He flapped his wings and appeared in an instant. No, Xue Qinzhan roared. He could feel Du Xiaofu's killing intent, and his face turned ashen. You're not qualified to kill me. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky and punched Xue Qinzhan's chest, smashing it into a bloody mist. The most powerful person among the younger generation of the Heaven Saber sect and the entire Han state, Saber King Xue Qinzhan, was blasted apart by the Demon King Du Xiaofu in such a manner. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Demon King Du Xiaofu was too powerful. From the beginning to the end, he did not use any weapons or martial veins. He fought with his physical body. How terrifying was that? He was simply a peerless, ferocious beast in human form. Good saber, tastes good. Du Xiaoyao appeared in front of Xue Qinzhan's white saber and began to devour it. Everyone was shocked, as if he was chewing on a delicacy. The Fire Saber Venerable roared. However, he was blocked by the killing machine, Yun Mu, and could not escape. He even had to be wary of Yun Mu's fierce attacks. The Fire Saber Venerable was furious. His aura exploded and shot into the sky. Kill! The hundreds of people from the Heaven Saber sect came to their senses in a short period of time. Among them, more than 10 martial honorables were filled with killing intent. Everyone exploded and charged towards Du Xiaofu. Among them, there was a peak martial honorable realm expert and a few nirvana martial honorables. However, among the first batch of people from the Heaven Saber sect, there was no transcendent martial honorable. Only the Fire Saber Venerable was leading them. Bullying us with numbers, 8 astral winding river formation. Du Xiaofu's face turned pale. However, he was fearless. He yelled and formed a seal with his hands. 30 formation flags were instantly formed. Following this, a series of whooshing sounds could be heard as the 30 formation flags flew into the sky. They were emitting a mysterious aura. A powerful and vigorous aura immediately surged out of Du Xiaofu's body, just as the many venerate experts of the Heaven Saber sect charged over. A huge talisman formation that was 3,000 meters wide appeared in the sky. It seemed to blot out the sun and the sky. The terrifying aura that was faintly emitted from the rune formation caused the expressions of the experts to change. Bang! Immediately, the entire space began to tremble with a rumble. Boundless rune energy gathered around the rune formation and sealed off the space. An ancient aura filled the area and was extremely powerful. It trapped the martial honorable realm experts of the Heaven Saber sect within it. 8 astral mysterious rune formation. Setting up a formation in an instant is a harsh requirement for one's primordial spirit. Is that Demon King Du Xiaofu an 8 astral mysterious rune formation master? The surrounding onlookers inhaled a breath of cold air as they stared at the symbol array that instantly covered the sky and covered the sun. Evidently, none of them had expected that Devil King Du Xiaofu was also a frightening symbol master on top of his terrifying physical body. Bullying us with numbers, I'm the Demon King. Today I'll kill all of you. Du Xiaofu's figure stepped out of the rune formation. The golden-winged rock flapped its wings and swept out with a golden storm. It charged towards the remaining martial emperors and martial kings of the Heaven Saber sect. Du Xiaofu was filled with killing intent. Since the other party was relentless, there was no need for him to hold back. It would be beneficial for him to kill more of them. Anyway, the Heaven Saber sect would not let him go. Du Xiaofu was going to start a massacre. That guy is going to start a massacre. Let's go first. After Du Xiaoyao swallowed Xue Qianzhan's white saber, she immediately returned to Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Dongli Qingqing's side. Let everyone leave first. This was Du Xiaofu's voice transmission to Du Xiaoyao. Let's go, Du Xiaoqing nodded. She knew that it would not be a problem for her brother to escape. With their strength, they would not be of much help. They would only be a burden if they stayed. It's dangerous for him to be alone. Dongli Qingqing narrowed her eyes. After taking the elixir, she seemed to have recovered a lot in a short time. It had a lot to do with her own means. Don't worry, brother will get away. Du Xiaoqing had confidence in her brother. Dongli Qingqing narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. She then left with Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao in the fierce battle. Boom! Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and charged toward the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect. Given Du Xiaofu's current cultivation base, killing the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect who were at the Martial Emperor realm or Martial King realm was like a ferocious tiger charging into a flock of chickens. Set up the formation and resist together. Amidst the screams and wails, the elders of the Heaven Saber sect shouted. Talisman masters set up formations, and Dao artifacts were summoned. All of them surged towards Du Xiaofu. Talisman scripts filled the sky, blotting out the sun and the sky in an attempt to stop Du Xiaofu, and by time for the paragons to forcefully break the formation. Kill! Du Xiaofu uttered a cold roar and unleashed a massacre. His ferocious attacks caused the surroundings to tremble in fear. Du Xiaofu's outstanding flesh was not afraid of being surrounded. His claws tore the 7 stars talisman formation apart, causing the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect to cry out in agony as their flesh exploded, causing them to spit out mouthfuls of blood. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions took place, causing the crowd to become restless. "Asshole, the Heaven Saber sect will surely tear you into pieces." The Fire Saber Martial Highness uttered a roar furiously. However, Yunmu continued to pester him. He was intimidated by the terrifying puppet. The Fire Saber Martial Highness summoned a fiery saber in his hand and slashed at Yunmu. The saber glow that was capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart could only inflict a slight injury on Yunmu. Kill! Du Xiaofu was like the real Demon King. He uttered a cold roar and attacked with all his might. His figure emitted a golden glow as he flapped his wings and dashed forward like a real golden-winged Peng. His eyes sharpened as his aura of a 9 heavens, supreme, spread across the place. Du Xiaofu went on a killing spree, causing the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect to cry out in agony as their corpses exploded into pieces. Less than half of the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect were killed by Du Xiaofu in the blink of an eye. Many of the remaining disciples of the Heaven Saber sect were severely injured. Their eyes were filled with terror. Demon King, that's definitely the Demon King. The Heaven Saber sect has offended the real Demon King this time. The surrounding experts were astounded. They were relieved that they had not offended the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The deaths of the elites among the younger generation of the Heaven Saber sect was enough to inflict great damage to the Heaven Saber sect. Rumble. Finally, the 8 stars talisman formation that Du Xiaofu had constructed was destroyed by the Martial Highness realm experts of the Heaven Saber sect. A terrifying aura swept across the sky and shook the 9 heavens. Uffed. Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of faint golden blood. His face turned even paler. However, Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Du Xiaofu did not want to stay any longer. The Martial Highness realm experts, complete Martial Highness realm experts, and a few Nirvana Martial Highnesses made Du Xiaofu fearful. Once he was trapped, he would be in great danger. We can't let him leave. The furious Martial Highnesses of the Heaven Saber sect were not willing to let Du Xiaofu go. They used all their strength to attack Du Xiaofu. However, the speed of Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings was not something that anyone could keep up with. In an instant, he had disappeared from everyone's sight. However, the Martial Highnesses of the Heaven Saber sect were still in hot pursuit. "Woo, woo!" the Cloud Lion roared and started to retreat. "Asshole, even if you run to the end of the world, the Heaven Saber sect will tear you into pieces." The Fiery Saber Martial Highness had given up on the Cloud Lion. He was unable to defeat the Cloud Lion within a short period of time. Thus he could not afford to let Du Xiaofu escape. Therefore, he gave up on the Cloud Lion and immediately chased after Du Xiaofu while the Cloud Lion was retreating. Chapter 1034. The remaining disciples of the Heaven Saber sect, who were fortunate enough to survive, finally collected their thoughts and trembled in fear. The crowd was astounded as they took deep breaths. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu's figure, was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the crowd. Despite facing the Heaven Saber sect alone, he had still managed to kill over 10 people, including the Saber Emperor, Xue Qinzhan. Xue Qinzhan was the strongest among the younger generation in the entire Han continent, but he had still died in such a manner. Don't provoke that little Demon King. His strength is too terrifying. The crowd burst into an uproar. Some even warned the disciples of their sects not to provoke such a terrifying existence. Outside the Tianhuang city, Du Xiaofu immediately became famous after a single battle as soon as he arrived. At this moment, Du Xiaofu plunged into the vast mountain. Although over 10 Martial Highness realm experts were chasing after him, Du Xiaofu's speed was outstanding to begin with, not to mention the golden Peng wings on his body, further increasing his speed. Even the peak Martial Highness realm experts were left far behind. However, as the chaotic element Martial Highness continued to chase after him, his obscure aura lingered in the surroundings. Du Xiaofu's heart skipped a beat. It was unlikely that he would be able to run far. With his current strength, Du Xiaofu was not confident that he could escape from the chaotic element Martial Highness. Even with the help of the Cloud Beast, it would be disadvantageous to him if he continued to delay the battle. Little bastard, you won't be able to run away. If I let you escape today, I, the Fiery Saber Highness, swear I'm not a human. The voice of the Fiery Saber Highness echoed in the sky as he furiously chased after Du Xiaofu. How could he possibly let Du Xiaofu escape? Suddenly, a rolling river meandered through the mountain range. The water surged, stirring up huge waves that were several zhang high, surging and surging violently. Go down! Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he turned his head to look behind him. A blazing figure was getting closer and closer. Abruptly, the golden wings of the great rock behind him flapped as he dove into the raging river. As Du Xiaofu's figure dived into the river, a faint purple-golden electric arc that was barely visible to the naked eye was emitted. Little bastard, you won't be able to escape. I'll make it so that you won't be able to escape. The Fiery Saber Highness appeared and unleashed a terrifying saber glow, slashing at the rumbling river. Whoosh! As the blade light swept down, the sky was densely covered with dazzling and scorching runes. The blade light shook the heavens and the earth, and with a rumbling noise, directly cut the rolling river in half and cleaved a deep gully in the mountains. Rumble! The river water flowed in reverse, and huge waves soared into the sky. The surrounding mountain peaks collapsed and shot out. The primordial chaos martial lord's attack could move mountains and overturn seas, flattening the surroundings. Chain his highnesses to the chaotic element highnesses twos to him to escape to him to the saber high be to be there to the heavens. Swish! To over 10 Martial Highness realm experts arrived and stood behind the Fiery Saber Highness, observing the surroundings. Find him, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. You must find that kid. The Fiery Saber Highness uttered a thunderous roar. His eyes were burning fiercely while his face reddened. Xue Qinzhan of the Manchu had been blasted to pieces right in front of him, and over 10 disciples had been slaughtered. If the news were to spread, the Heaven Saber sect's reputation in Kyushu would be utterly destroyed. He would not be able to explain himself to the Manchu either. Bang, bang, bang! The Martial Highness realm experts immediately bombarded the surroundings, razing the place to the ground. The Martial Highness realm experts' bombardment caused the surrounding mountains to crumble and the river to change its course. They even dug 10 zhang into the ground. But Du Xiaofu was nowhere to be seen. It was as if Du Xiaofu had disappeared into thin air. He had entered the river and disappeared without a trace. That kid must have some way to escape. We've been tricked. The eyes of an old man of the Heaven Saber sect flickered as he blurted out furiously. Quick, let's go back and find the people around that scum. I'll chase after the puppet. The Fiery Saber Highness was startled too, but he quickly cast a glance at the Martial Highnesses beside him. If they still could not find the kid must have some way to escape. The monk could run away, but the temple would not be too far away. The cultivators and the puppet that were with the kid were still around. Thus the kid would not ignore them. Whoosh, whoosh! The Martial Highnesses of the Heaven Saber sect immediately left. The Fiery Saber Highness sprang into the sky and vanished into thin air too. The quiet mountain range was calm. The river that had changed its course surged forward like a raging flood, destroying everything in its path. Rumble! The deafening sound of waves surging in all directions reverberated endlessly within the mountains. 2 hours later, the Fiery Saber Highness figure appeared in the sky once again. His eyes were gloomy and filled with a tremendous murderous intent as he snapped furiously, Scum! You won't be able to leave the Tianhuang mainland! Following the furious words, the Fiery Saber Highness figure turned into a fiery ray of light before vanishing into thin air. Night still fell. The surroundings had already calmed down. There were a few stars hanging in the sky in a disorderly manner. Roar! Faint cries of beasts could be heard deep inside the mountain range. Whoosh! Amidst the rubble of the river, there was a small piece of purple gravel hidden in the rubble. Suddenly, a purple-gold light flashed. The electric arc flickered and turned into a three-legged cauldron a few meters wide. A young man in a purple robe walked out from it and withdrew the cauldron into his palm. The young man in a purple robe was none other than Du Xiaofu. As soon as he entered the river, Du Xiaofu entered the purple thunder profound cauldron too. Concealing one's presence was only one of the functions of the purple thunder profound cauldron. Inside the purple thunder profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu even consumed some pills to adjust his breathing. He was not in a rush at all. He should be far away. I should look for Yunzhan and Shaoqing. Du Xiaofu stretched his back and disappeared from where he stood. After a while, in a canyon, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Yunzhan, who had concealed his presence and looked like a piece of scrap metal. Yunzhan's hollow eyes glowed with a black light before he was kept into Du Xiaofu's Qianquan bag. The night was about to dissipate, but the moon was still setting in the west. A few broken stars were hanging in the sky. In the distance, the roars of beasts could be heard. The canyon was dark and gloomy. The surrounding rock walls were crumbling as if they were going to collapse at any time. Dongli Qingqing sat cross-legged on a rock. Her pale face had regained its color. The speed of her recovery was astonishing. "Shaoqing, will your brother be okay?" Her voice was clear and coquettish, making people feel comfortable and close to her. As soon as she finished speaking, Dongli Qingqing stood up. She'd already changed into a clean set of tight green-colored clothes. Her brows were like jade feathers, her skin was white as snow, and her jet-black hair was once again tied into a simple hairstyle behind her head. She possessed a moving bearing, and her clear and watery eyes that seemed like glass were sufficient to make any man lose his soul. "Don't worry, my brother will be fine." Du Xiaoqing nodded firmly. Her ethereal eyes were filled with fluctuations. She had absolute confidence in her brother. "That's true. He is a monster, so he will definitely be fine." Dongli Qingqing nodded. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple cities. She had long known that this guy was a monster. All these years, he was still so ferocious and shocking. "How do you know my brother? Why haven't I seen you before?" Du Xiaoqing looked at Dongli Qingqing curiously. She seemed to have never heard her brother mention this beautiful girl in front of her. Du Xiaoqing could sense from her invisible aura that this fairy-like girl in front of her was no ordinary person. "When they met, you weren't here yet." Du Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Du Xiaoqing. At that time, Du Xiaoqing was still nowhere to be found. "You must be the stone demon from back then. I didn't expect you to have the body of a red-bone horse monkey." Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaoyao and smiled. She recognized Du Xiaoyao. Du Xiaoyao was surprised that Dongli Qingqing knew her identity at a glance. She curiously sized up Dongli Qingqing. Then she immediately looked up at the abyss and said, "That guy is here. He's fine." Whoosh! A moment later, a purple figure landed in the abyss. A smile appeared on his resolute face. It was Du Xiaofu. "Are you all okay?" Seeing little Qing, Dongli Qingqing, little tiger, and Du Xiaoyao safe and sound, Du Xiaofu smiled and relaxed. "How could anything happen to us? With me here, they won't be able to find us." Du Xiaoyao smiled confidently. With his talent, escaping and hiding would be no problem at all. "How are your injuries?" Du Xiaofu walked up to Dongli Qingqing. Looking at the fairy-like girl in front of him, he felt his heartstrings being tugged. After not seeing her for so many years, the girl in front of him had matured and become more and more attractive. "My injuries are no longer a problem. I have to thank you this time." Dongli Chingching looked at Du Xiaofu. There were some strange ripples in her eyes. She gave off a faint aura, like a fairy from the depths of the forest. Why did you leave without saying goodbye in the dark forest? Du Xiaofu asked. Back when he was being hunted down by the Black Fiend sect in the dark forest, the girl in front of him had left without saying goodbye. Over the years, he had often thought of this fairy-like face. There was a reason back then. I didn't have time to say goodbye. It's good that you're fine. Dongli Chingching opened her mouth slightly. A hint of helplessness flashed across her face. Half of her hair swayed slightly. She raised her hand and said with some charm, "This time you fought with the Heaven Saber sect because of me and formed a grudge. You should think about the consequences first." Chapter 1035. It's fine as long as you're fine. Du Xiaofu smiled before looking up at the surrounding rock walls. We're still in danger. The people of Heaven's Saber sect might still be nearby. However, there's no time. I need to enter Tianhuang mainland immediately. There were few wisps of milky white fog on the towering rock walls. The sky was about to brighten. On Dongli Chingching's fairy-like face, a glint flashed across her glassy eyes, which was hard to fathom. Then her eyes flickered and her thin lips curled slightly as she said to Du Xiaofu, "To go to Tianhuang mainland, you have to enter Tianhuang city first. You can go to Tianhuang mainland from the back of Tianhuang city. However, the people of the Heaven Saber sect must have returned to Tianhuang city at this time. Their target should also be the signs of the divine thunder manor that appeared recently on Tianhuang mainland. There's no time to wait. I have to go now." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Then his eyes were filled with determination and sharpness. "My drunkard brother is in danger in Tianhuang mainland. There's no news and his whereabouts are unknown. I can't wait any longer. Let's go to Tianhuang city then. That's the only city outside of Tianhuang mainland. It's the gathering place for news. Perhaps we can find out a lot of news," Dongli Chingching said. After the darkness before dawn, everything was silent. The night faded and the light of dawn gradually brightened from the grayish-blue dome. A soft mist rose from the abyss of the canyon. The surrounding mountains were smeared with a layer of milky white, making everything hazy and illusory. Whoosh, whoosh! Several figures darted into the air and then disappeared. Tianhuang City. Although it was called city, it was not big and was at most a small town. This was the only way to enter Tianhuang mainland and also the habitat of Tianhuang mainland. There were not many ordinary people, but as a gathering place for many cultivators, there were many businesses and it was rather lively. In particular, those who entered Tianhuang mainland were all experts of Kyushu. Those with low cultivation would be courting death if they entered Tianhuang mainland. Therefore, there were quite a few shops in the heavenly desolate city. Many rare high-level pills and elixirs could be found in the heavenly desolate city. Recently, the heavenly wasteland city was even more crowded. All the inns were full. The various forces surged into Tianhuang city in search of the divine thunder residence, ruins that had appeared on Tianhuang mainland. It was unknown who spread the rumor, but it was said that the younger one was, the greater the chance of entering the divine Thunder Mansion to obtain the inheritance. Therefore, almost all the experts of the major factions above Kyushu had gathered on Tianhuang mainland to protect the younger generation of their sex. It was rumored that many hidden forces had also appeared. Although the infinite wasteland city was full of experts and people, there was no fighting. There were rules in the infinite wasteland city. It was the only habitat in the entire vast Tianhuang mainland. If anyone could fight in the infinite wasteland city, it would have been destroyed long ago. Therefore, a long time ago, the infinite wasteland city had set a rule that no disputes could be settled in the infinite wasteland city. Otherwise, they would be jointly besieged by the major forces in the infinite wasteland city. Now that the top forces above Kyushu had entered, they were considered to be abiding by the rules. If they fought in the infinite wasteland city, it would inevitably anger the other forces. By then, they would undoubtedly be hated and become the target of public criticism. This time, all the forces of Kyushu gathered on Tianhuang mainland and naturally had to pass through the infinite wasteland city. All of a sudden, countless handsome young men and women gathered, which was amazing. The Saber King of Hanzhou, Shueqinzhan, is dead. He was blasted to death by the Demon King of Zhongzhou, Du Xiaofu. That Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is really strong. He's a terrifying genius. Rumor has it that Du Tingxian has disappeared from Tianhuang mainland for a long time. No one knows where he is hiding and can't find him anywhere. That Du Tingxian seems to have obtained an item that is related to the divine Thunder Residence. If we can get that item, we can find the real divine Thunder Residence. Now, everyone is looking for Du Tingxian. If we can get the item in Du Tingxuan's hand, we can seize the opportunity. I heard that many dragons have descended on Tianhuang mainland. They want to seek revenge on Du Tingxian. I'm afraid that Du Tingxian won't be able to hide for long. He will be found sooner or later. The bustling streets of the infinite wasteland city were filled with shouts and hawkers. Many discussions spread, and it was indeed a place where one could obtain information from all sides. Thank goodness, at least my alcoholic dad is fine for now. On the streets, several figures stood in inconspicuous corners and concealed their auras. They were Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Dongli Qingqing, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao. Wandering the streets, Du Xiaofu finally felt a little more at ease after hearing the news. At least from the current news, there didn't seem to be any bad news about his alcoholic dad. However, this still left Du Xiaofu in a grave mood. Let's get out of the city and enter Tianhuang mainland first. Dongli Qingqing whispered to Du Xiaofu. Her graceful figure and face were sized up by many people along with Du Xiaoqing. The two ladies stood in an inconspicuous corner, but they were naturally able to attract attention. Let's go. Looking at the many gazes around him, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly and left. Everyone secretly sized up the surroundings. The infinite wasteland city wasn't small, and it was rather majestic. The city towers were ancient, but extremely majestic, like an ancient city that had been around for a long time with mottled traces left behind by time. The city could be said to be packed with people. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the streets, and the sounds of hawking could be heard incessantly. In these shops, apart from selling some daily necessities, most of them were spiritual herbs, elixirs, cultivation techniques, martial skills, and various materials that cultivators needed. There were even demon, beast, mystic bones for sale, but the prices were extremely shocking. Those high-level demonic, beast, mystic bones were not something that ordinary people could afford to buy. There are so many venerable realm experts and many martial emperors. There are also many talented young people. Du Xiaofu whispered to himself. The aura of a martial venerable could be sensed constantly on the streets. Many young men and women walked by, all of them with extraordinary temperament and dazzling looks. They are all the major forces in Kyushu. They are all here to look for the divine Thunder Mansion. All the experts of the major forces are protecting the younger generation of the sect. They are here to look for opportunities and obtain the inheritance of the divine Thunder Mansion, Dongli Qingqing explained. Get out of the way. All of you get out of the way. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from the street. The voice reverberated through the streets like thunder. Du Xiaofu turned around and frowned slightly. He was stunned and dazed. Du Xiaofu looked at the street behind him and saw a huge carriage rolling over. The strange thing was that the carriage was dazzling, but it was pulled by 4 ferocious and terrifying strange beasts. The strange beasts had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. They were dozens of feet long and covered with snow-white scales. Runes covered their bodies, and their auras were all at the complete beast emperor realm. Oh my God! Those are white-scaled draconic horses. Someone immediately exclaimed. Those were the terrifying white-scaled draconic horses. It was said that they were the descendants of the ancient horse clan and dragons. They were a terrifying demonic beast that was extremely terrifying in any city. Now, for white-scaled draconic horses at the complete Beast Emperor realm were pulling a carriage. How could people not be shocked? Today's update is complete. Chapter 1036. A young man in his late 20s sat in the carriage. His eyes shone like the brightest stars, and he was as handsome as a jade carving. Several young men in their mid-20s stood respectfully at the edges of the carriage. They all had the aura of a human, and all 6 of them were martial honors. The white-scale draconic horse is the mount of a true descendant of the dragons. The one in the carriage is a descendant of the dragons. It's the cub of a true dragon. Dragons, the legendary dragons. Do they really exist? Don't speak. That's the cub of a true dragon. If they're unhappy, the dragons could attack them at any time. The dragons are really here. It looks like they're going to take revenge on Du Tingxian. The young men and women looked at each other. Many of the arrogant young men and women looked at each other. However, an old man's expression turned serious. His gaze was sharp as he stopped the young men and women in the mountain gate to avoid provoking the dragons. To be able to show off like this, he should be in existence with a high status in the dragon clan. The few human youths around him are battle servants that the dragon clan youth has subdued. That dragon clan youth is very strong. Dongli Qingqing seemed to be introducing Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger. She looked at the young man in the carriage from afar with a serious expression. Dragons! Du Xiaofu's gaze turned sharp. The dragons must be here to look for his drunkard father. Stop! Suddenly, the young man in the carriage waved his hand, and the carriage stopped abruptly. At the same time, the young man with the dragons in the carriage looked out and looked at Du Xiaofu and the others. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Little Tiger and looked puzzled. So you're from the tiger tribe. You seem to be a dark sky tiger. How rare. Become my mount. The young man with the dragons wore a green battle suit and stared at the little tiger. What's so great about dragons? They're more like my mounts. In the depths of the little tiger's pitch-black eyes, black and golden runes rippled. With the bloodline of the dark heavenly tiger and the essence blood of the golden-winged great rock flowing in his body, the little tiger was absolutely fearless in front of the dragon's youth. Dragons were the kings of all beasts. They were the most terrifying beasts in the world. However, the little tiger now had the bloodline of the dark sky tiger. It was the emperor of the tiger race. It was rumored that it was not inferior to the white tiger race. The white tiger race was an existence that could contend against dragons. The golden-winged rock was the nemesis of dragons. How could the little tiger be afraid of the dragon's youth? Moreover, the little tiger knew that the dragons had offended the third young master by attacking Du Tingxian. When the surrounding onlookers heard this, many of them immediately retreated. They were afraid that the young man with the dragons would fly into a rage and suffer an unexpected calamity. At the same time, the young men around the carriage jumped out. There were a total of 6 of them, and they all landed in front of Du Xiaofu. 6 auras surged, and their eyes were fierce and filled with coldness. Come with us or die. The leader of the 6 young men was clad in armor. He shouted at the little tiger with a murderous aura. He was extraordinary. If this person was placed above the Kyushu, he would definitely be the leader of the younger generation in any prefecture. Get lost! Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly turned gloomy. His eyes were suffused with a cold golden light. A loud shout came out of his mouth. His voice was like a roar, and it shook the surrounding space endlessly. His voice was like a rolling wave, rippling like a tsunami. Thud thud! Under the terrifying air waves, the 2 young martial honors staggered a few steps back. Their expressions changed drastically. Under the rolling sound waves, the young man with the dragons in the carriage was puzzled and surprised. He immediately looked at Du Xiaofu. fighting is prohibited in the Tianhuang city. At this moment, the rolling sound waves came from midair. Then it calmed down. Let's go. The young man with the dragons waved at the 6 young men. There was a strange fluctuation in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. The 6 young men with murderous auras leaped back around the carriage and stared at Du Xiaofu gloomily. Giddy up! The 4 white-scaled dragon horses galloped again, and the carriage sped away. The young man with the dragon's voice was heard. We'll meet on the Tianhuang mainland. Be careful of that guy. He's very powerful. He must have a high status among the dragons. Dongli Qingqing said to Du Xiaofu. She could see the murderous intent in the young man with the dragon's eyes. If they met on the Tianhuang mainland, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. I wonder how the dragon blood tastes like. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. It had been a long time since he drank the blood essence of a demonic beast. The blood essence of a dragon's must be very effective. If he could roast a dragon, it would be even more delicious. It's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, who killed Xue Qianzhan and many disciples of the Heaven Saber sect yesterday. After the young man from the dragon tribe left in front of many shocked gazes, countless pairs of eyes from all around landed on Du Xiaofu's group. Some of them immediately recognized Du Xiaofu. Let's go. Du Xiaofu frowned. There might be more people from the Heaven Saber sect in the Tianhuang city. The chaotic element Marshal Honorable was still there. If they met, it would not be easy. Then, everyone immediately dived into the crowd and left quickly. No one dared to stop them. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu's name made people wary. The Heaven Saber sect has issued a bounty. Anyone who can provide accurate information about the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, will be rewarded with a high-grade Dao artifact. Whoever captures the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, will be rewarded with a Dharma artifact and an honorable Grade God Vein elixir. There was a lot of discussion, and some people's eyes were burning. Bastard, the Heaven Saber sect is really ruthless. They actually issued a bounty. Du Xiaofu rushed into the crowd and cursed. It was definitely dangerous for him. It means that the Heaven Saber sect thinks highly of you. Ordinary people don't get such treatment. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder with a face full of schadenfreude. She was not worried at all about being hunted down. Another person from the beast race with an extraordinary status has come. It seems that the Tianhuang mainland is more lively than I thought. Suddenly, Dongli Qingqing raised her head slightly and looked into the sky with her clear eyes. Whoosh! In midair, waves of air rolled over and over. For huge creatures flapped their wings and flew over. They looked like birds, yet they were not. They were like the wind and the phoenix. Their bodies were completely red, and their bodies were wrapped in rolling flames. Everywhere they passed, white smoke spread out, and the ground was scorching hot. It's a blazing fire, Luan. Du Xiaofu was slightly surprised. It was a terrifying existence on the heavenly beast ranking. It was said that it had the bloodline of the phoenix race. Its bloodline level was definitely not lower than that of the white-scaled dragon horse. The 4 blazing fire Luans flapped their wings and pulled a phoenix carriage that was flying in the air. It was ancient and engraved with talisman mystic patterns. It shone with a rainbow light, and a beautiful woman could vaguely be seen sitting inside. That's someone from the phoenix race. With a blazing fire Luan as her mount, she must have an extremely high status in her race. Dongli Qingqing's eyes flickered as she said softly, "It seems like the beast race is determined to get the divine Thunder Manor. It's definitely going to be a fierce battle this time. Dragons and phoenixes," Du Xiaofu murmured. Those 2 races were 2 major races among the beast race. It said that there are a total of 3 most ancient and powerful beast races. Dragons and phoenixes are 2 of them, Dongli Qingqing said to Du Xiaofu. What other races are there? Aren't the 4 strongest races the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Phoenix, and Black Tortoise races? Du Xiaofu was curious and asked Dongli Qingqing. He did not know which of the three strongest beast races there were. It was said that the azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, and black tortoise races were the strongest among the beast race. Chapter 1037. There were also some other beast races whose bloodlines were definitely not inferior to the azure dragon, white tiger, and the other three races. However, the strength of the entire race could not compare to the four races. Just like Du Xiaoqing's original form, the Baifeng, there were many other ancient beasts whose bloodlines were not inferior to the azure dragon and white tiger. There was also the golden-winged great Peng, which could feed on dragons. Naturally, it was not inferior to the azure dragon, white tiger, and the other races. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing's beautiful eyes moved slightly. She continued, "Actually, the white tiger and black tortoise races are after the azure dragon and phoenix races. Legend has it that before the ancient age, after the beginning of the world, there was a period called the primordial age when all living things in this world began to multiply on this land. At that time, all living things vied for development. Humans were still extremely insignificant. There were only the strongest three races, the flying beast, the scaled beast, and the beast race. The representatives of those three races were the legendary phoenix race, dragons, and finally the Qilin race." Qilin race? Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He had never heard of this race before. He was puzzled. A race that could be compared to the dragons and phoenixes could not possibly be unknown. Dongli Qingqing smiled. Her red lips parted slightly as she said softly, "Legend has it that the Qilin race was destroyed by the dragons and phoenixes before the ancient age. They disappeared from this world, causing a great calamity. That great calamity of the world caused the living beings to be plunged into misery and suffering. Blood flowed like rivers. Later on, the dragon race and the phoenix race fought to the death again. Both races suffered heavy losses, so the dragon race retreated to the four seas, and the phoenix race also retreated to Wudong Mountain. Only then did the other races in this world begin to rise, including us humans. However, for countless years, the phoenix still reigned supreme among the beast race, and the azure dragon reigned supreme among the scaled beast race. Four seas, Wudong Mountain. Du Xiaofu had heard of these two places before. The four seas were the four vast seas outside of Kyushu. It was said that no one had been able to cross it. Wudong Mountain was a vast mountain range. It was rumored that it was a forbidden area for living beings. No one dared to enter it, so not many people in the world knew about it. Du Xiaofu had seen this place in some of the ancient records of the Du clan. You really know a lot of things. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qingqing in astonishment. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to know about these legends from before the ancient times. It was enough to show that Dongli Qingqing was not an ordinary person. What was left in my clan knows a lot about the secrets of this world. To the people of the outside world, it is a secret, but to many people in this world, it is not a strange thing, Dongli Qingqing said. Let's get out of the city first. There is no time to lose. I have to find drunkard father as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu became serious. Finding drunkard father was more important at this moment, so there was no time to waste. Dongli Qingqing and Du Xiaoqing nodded, and then the group headed out of the city. Just as Du Xiaofu and the others were about to leave the city, there was a quiet courtyard in the bustling city. There were a dozen figures sitting in the hall. At the head of the table was an old man in yellow robes. His eyes flickered with lightning. He was the Yinlei elder of the devil religion. There were a dozen people beside him. They all wore hats and robes. They appeared mysterious, but their auras were extremely powerful. This time, all the major powers of the 9 states have been drawn here. Even quite a few hidden powers have appeared. Many descendants of ancient demonic beasts have appeared in the beast region. The dragon clan, the phoenix clan, and the others have all sent out powerful youths. Their leaders are all veteran experts. It seems they're determined to obtain the divine Thunder Manor. An old man beside the Inlay elder frowned slightly. His voice was extremely respectful to the Inlay elder. The emissary said that we must obtain the inheritance of the divine Thunder Manor at all costs. Anyone who gets in our way must be killed. The Inlay elder's face was gloomy. After escaping from the Alpha Hall, his injuries seemed to have mostly healed. His voice was somewhat sinister. I heard that Du Xiaofu has also appeared here. Should we attack first and get rid of Du Xiaofu? A gloomy voice was heard. Beside the Inlay elder was an old man who looked to be in his 70s. He seemed to be able to look down on the world, but at this moment there was a dazzling cold light in his eyes. He was Xinguang, heavenly master of the divine light court. Du Xiaofu. Hearing those 3 words, the Inlay elder suddenly let out a bone-chilling sneer. His eyes were surging with killing intent. He said, "It's good that he's here. I was afraid that he didn't come. It's best if Xiahou Fenglei comes with him. Once they arrive on the Tianhuang mainland, none of them will be able to escape. It's not easy to deal with Xiahou Fenglei. Will the emissary come personally this time?" Xinguang, heavenly master, asked the Inlay elder. "There are some things that you'd better not know. The emissary will tell you what you need to know." The Inlay elder glanced at Xinguang, heavenly master, his yellow robe fluttering slightly, and then said, "In short, the devil religion is determined to obtain everything in the divine Thunder Manor. In addition, Lord Moksha has arrived on the Tianhuang mainland. When necessary, he will contact us. We have to cooperate fully. Lord Moksha." Xinguang, heavenly master's eyes trembled slightly when he heard this. He said, "Is that the terrifying master of the religion? Is he also here for the divine Thunder Manor?" Xinguang, heavenly master's eyes flashed with displeasure and coldness. The Inlay elder's words had obviously upset him. However, Xinguang, heavenly master's cultivation was not lower than the Inlay elder's, but he had to be restrained by the Inlay elder. "I don't know whether Lord Moksha is here for the inheritance of the divine Thunder Manor, or to compete with Kyushu, the Beast Region, and the Demon Realm. With our status, we can't get in touch with Lord Moksha. We just have to wait for Lord Moksha's orders." Xinguang, heavenly master's eyes flickered, and then he continued slowly, "Go out and find out how many experts have come this time. Don't pay too much attention to the 8-star spiritual talisman masters and martial venerables. Only the terrifying masters who have stepped into the martial domain realm and 9-star spiritual talisman masters are the most troublesome. Once the divine Thunder Manor appears, I'm afraid those terrifying masters will be attracted." Yes, more than 10 people bowed and responded. Then they slowly left the hall. The heavenly wasteland city was neither small nor big. It took Du Xiaofu 2 hours to travel all the way to the gate of the heavenly wasteland city. The heavenly wasteland city was free to come and go, so it was not difficult to leave the city. The crowd was densely packed. Various forces had gathered, and the experts of the 9 states had come. It was an unprecedented and unimaginable grand occasion, causing Du Xiaofu to be extremely surprised along the way. Martial royal realm cultivators who were rarely seen were everywhere inside and outside the heavenly wasteland city. There were also many martial venerables. The real experts had gathered. Roar! There were demonic beasts roaring in the air. Many terrifying demonic beasts flapped their wings and flew across the sky. There were many carriages pulled by demonic beasts, but they were not as impressive as the carriage of the young man from the Azure Dragon clan and the woman from the Phoenix clan. There are so many experts. Out of the heavenly wasteland city, there was a huge mountain range with a wide view. Du Xiaofu could not help but exclaim. Dongli Qingqing smiled and said, "The heavenly wasteland mainland is full of dangers. It is not a place where ordinary people can set foot. Now that there is news of the divine Thunder Manor, of course, those who have come are experts. Kyushu is vast, and there are also beasts. There are many experts. Everyone be careful." Du Xiaofu stopped exclaiming. There were experts everywhere. It was said that the heavenly wasteland, mainland, was full of dangers, so they had to be careful. So many people have treasures on them. I really want to eat them. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder, his head tilted left and right as he looked around. His gaze was filled with greed as he looked at the many experts around him. He could feel that those experts had quite a few treasures on them. Don't cause trouble for me. We have many enemies. Du Xiaofu had to warn Du Xiaoyao, afraid that Du Xiaoyao would cause trouble. You seem to have caused more trouble than me. Du Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. She was clearly unconvinced in her heart. She was very unconvinced. Chapter 1038. Big Brother told you not to cause trouble, so just don't cause trouble. Du Xiaoqing's ethereal eyes were also staring at Du Xiaoyao. Naturally, she was on Du Xiaofu's side. Little Qing, you little girl, to think that I stole spiritual herbs for you to eat back then. Du Xiaoyao was surrounded by the two of them. Her golden eyes looked very innocent and angry. She was very unconvinced. However, Du Xiaofu and the others ignored her. Several people flashed into the mountain range. Without any specific information about his drunkard father, Du Xiaofu could only go around and ask around. After 2 hours in a canyon in the middle of the surrounding mountains, multicolored light soared into the sky. Energy fluctuations also came from many quarreling voices. There are spiritual herbs ahead. Someone is fighting for them. I'll go take a look first. Du Xiaoyao seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes lit up. After her small macaque body swept down from Du Xiaofu's shoulder, she turned into a 5-fingered mountain peak and disappeared on the ground. Du Xiaofu raised his head. Many quarreling voices came from ahead. There seemed to be many people fighting in front of him. There were no less than hundreds of people, both old and young. However, among those people, there did not seem to be any particularly powerful auras. Nevertheless, many middle-aged and old people were also venerable ones. The remaining young men and women of the younger generation were also very extraordinary. In the canyon of the mountains, many figures were extremely excited. There were even densely packed flashing runes. I've said it before. We beasts discovered this place first. Whoever dares to take a step forward will be killed. In front of the canyon, a young man in his 20s had the aura of a beast ruler. He was dressed in tight clothes, and his burly figure outlined the bulging lines of his muscles. He looked very powerful. This young man was extremely unruly. A fierce light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he shouted loudly at the hundreds of figures in front of the canyon. Behind this powerful young man, there were more than a dozen young men and women, as well as several middle-aged men. Most of them had the aura of humans and seemed to be their battle servants. The remaining few were all powerful demonic beasts in human form. Hearing the shout of the powerhouse in his 20s, although the hundreds of human powerhouses were noisy, none of them dared to take a step forward. They all seemed to be extremely fearful. Green-headed dragon, what do you mean? This isn't your beast race. Do you think we humans are easy to bully? An arrogant young man. Could it be that he was the beast ruler of the beast ruler? Roar, just as the human young man said. A dragon's head, a dragon's a dragon, and a dragon's. The dragon's head. The young's dragon's head was Inza's. The flood dragon's ferocious bloody mouth opened and sucked, causing a ferocious aura to surge as talisman markings shot into the sky, and then it transformed into a terrifying and ferocious vortex that swallowed the young man and the 10+ young men and women around him. Crack! Crack! The dragon's scales were messy, but its head was green. As it closed its mouth, more than 10 people were crushed in its mouth. Blood splattered everywhere as it swallowed them whole. In the end, the cyan-headed flood dragon transformed into a young man in human form. His terrifying and ferocious aura rippled. His ferocious gaze swept across the frightened humans in front of him, and he said, "Whoever dares to take a step forward will end up like this." Everyone in the surroundings suddenly became silent. All of them were trembling in fear. They were so scared that their hair stood on end. That terrifying flood dragon was actually so powerful. Some of the powerful middle-aged men and elders seemed to have some misgivings. Although they didn't look too good, they didn't dare to step forward. The dragon ninth crown prince is inside collecting spiritual herbs. Whoever dares to step forward will die, the powerful young man shouted. He looked at the crowd with disdain and arrogance. He didn't put anyone in his eyes and didn't take them seriously at all. The dragon ninth crown prince is the descendant of the true dragon. He's the crown prince of dragons. We can't provoke dragons. Some elders and middle-aged men tried to find a way out for themselves. They also warned the disciples of the mountain sect not to provoke the dragons. The dragons were terrifying existences. Even the top forces of a province didn't dare to provoke them. Many people wanted to leave. They didn't want to provoke the dragons. They were existences they didn't dare to provoke. If he were to offend the dragon clan, he was afraid that even his sect would be destroyed. The green dragon is a demonic beast on the heavenly beast list. It must taste good. At this moment, only Du Xiaofu stared at the powerful young man. His gaze was cold, but his mouth was dripping with saliva. The dragon ninth crown prince. Is he one of the dragons? Du Xiaofu stepped forward and stared at the powerful young man. His gaze swept across the dozens of people behind him. There were several demonic beasts with extraordinary auras. They were all existences on the heavenly beast list. There were also dozens of humans. They should be battle servants. Kid, your question is ridiculous. The dragon ninth crown prince is the descendant of the true dragon. He's the ninth crown prince of the dragons. His status is incomparably high. Puny humans get lost. Otherwise, you'll be stuffed in my teeth. The green dragon sneered. Its eyes were fierce as it stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. So what if you're the descendant of the true dragon? You're also a mixed blood dragon. I've eaten a mixed blood dragon before. I wonder if the blood and meat of a newly ascended venerable beast tasted better? Du Xiaofu stared at the green dragon calmly. He licked his saliva dripping from his lips. However, no one noticed the coldness in the depths of his eyes. It can't be. Does that kid want to eat the green dragon? Who is that kid? He must be crazy. The two women by his side are really beautiful. Don't implicate those two beautiful women and let them be stuffed between the teeth of the cyan-headed flood dragon. Many people were about to leave, but they stopped when they heard Du Xiaofu's words. Many people even saw the purple-robed young man staring at the green dragon with saliva dripping out of his mouth. That kind of expression was enough to drive people crazy. Could it be that the kid really wants to eat the green dragon? That's a dragon with the bloodline of the dragons. It's a terrifying existence on the heavenly beast list. Not to mention, it's a newly ascended venerable beast. Kid, don't court death. Run. There were a few old men and women who seemed to be kind-hearted. After all, they were humans. They couldn't bear to see Du Xiaofu being killed by the cyan-headed flood dragon. They secretly urged Du Xiaofu to flee in order to avoid being killed by the cyan-headed flood dragon. Kid, you're courting death. I'll tear you to pieces. Sure enough, the green dragon was enraged. With a loud roar, its powerful body directly pounced on Du Xiaofu. Its whole body emitted a dazzling light. Its whole body was covered with flickering runes, like a burning flame. Its eyes were filled with a ferocious light, and its aura rolled out in all directions. Swish! The green dragon's claw instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu, as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. Du Xiaofu moved. Under many stunned gazes, he appeared to be as calm as the wind and as simple as the clouds. But with a raise of his hand, a golden light swept out, and a fist directly collided with the claw imprint of the green-headed dragon. Poochie! Someone vomited blood. Then his body was directly sent flying into the canyon. He crashed into the rocks, causing the mountain to shake and a large number of rocks to explode. Only then did the crowd see clearly that the one who vomited blood and was sent flying was the green dragon. The terrifying green dragon couldn't even withstand a single blow. This left everyone shocked and dumbstruck. Roar! In a short instant, the dragon roared and the cyan-headed dragon transformed into its true form. Its gigantic body that was over 1,000 feet long soared into the sky, causing the entire world to darken. It was as if a dark cloud had appeared in the sky, accompanied by a terrifying aura that was as vast as an ocean that swept out in all directions. The crowd was shocked. They all looked up and were horrified. The green dragon in its original form was the most terrifying. Roar! The green dragon roared. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Its huge body spewed out a terrifying aura from its mouth. It was like a meteor crashing down on Du Xiaofu, just a mixed blood dragon. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like his nickname. He was incomparably powerful like a demon god. His purple robe's long sleeve directly swept towards the sky. Suddenly, a golden talisman rune swept out like a golden ocean. The golden talisman rune turned into a golden wing, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Then, it fiercely slapped the green dragon's body. Poochie! Poochie! The terrifying energy swept out, and the green dragon fell from the sky. The variegated scales on its body cracked and blood flowed out. The place where it landed shook the earth and the mountains shook, and debris flew everywhere. Under the terrifying impact, many people in the surroundings couldn't bear the aftermath of the energy and retreated in shock. My dragon's blood, I can't waste it. Du Xiaofu's figure rushed out and arrived in front of the green dragon's body like lightning. His body was like an ant against an elephant, but he landed on the green dragon's neck. With a punch, he smashed a bloody hole in the green dragon's neck. Then, Du Xiaofu directly pounced on the green dragon's neck and opened his mouth to swallow the green dragon's blood. Today's update is complete. Chapter 1039. The roiling blood was like a torrential flood, but when it landed in Du Xiaofu's mouth, it was instantly refined into blood essence. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was like a bottomless pit, completely devouring the blood of the green-headed flood dragon. The pitiful green-headed flood dragon, when its neck was broken by Du Xiaofu's punch, had already died, its soul destroyed. This cruel scene fell into everyone's eyes, and all of them felt their hair stand on end, sucking in a breath of cold air. At this moment, that purple-robed youth did not look like a human at all. He was simply a ferocious and peerless beast. Damned human killed the green-headed flood dragon, quickly worked together to kill him. The green-headed flood dragon and the several extraordinary beast men and women recovered from their shock and immediately roared in anger. Several figures immediately transformed into several huge demonic beasts. Roar! A huge flaming python, like a flood dragon, soared through the sky, bringing with it rolling clouds of fire. The runes were resplendent, and the scorching heat burned the air. That was an ancient flaming snake with the bloodline of an ancient heavenly snake. A gigantic, pitch-black eagle flapped its wings. Its body was covered in dragon scales, and its wings covered the sky. It was ferocious and had an ancient and intimidating aura. This was a terrifying ancient dragon eagle. A huge black bear roared as big as a mountain. Its huge body moved, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. This was a heaven-shaking ancient bear ranked at the top of the heavenly beast list. It had immense strength and could move mountains and seas. A blood-red praying mantis was dozens of feet long. Its whole body was crystal clear, and its sharp feet were sharp. Cold light pervaded the air, and its aura was shocking. This was a ferocious, bloodthirsty praying mantis. The 4 terrifying demonic beasts were all at the revered beast realm, and were all terrifying existences in the beast race. They had cultivated for hundreds and thousands of years in the beast race, but they were still part of the younger generation in the beast race. More than 10 human men and women who looked like battle servants also rushed out, waves of terrifying aura surging, shaking the sky in an instant. Rolling pressure was released, causing the surrounding humans to turn pale with fright, and their expressions changed. Rumble, more than 10 terrifying auras rippled out in succession. The clanging sound was deafening, shaking the hearts of the surrounding experts. These dozen or so auras were too powerful. Various auras and talisman patterns blossomed like fireworks, channeling the energy of heaven and earth. They surged and swept through the clouds, causing people to be deeply shocked. Roar! Their roars were like rolling thunder. Following which, these dozens of terrifying auras directly enveloped Du Xiaofu. They were going to frenziedly attack Du Xiaofu together. Beast, don't be impudent! While the crowd was still in shock, Dongli Qingqing opened her mouth and shouted. At the same time, her graceful body soared into the sky. At the same time, a curved bow that seemed to come alive appeared in Dongli Qingqing's slender hand. The talisman patterns on it flickered, and a dazzling green light spread out like the sun. A terrifying aura, like an ancient god awakening from its slumber, suddenly erupted. The aura that suddenly swept out made the dozen or so auras that had attacked Du Xiaofu, as well as the surrounding experts, feel fear for some reason. A kind of uneasiness began to faintly seep out from their hearts, and a feeling of unease climbed out from the depths of their souls, becoming more and more intense. Everything happened as fast as lightning. As she drew the bow, a mysterious power seemed to awaken in Dongli Qingqing's body. Her hair danced behind her head, and her temperament was soul-stirring, like the most beautiful dance. Then, for light arrows condensed completely from talisman energy appeared and were released from the bow. Swish, 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 swish. The 4 light arrows of talisman energy immediately shot out. Wherever they passed, a large area of space was directly distorted. Then, the space collapsed and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. In a short moment, the 4 light arrows of talisman energy pierced through space, carrying light scars that distorted space. In an instant, they rushed in front of the 4 terrifying demonic beasts, the ancient flame snake, the ancient dragon hawk, the bloodthirsty mantis, and the sky-shaking bear. The terrifying energy under the 4 light arrows was enough to destroy everything, including the defense of the ancient dragonhawk and the ancient dragonhawk. Walala! Terrifying green talismans burst out and rushed into the bodies of the 4 demonic beasts. As if devouring their vitality, the talismans heavily injured them. Their hideous mouths were dripping with blood as they violently spurted out beast blood. Bang, 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 bang. Then, the 4 huge bodies fell from the sky into the canyon, heavily smashing into the ground. The earth shook and the mountains shook, as if meteorites had fallen from the sky. The 4 terrifying beast sovereign realm demonic beasts had the bloodline of the demonic beast kings, but they had been severely injured by Dongli Qingqing at the same time. Only now did the surrounding heroes realize that the peerlessly beautiful woman was also a terrifying master. Her terrifying aura caused fear to seep out of everyone. The cultivation of the woman in green might be above the purple-robed young man. No wonder they dared to attack the green-headed dragon. They did have the strength to do so. They are young, but their strength is too strong. The surrounding young men and women were the best of the younger generation in their respective mountain sections. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men, young geniuses who could shake a region. They all had their own pride. But now, when these young men and women saw the ferocious, purple-robed young man and the beautiful woman in green, their pride was destroyed. Compared to this man and woman, what was their heavenly talent? It was not worth mentioning at all. Retreat, quickly retreat. The 4 demonic beasts fell. More than a dozen battle servants, who were originally pouncing forward, immediately prepared to retreat. Walala! But it was too late. Du Xiaofu pounced on the green-headed dragon's neck and swallowed the dragon's blood. Without even turning his head, he swung his purple long sleeves. Puff, puff, puff! Monstrous golden talisman patterns erupted. It was as if a giant Peng Peng's golden wings had swept across the sky. Several battle servants were shattered into a bloody mist. The remaining ones were severely injured and fell to the ground. It was a tragic sight. Refreshing. Du Xiaofu stood up with a smile. His mouth was full of the dragon's blood, which made him look even more ferocious. Who is that guy? He is so ferocious. Is he a human or a demonic beast? The heroes were shocked. At this moment, even the powerful old men, middle-aged men, and women gasped. That level of ferocity was definitely not human. Chi! In the depths of the canyon, a golden light shot out from the mountain peak. Then, a little golden macaque appeared out of thin air. With a face full of excitement, it shouted, "Let's run! That guy from the Dragon Clan is too strong. He's about to come out. Du Xiaoyao, you bastard! What did you do?" Du Xiaofu shouted. The matter at hand was not over yet. Many demonic beasts on the heavenly beast ranking could eat to their heart's content. As expected, Du Xiaoyao had stirred up trouble again. "I was the first to take their treasures. You can have half of it. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble." Du Xiaoyao was so excited that it did not seem like it was being chased. Instead, it was filled with excitement, thinking about how the young dragons were enraged when they took the treasures earlier. They felt very comfortable. Wait a moment. The scales and tendons of the flood dragon are great refinement treasures. The meat of the flood dragon is very nutritious. Also, the bones of the green flood dragon are hard to find. Du Xiaofu frowned. An extraordinary long blade appeared in his hand. He chopped off the head of the green flood dragon and picked out its tendons. He collected a lot of flood dragon scales and finally cut off a lot of flood dragon's meat and put it into his spatial pouch. "Third young master, take more meat. Otherwise, there won't be enough to eat later." Little Tiger said weakly, "The meat of the green flood dragon should be good. There's also that bear's paw. I want to eat that heaven-shaking bear's paw." Du Xiaoqing looked at the heaven-shaking bear that was heavily injured and fell in the distance. She was a bird, so she did not want to eat the ancient dragon eagle. "I think the meat of the ancient flame python should be good." Dongli Qingqing was also interested. She had also eaten Du Xiaofu's barbecued meat before. Thinking about it now, she was secretly drooling. Hearing Du Xiaoqing, Dongli Qingqing, and Little Tiger's words, the heaven-shaking bear and the other demonic beasts were terrified. Where did these people come from? At this moment, they all had an illusion that they were the real savage, demonic beasts and they were just humans. "It's too late, run." Du Xiaofu shouted and rolled his eyes at Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Dongli Qingqing. After putting away the huge head of the green flood dragon and a lot of flood dragon meat, he immediately called for everyone to leave. He could already feel that there were many terrifying auras erupting from the distance. Swoosh, swoosh. Following that, Dongli Qingqing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger immediately left. Remember this well. This young master Du Xiaofu, known as the Demon King, hates dragons the most. This time, I'll collect some interest first. As the figure left, Du Xiaofu's voice reverberated in all directions of the canyon. Du Xiaofu, Demon King Du Xiaofu. So it's him. No wonder he's so savage. Rumor has it that the Demon King Du Xiaofu killed the Heaven Blade Sex, Xue Qianzhan, and many other disciples. I saw it with my own eyes. He's really savage. The crowd was stunned. Today, they had truly broadened their horizons. No wonder he had the title of Devil King. Let's run quickly. When the Dragon Ninth Crown Prince and the others come out, I'm afraid they'll go crazy and start a massacre. Immediately, the surrounding heroes regained their senses and began to retreat. They were afraid that when the Dragon Ninth Crown Prince came out, he would start a massacre. When that time came, they would be in for a bad time. You stole my spiritual medicine and killed my people. No matter who you are, I, the Dragon Ninth Crown Prince, will definitely cut you into pieces. In the depths of the canyon, a terrifying aura erupted. Then a shocking voice resounded through the 9 heavens like a dragon's roar, overflowing with killing intent. In the next instant, more than 10 figures appeared in the air. The aura of the people in the lead was incomparably powerful. The person in the lead was the dragons in the carriage that Du Xiaofu had met in Tianhuang City. It was the young man in green battle clothes. Chapter 1040. For hours later, Du Xiaofu led Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao into the purple thunder profound cauldron under Dongli Qingqing's shocked gaze. Then they entered the ancient barren space again. After entering the purple thunder profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu was confident that he could escape the pursuit of the dragon's youth. From Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaofu learned that the dragon's youth had many top young beasts and many powerful battle servants by his side. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Divine Thunder Cauldron was at the Divine Thunder Cauldron just now. Dongli Qingqing was still shocked in the ancient barren space. She recognized the Divine Thunder Cauldron as there was a lot of information about it in her tribe. You also know about the Divine Thunder Cauldron? That was indeed the Divine Thunder Cauldron. Du Xiaofu smiled at Dongli Qingqing and did not hide anything. The two of them had gone through thick and thin together in the dark forest for so long. That trust in Du Xiaofu did not decrease, but instead increased. Naturally, there was nothing that he could not trust. There should be 9 divine thunder cauldrons, one above Kyushu. Rumor has it that a top expert placed them there to guard Kyushu. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu with a serious expression. She said softly, "Rumor has it that once the divine thunder cauldron appears, the world will once again encounter a great calamity. No wonder those tribes have started to make a move recently. Master also mentioned that a great calamity is coming. Who cares what great calamity is coming? I just want to find drunkard Dad now," Du Xiaofu said softly. People who acted so ostentatiously against the dragons could at least affect the dragons. Now that the dragons were doing their best to find drunkard Dad, Du Xiaofu hoped to reduce the pressure on drunkard Dad. If the dragons wanted to deal with him, they would naturally have to disperse their forces. You provoked the dragons because you want to take the opportunity to find your father, right? Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu. He purposely attacked the green-headed dragon and provoked the dragons. She knew his motive. Her clear eyes, she said, "However, that dragon Dad is not to be messed with. But the dragon's dragon is definitely not. Is not to be underestimated. But the dragon's dragons are definitely not to be underestimated." You mean, only Long Jiu came from the dragon clan? Du Xiaofu was rather surprised to hear this. Apart from provoking the dragons to reduce the pressure on drunkard Dad, he also wanted to take advantage of the dragons to find drunkard Dad. This was much better than searching aimlessly on his own. In addition, Du Xiaofu wanted his name to spread so that drunkard Dad would know and be able to find him. That shouldn't be the case. It's just that the dragon Dad's people are all of the younger generation. Given the dragon's pride, why would an old man appear? In any case, the top experts of the human race would not dare to touch the dragons. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and sighed secretly. A bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face. "It's just that your father is an accident, and so are you. What's there to be afraid of? It's fine as long as there's no old man." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately smiled. He really did not fear the Dragon 9 among his peers. However, the Dragon 9 was also somewhat unfathomable and would not be easy to deal with. Don't underestimate the Dragon 9. His cultivation is extremely strong. Even if I go all out, I might not be able to gain the upper hand. Dongli Qingqing smiled at Du Xiaofu. "Speaking of which, what level has your cultivation reached now?" Du Xiaofu immediately looked at Dongli Qingqing and asked. His eyes were filled with doubt. The aura on Dongli Qingqing's body made it difficult for him to pry into it. I've only reached the peak of the Nirvana, martial, venerable realm not long ago. I don't know when I'll be able to achieve perfection, Dongli Qingqing said softly. Peak of the Nirvana, martial, venerable realm. Du Xiaofu immediately clicked his tongue and looked at Dongli Qingqing in shock. I'm different from you. I've received many benefits from my clan, which is why I can reach this level. There are many large clans in this world, including the dragons, the phoenixes, and the younger generation of the ancient monster clans. I reckon that there are many people whose cultivation is above mine. The foundations of their clans are stronger, so I have to work harder, Dongli Qingqing said. It's indeed different with the foundations of the clan. Those monster clans and hidden clans are undoubtedly stronger than the ancient divine sect. Du Xiaofu muttered softly. With the foundations of the clan, the path of cultivation of the younger generation would be much easier. You're very strong now as well. You don't have any foundations to support you, but your current cultivation and strength are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Dongli Qingqing was secretly shocked. She knew how ferocious and abnormal Du Xiaofu was. She could also tell that he had not used his true strength when he killed Xue Qianzhan. Even if she were to fight with him now, Dongli Qingqing had no confidence in winning. I don't have any foundations to support me, but I've tempered myself along the way. I've encountered countless dangers and walked through countless life and death situations. I've walked this path by myself. I'm not afraid of my peers. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. His eyes shone with a golden light. He then looked at Dongli Qingqing and said, I need to refine the blood essence of the green-head dragon in my body for a period of time. The time in this desolate ancient space is enough for us to delay. Your injuries should not have healed completely yet. Take this opportunity to recover. After a while, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Dongli Qingqing began to adjust their breathing, especially Du Xiaoyao. His entire body was wrapped in a golden light. The mysterious runes on the mountain peak behind him evolved and grew. His aura was like the beginning of the world. During this period of time, Du Xiaoyao had gained a lot of benefits. Then, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence of the green-head dragon in his body. He continued to cultivate the second level of the golden-winged rock's body, refining technique, bone washing, and marrow cleansing. The first level of the golden-winged rock's body, refining technique, was to refine the golden feathers. It required the use of spiritual herbs to refine the body. Du Xiaofu had already succeeded in cultivating it. The second level of bone washing and marrow cleansing required the consumption of the blood essence of at least a demonic beast on the heavenly beast list. The most violent energy contained in the blood essence of the demonic beast would be used to wash the bones and marrow. Over the years, Du Xiaofu's body had been strengthening under various opportunities. His body had never stopped. It had become more and more terrifying. However, this terrifying body was due to the other opportunities that Du Xiaofu had obtained. As for the level of the golden-winged rock's body refining technique, Du Xiaofu was still stuck at the second level of bone washing and marrow cleansing. In the past, Du Xiaofu had consumed the blood essence of demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list for bone washing and marrow cleansing. However, that didn't mean that Du Xiaofu had successfully broken through to bone washing and marrow cleansing. It was just that the blood essence of those demonic beasts had allowed him to successfully wash his bones and marrow several times. The blood essence of demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list was far from enough to reach the bone washing and marrow cleansing stage. After hearing Dongli Qingqing's words, especially after learning about Dongli Qingqing's cultivation level, as well as the cultivation level of that youth with the dragons, Du Xiaofu was even more certain that he had to become even stronger. In the Central Plains, Du Xiaofu estimated that he was number one among his peers. However, in all of Kyushu, the Beast region, the Yao realm, the primordial beast clans, and hidden great clans, the cultivation levels of his peers were even more terrifying. Begin. Within the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged and began to refine the azure flood dragon's blood essence. Roar. The azure flood dragon had just become a sovereign beast. Its blood essence contained a terrifying amount of energy. As Du Xiaofu refined it, the faint roar of a flood dragon could be heard from Du Xiaofu's throat. Chapter 1041. Walala! Violent energy surged through Du Xiaofu's body, spreading through his organs and seeping into his bones, muscles, and cells. It was as if thousands of beasts were rampaging in his body, trying to destroy Du Xiaofu's body. If it were any other newly ascended martial honorable, they would have exploded and died on the spot from the violent energy impact. However, Du Xiaofu was an exception. His physical body had become much stronger, and the violent energy impact of the green-headed dragon's blood essence, which had just ascended to martial honorable, could no longer cause any harm to Du Xiaofu's physical body. A moment later, light gradually spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. The resplendent light was accompanied by the flickering of runes, appearing complicated and mysterious. These runes finally formed the shadow of a green-headed dragon. It was faintly discernible and circled around Du Xiaofu's body. Time passed slowly. Du Xiaofu had refined the vast energy within the green-headed dragon's blood essence into every bit of his flesh, blood, bones, and cells, using the violent energy within the green-headed dragon's blood essence to cleanse the impurities hidden in his bones and marrow and nourish his body. Du Xiaofu was cleansing his bones and marrow. On Tianhuang mainland, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's name began to spread everywhere. While the Heaven Saber sect was offering bounties everywhere to hunt down the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, news spread that the Dragon Ninth Prince of the Dragons was furious and had ordered all the beast tribes to search for Du Xiaofu. That Demon King Du Xiaofu is really strong. He killed Xue Qianzhan of the Heaven Saber sect and even dared to touch someone of the dragons. You haven't heard, have you? It's said that the Demon King Du Xiaofu swallowed the green-headed dragon's flesh. He's terrifyingly ferocious, as expected of the Demon King. It can't be that cruel, right? Is it a human or a demonic beast? Why hasn't there been any news about Du Tingxian recently? I heard that only Du Tingxian obtained something related to the divine Thunder Mansion. The continent was abuzz with discussion. Kyushu, the Beast region, the Yao realm, and other experts were still pouring into the continent. Recently, there had been constant disputes in Tianhuang mainland, and it was inevitable that there would be many confrontations and battles between forces. On the other hand, Tianhuang mainland was a barren land, and there were dangers everywhere. Once one fell into it, it was rumored that even legendary experts like the martial domain realm had died before, let alone a martial honorable. On the vast Tianhuang mainland, there were mysterious ancient formations left behind from ancient times. It was said that there were still savage, wilderness demon beasts in the Tianhuang mainland. They were also demon beasts, but they had never left the Tianhuang mainland. After countless years, some savage wilderness demon beasts had even become terrifying existences. Not many people had set foot on this barren land, and there were countless treasures hidden there. It was said that there were many mysterious bones and natural treasures within. It was also rumored that a supreme expert had once been on the Tianhuang mainland and scattered many treasures on this barren land. This time, the appearance of the divine Thunder Mansion was enough to alert all the forces to come and investigate. Some people were determined to obtain it. Jinlei Tensei was one of the top experts in the world. What he left behind was enough to affect a part of the world. At this moment, disputes were everywhere in Tianhuang mainland, and there were all kinds of fights, especially among the younger generation. There were also many famous existences. In a short period of time, many of the younger generation had become famous. They were the strongest existences in the fight for the divine Thunder Mansion. the 9th prince of the dragons, Dragon 9, Huang Linger of the Phoenix clan, Bailey Wuya of the Ning province, Mu Jianchen of the Shang province, Qing Gu of the Thunder province, Hua Zimo of the Wanzhou province, Feng Wuxia of the Yu province, Yu Zhangtongxian of the Yun province. These people of the younger generation had all become famous in Tianhuang mainland in a short period of time. Whoosh! In the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged with a golden glow spreading around his body and talisman runes flashing. From afar, it looked like a golden-winged great rock circling behind Du Xiaofu. It was domineering and intimidating enough to make all beasts prostrate. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's exposed skin had a purplish gold color that was crystal clear. After cleansing his bones and marrow, his body was strengthened once more. And before this, when Du Xiaofu was tempering his golden feathers at the first level of the body cultivation method, by chance he had cultivated to the realm of the true rock that even a real golden-winged rock would find difficult to reach. His physical body continued to strengthen. Even though his physical body had strengthened a little, Du Xiaofu's current perverted physical body did not seem to have much of an effect. In terms of his cultivation base, there was not much progress either. However, any enhancement of the physical body brought about astonishing benefits in actual combat. There was no doubt that his combat strength had increased tremendously, and it was not something that could be compared to those of the same cultivation level. Relying on his body, it was easy for him to kill opponents of a higher level. Most of the time, Du Xiaofu relied on his perverse defense to kill opponents of a higher level. Runes flashed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, had a body that was sparkling and translucent. His long black hair was wrapped in golden runes, making him look like a divinity. A tyrannical aura emanated from him, as well as an ancient mystery. After an unknown period of time, his aura was retracted and a dazzling golden light surged into Du Xiaofu's body. Huff! After the last wisp of golden light was retracted, Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His tightly shut eyes opened, and a golden light burst out along with faint lightning. A domineering aura swept out and shook the entire ancient, desolate space. There was no doubt that after Du Xiaofu used the green-head dragon's blood essence to refine his body had strengthened and his strength had increased by a lot. The effects of the green-head dragon's blood essence from a newly ascended martial honorable are not bad. Feeling the toughness of his physical body, Du Xiaofu could not help but let out a smile. Even his cultivation state had improved by quite a bit. The violent energy contained in the green-head dragon's blood essence was more or less transformed into celestial qi under the golden-winged rock's technique. Boom! Suddenly, the ancient desolate space trembled again. A terrifying aura swept out, and the entire ancient desolate space trembled. A supreme aura swept out in all directions. When this aura swept out, Du Xiaofu's expression changed, and he immediately turned to look. On one side of the ancient desolate space, a terrifying scene was erupting like a sun. "That's Du Xiaoyao breaking through," Du Xiaofu exclaimed. The golden talisman engravings were erupting like a sun. Du Xiaoyao was breaking through. "Du Xiaofu, quickly come into my rune world." The terrifying golden talisman engravings exploded, and Du Xiaoyao's voice came out. Comprehending the pulse spirit, Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. When he was connected to Du Xiaoyao, he knew what kind of benefits it would bring to the meridian soul. Back then, Xue Qianzhan had made great achievements in the comprehension of the meridian soul. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu condensed his hand seals and his expression became serious. Connecting with Du Xiaoyao required absolute trust, and no mistakes could be made. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Du Xiaofu communicated with his martial vein. The golden talisman engravings immediately surged out and condensed into the shadow of a mountain peak. As Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit condensed, it immediately merged with the dazzling golden light emitted by the small demon. The golden light burst out and Du Xiaofu vaguely felt that he had entered another ancient, desolate space. The ancient, desolate space was filled with purple mist, as if it was the beginning of chaos. These 2 chapters are missing a few hundred words. Xiao, you will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 1042. In this purple hazy space, a huge 5-finger mountain was shining brightly like a golden sun in the sky. It was constantly changing, evolving, and condensing. The 5-finger mountain seemed to have been given life. Its terrifying power spread and suppressed this purple hazy space. In the ancient barren space, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged again, was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. A 5-fingered mountain appeared behind him, evolving, condensing, and giving birth to dense spirit energy. Multicolored light spread out, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. The mysterious runes on the talismans were all changing, and they all contained a certain kind of origin energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the mountain behind Du Xiaofu was evolving and changing exactly the same as the mountain in the purple hazy space. The 2 were one and had endless changes. Du Xiaofu was immersed in comprehending the pulse spirit. The aura of the mountain behind him became stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying. Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit was transforming and improving rapidly. Boom! The entire ancient barren space was affected at this moment. The space trembled violently, and a vast aura swept out. The mysterious runes on the talismans shone brightly. An endless, dazzling light burst out. The light around Du Xiaoyao became more and more dazzling. Its power seemed to be able to suppress and destroy this ancient barren space. What a powerful aura! In the ancient barren space, Dongli Qingqing, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger had already been awakened. Looking at the erupting golden light, even Dongli Qingqing was shocked. Finally, under the shocked gazes of the 3, a powerful wave erupted from the golden light like a storm. Then, under the dazzling golden light of the mysterious runes, the mountain wriggled and turned into a huge golden ape. Roar! The golden ape roared. Mysterious runes flashed all over its body. Its body was crystal clear and full of vitality. It communicated with heaven and earth, giving people the feeling of the beginning of heaven and earth and the beginning of all things. At this moment, the meridian soul behind Du Xiaofu was still connected to the ape born from the mountain. It was also quiet in a strange and mysterious space. Du Xiaofu felt that he was also transforming at this moment. It was as if he had experienced reincarnation and comprehended a new life. There was an indescribable feeling of profoundness, as if he was undergoing a nirvana transformation. Du Xiaofu had also experienced this feeling when he was connected to Du Xiaoyao, but it was undoubtedly more intense this time. Du Xiaofu's 5-finger mountain peak vein soul also began to change, as if it was awakening with life. The mysterious runes on the golden symbol puppet flickered as if it was about to turn into a living creature. There was a faint, illusory figure of a golden ape that was transforming. However, in the end, it was unable to truly take form. Dongli Qingqing watched from a distance. Seeing the illusory figure of the mountain peak behind Du Xiaofu change, her fairy-like face was filled with surprise. Du Xiaoqing also felt the change of the meridian soul, so she whispered to Dongli Qingqing, "Sister Qingqing, brother's meridian soul seems to be transforming." When human cultivators reach the martial venerable realm, their meridian soul will change from psychic to spirit transformation. However, there are several levels in spirit transformation. The first is building the meridian soul body, so that the meridian soul will develop intelligence and truly awaken. Your brother's meridian soul should be about to reach the second level, spirit transformation. At this level, the meridian soul body can truly become a living creature. Generally speaking, it is already very impressive for a transcendent martial venerable to reach this level, because the spirit transformation of the meridian soul body is basically the symbol of a primordial martial, venerable. Dongli Qingqing explained to Du Shaoqing. Can brother reach the spirit transformation of the meridian soul body now? Du Shaoqing was a little nervous. She clenched her fists, hoping that her brother's meridian soul could improve greatly. It should be very difficult, but it is already very terrifying. Dongli Qingqing looked at the changes of the meridian soul behind Du Xiaofu with a little shock in her eyes. She then continued to speak to Du Shaoqing. Do you still remember Xue Qianzhan that your brother killed? That guy's meridian soul was about to reach the spirit transformation of the meridian soul body, which means that he did indeed have unparalleled talent. It is enough to shock people. Your brother's cultivation level is lower than his, so his meridian soul should not be lower than Xue Qianzhan's. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to scare many people to death. Walala! In the ancient desolate space, the golden ape's crystal clear body was still being baptized by the surging heaven and earth energy. A terrifying aura erupted, as if it could sweep away and suppress everything. After a long time, the sky full of runes continuously surged into the golden ape's body. Its eyes were intelligent, as if it was born with spiritual eyes, overlooking everything. What a terrifying demon sovereign! The red-bone horse ape, the supreme of heaven and earth. Dongli Qingqing also trembled. The aura of the golden ape was too terrifying. The red-bone horse ape was one of the most terrifying existences in the world. Finally, when everything calmed down, the golden ape's body was shining with golden light, and the hair on its head was colorful. The light was restrained, and it continued to transform into a golden ape the size of a baby. It was slightly larger than its original body. Phew! A mouthful of turbid air was spat out from Du Xiaoyao's mouth, shaking the space. His eyes opened, and the faint golden light within his deep golden eyes was unfathomable. It added a mysterious feeling, and even revealed a noble demeanor. Du Xiaoyao, you have broken through to the supreme realm? Du Shaoqing went forward and looked at Du Xiaoyao with her ethereal eyes. Du Xiaoyao's long and dense eyelashes curled up slightly, covering her deep, faint golden eyes. She rolled her eyes and said, I have received many benefits recently, so I was able to break through. You should be able to break through soon too. I still lack an opportunity, but it should be soon. Du Shaoqing said. Recently, she had seen so many experts in the Tianhuang mainland, which made her desire to break through more and more. If she was too weak, she would only be a burden to her brother if she encountered danger. Are you not done yet? After that, Du Xiaoyao's lively eyes stared intently at Du Xiaofu, who was not far away. There was a faint golden imprint between his brows, flickering like a flame. In the end, it left behind a faint imprint. His brows rose slightly. Then he revealed a smile and said softly, You seem to have improved quite a bit. After a few days, Du Xiaofu, who was immersed in comprehension, finally showed signs of awakening. However, the pulse spirit behind him did not succeed in pulse spirit transformation. Whoosh! The golden light around him receded, and the phantom of the mountain turned into talismans and mysterious patterns that entered his body. Everything disappeared into his body. Phew! Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of turbid air from his throat and abdomen. Then he opened his tightly closed eyes. A faint golden light flickered in his pupils, which then slowly converged into a clear and bright light. The improvement in the comprehension of the pulse spirit is shocking. If this news were to spread, it would scare many people to death. Dongli Qingqing stepped forward and smiled. There was shock in her eyes on her beautiful, fairy-like face. I have to thank Du Xiaoyao. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. This time, the improvement in the meridian spirit was indeed thanks to little demon Du's help. It's good that you know. Du Xiaoyao jumped onto Du Xiaofu's shoulder and the macaque claw. Then she took out a spiritual vine that was a few feet long from somewhere. There were 8 purple spiritual fruits on the spiritual vine. Whoosh! The spiritual fruits were the size of a baby's fist, but they were rippling with an aura that made Du Xiaofu's heart flutter. They were sparkling and translucent, tempting people to take a bite out of them. Looking at the 8 purple spiritual fruits on the spiritual vine, Du Xiaoyao had been drooling for a long time. This seems to be looking at the 7 purple spiritual fruits on the spiritual vine in Du Xiaoyao's hand. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled, and his eyes almost popped out. He said, 8-star purple spiritual fruit. This is an 8-star purple spiritual fruit. This is indeed an 8-star purple spiritual fruit. This is a precious treasure. It is said that the 8-star purple spiritual fruit can strengthen the soul and refine the primordial spirit. It is a treasure for an 8-star Nirvana spiritual symbol master and a Nirvana martial sovereign. It is even more precious for an ordinary 8-star spiritual symbol master and a martial sovereign. Dongli Qingqing looked at the 8-star purple spiritual fruit in Du Xiaoyao's hand and was also surprised. This was indeed a treasure among treasures. Any spiritual herb that could strengthen the primordial spirit was rare and precious. Moreover, this 8-star purple spiritual fruit was very useful for martial sovereigns and 8-star spiritual symbol masters. It was not enough to describe its preciousness. Is this the spiritual herb that you stole from Dragon 9 in the canyon? Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and calmed down. He looked at Du Xiaoyao on his shoulder and asked, "Hee hee." Du Xiaoyao chuckled, revealing the appearance of a noble king. He seemed to be old and experienced as he said, "Of course, when it comes to finding elixirs, I am much better than them." This 8-star purple spirit fruit was guarded by a powerful savage beast. Long Jiao and the others joined forces to suppress and repel it. I took the opportunity to take it and leave, but was discovered by them in the end. Chapter 1043. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu stared at Du Xiaoyao. He could imagine the expressions of Dragon 9 and the others when they tried so hard to get the 8-star purple spirit fruit, only to have it snatched away by Du Xiaoyao. It must have been quite a sight to behold. There are 8 of them in total. There are 5 of us, so 1 for each of us. Give me the remaining 3. Du Xiaoyao counted everyone greedily. Her mind was already on the 8-star purple spirit fruit. If she hadn't felt the breakthrough earlier, she would have already devoured the 8-star purple spirit fruit. What a wastrel! Du Xiaofu hit Du Xiaoyao and said, "Just take 1 and keep the other 3. As far as I know, this kind of treasure is useless even if you take too many. Usually, only the first one has the best effect. Taking more is a waste. I didn't say I was going to eat it. Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoman, and Sima Muhan can also eat it." Du Xiaoyao angrily stared at Du Xiaofu and roared, feeling wronged for herself. "Hee hee, at least you have a conscience." Du Xiaofu scratched the back of his head and looked at Du Xiaoyao in embarrassment. He then changed the topic and said, "It's fine that you took the 8-star purple spirit fruit, but why did you also take the spirit vine? It would have been better to leave it for next time. So stupid. This kind of treasure. Do you think it's like a fruit tree in the mortal world, blooming and bearing fruit every year?" Du Xiaoyao stared at Du Xiaofu like an old man. Her platinum eyes turned white as she said, "Moreover, this spirit vine is also a treasure. After taking it, it will have a great effect. It's comparable to an ordinary supreme level elixir. It's also a treasure. Then it really can't be wasted." Du Xiaofu was astonished, and then he was overjoyed, his eyes revealing a sinister smile. Dongli Qingqing smiled helplessly as she watched Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao arguing like clowns. She then asked Du Xiaoqing softly, "Xiaoqing, who are the Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoman, and Sima Muhan that Du Xiaoyao mentioned?" "Sister Shuang is my brother's big sister, and Sister Shuang is my brother's friend. Sister Muha seems to be my brother's martial nephew, but their relationship seems to be very complicated. I can't see through it, but they are all very good to my brother. Du Shaoqing was also a little confused. Some human emotions were too complicated, and she was a little dizzy. Is that so? Dongli Qingqing's eyes flickered. There were some ripples in her eyes. It was very complicated. She didn't know why there were ripples in her heart. Then, in the desolate ancient space, several people took the 8-star purple spirit fruit and sat cross-legged to refine it. They obtained great benefits. Du Xiaofu refined the 8-star purple spirit fruit with a mysterious, incomplete technique. A white divine light enveloped his body, and an ancient and boundless aura rippled in the surroundings. Dongli Qingqing's body was enveloped in a green light. She was full of vitality, which made people's minds ripple. Several people might have benefits, but they seemed to have forgotten about the outside world immediately. After a few days, Dongli Qingqing was the first to wake up. The green light around her body was restrained, and her eyes were deep and moving. Bang! As Dongli Qingqing woke up, a low muffled sound of energy came from not far away. Dongli Qingqing quickly raised her head. The misty space in front of her had a sudden surge of energy. It was as if something was pulling it, and it was fluctuating crazily. Looking in the direction of the energy fluctuation, Dongli Qingqing's clear eyes fell on Du Xiaofu. Then she was surprised. Her white teeth slightly opened, and her red lips slightly opened in astonishment. Is he going to break through again? In Dongli Qingqing's astonished eyes, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was like a mysterious, bottomless pit, swallowing the energy of heaven and earth around him. This energy was extremely vigorous, and it shook people's souls. It formed a halo of energy around Du Xiaofu's body, and it poured into his body unceasingly. This lasted for about an hour. During this time, Du Xiaoyao also began to wake up. A surging aura spread out from the little macaque's body. About an hour later, Du Xiaofu's aura slowly dissipated. The energy of heaven and earth that had gathered began to weaken. The white divine light slowly became illusory and restrained. When the last bit of energy of heaven and earth dissipated, the white divine light poured into his body. Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes also began to slowly open. Immediately, 2 beams of energy shot out from his eyes. That gaze caused one's Yuan spirit to tremble when looking at it. Huff! The light in his eyes slowly faded. Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The space around him faintly distorted, and his gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. An 8-star mysterious spiritual talisman master, a clear and gentle voice came. Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head and saw Dongli Qingqing, who was wearing a green outfit, walking over. Du Xiaoyao stood on her shoulder. Her eyes were glowing with golden light, revealing a noble temperament. The 8-star purple spirit fruit is really a precious treasure. It can directly let me break through to the next level of spiritual talisman master. Du Xiaofu smiled. The effect of an 8-star purple spirit fruit was like this. Presumably, Dragon 9, who had lost 8 8-star purple spirit fruits, must hate Du Xiaoyao to the bone. Your cultivation technique doesn't seem to be ordinary. It can absorb the benefits of the 8-star purple spirit fruit to the soul to the maximum. Its aura is also extraordinary. Dongli Qingqing's clear eyes had doubts. Du Xiaofu had been urging the white divine light's aura, which made her feel that it was extraordinary. The aura emitted from the white divine light seemed ordinary, but it was ancient and boundless. It was definitely not ordinary. I obtained this cultivation technique by accident. It is extremely extraordinary, but unfortunately it should be incomplete. I don't know its origin. Du Xiaofu said to Dongli Qingqing. The mysterious cultivation technique was also obtained by accident, and he didn't know its origin. We've been here for so long. Shouldn't we go out? Dongli Qingqing didn't ask any more questions. She had seen Du Xiaofu's mysterious cultivation technique before. It's about time. When Little Blue and Little Tiger wake up, we'll go out. Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly became serious. Although there was a lot of time in the ancient, desolate space, his drunkard father's whereabouts were still unknown. There must be danger everywhere. This made Du Xiaofu worried. Yes, but this time you must be more careful. Besides the Heaven Knife sect, you've offended even the dragons. Dongli Qingqing frowned slightly. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy was still as fearless as before. Du Xiaofu smiled and didn't say anything. He waited in the ancient, desolate space for Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger to wake up. 2 days later, Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger woke up one after another in the ancient, desolate space. Both of them had received great benefits in spirit and soul, but they didn't have any substantial progress in cultivation strength. After all, the 8-star purple spirit fruit had great benefits in spirit and soul, but not in cultivation level. Little Blue and Little Tiger were still in their demonic beast form. However, although Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger had not made a breakthrough, the benefits they had gained in terms of battle strength were undoubtedly greater than the benefits they had gained from making a breakthrough. The most difficult thing to improve was spirit and soul strength. It was something that all cultivators could only dream of. Let's go out. As Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger woke up, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He then left the ancient, desolate space and jumped out of the purple, thunder profound cauldron. After a while, several people quietly appeared in a mountain range. In the distance, there were figures flying across the sky from time to time. No one would stop for Du Xiaofu and the others. No one would do anything that didn't benefit them. Brother, where's the green-head dragon's meat? On the wide mountain path in the mountain range, Du Xiaoqing seemed to have thought of the green-head dragon and immediately asked Du Xiaofu, I almost forgot. We haven't eaten the green-head dragon's meat yet. After Du Xiaofu ate the green-head dragon's blood and the 8-star purple spirit fruit, he really forgot that he still had the green-head dragon's meat. Hearing this, he looked around and saw that it was almost dusk. Anyway, he didn't have a destination. After hesitating for a while, he said, How about we eat barbecued meat first? Okay, Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao said almost at the same time. The saliva that was about to flow out of Little Tiger's mouth was already proof of his current mood. Dongli Qingqing didn't object. Her face was full of smiles. Then Du Xiaofu skillfully set up a stone stove and a stone barbecue table on the mountain path. He took out a large medicine cauldron that he didn't know from someone's storage bag and placed it on the stove. Taking out the huge green-head dragon's head from his chinkuan bag, Du Xiaofu washed it in a small river not far away and began to stew. This spirit vine is a treasure. It's better to stew it. Du Xiaofu seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He took out the 8-star purple spirit fruit spirit vine that Du Xiaoyao seized from him from his chinkuan bag. He took out 1/5 of it like a treasure and threw it into the medicine cauldron, stewing it together with the green-head dragon's head. Then, Du Xiaofu washed a large piece of the green-head dragon's meat. He also made a fire and placed it on the barbecue table. After applying seasoning, he began to barbecue it. Several people were openly stewing and barbecuing meat on the mountain path. It immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Many figures were attracted. Oh my God, that's the green-head dragon's head. Those young men and women are stewing the green-head dragon's head. Oh my God, that purple-robed young man seems to be barbecuing the green-head dragon's meat. They must have killed a green-head dragon. The green-head dragon's head in the medicine cauldron is so big. It must have reached the level of a beast sovereign. Did they kill a beast sovereign level green-head dragon? It didn't take long for someone in the crowd to recognize the green-head dragon's head. All of them were shocked and their hair stood on end. That human is barbecuing the green-head dragon. What's more, several beasts that weren't too strong immediately fled after seeing the green-head dragon's head in the medicine cauldron. They didn't dare to stay for a moment. Chapter 1044. Not long after, The head of the green-headed dragon was cooked in the medicinal cauldron. The meat on the head of the green-headed dragon was melted, revealing the skull. The thick soup was boiling, and the aroma filled the air. It also carried energy waves. A large piece of the green-headed dragon's roasted meat was also roasted by Du Xiaofu until the aroma filled the air. Both sides were roasted to a golden yellow color with oil stains. Tsk, tisk, the fragrance caused more and more people to salivate uncontrollably as their saliva dripped down. The thick soup made from the head of the green-headed dragon in the medicinal cauldron must have been added with rare treasures. Drinking a bowl of it is at least comparable to a royal-grade elixir. In the crowd, a long-haired old man swallowed his saliva as he stared at the medicinal cauldron. What? Drinking a bowl of elixir comparable to a royal-grade elixir is too scary. That's a huge cauldron. The surrounding people were shocked. Then they could feel the rich energy waves. That was definitely a treasure. And that roasted meat, it must be a delicacy. The meat of the green-headed dragon is dragon meat. It contains the power of dragons. Eating a bite is definitely something hard to come by in one's lifetime. A middle-aged man with red eyes stared at the green-headed dragon's meat that Du Xiaofu was roasting. More and more people's eyes turned red as they swallowed their saliva. However, no one dared to snatch it. They were all smart people. Although they were young people, they were definitely not to be trifled with if they could stew a green-headed dragon at the level of a beast venerable. Recently, many of the younger generation had come out and shocked the entire Tianhuang mainland. It was definitely the stupidest thing to judge a person's strength based on their appearance. When the time came, they wouldn't even know how they died. Perhaps the few young people in front of them could be monsters that had lived for thousands or even thousands of years. However, they were all cultivators. In terms of age, they could sense it on their own. Those few people should be the real younger generation. Let's eat. The aroma of the roasted meat filled the air as the thick soup boiled. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, and Dongli Qingqing began to eat and drink without any scruples. It was unknown where Du Xiaofu had found a few small bowls. While eating the barbecued meat, he drank the soup made from the green-headed dragon's head and the 8-star purple spirit fruit. Squeak, squeak! Everyone, including Du Xiaoyao, ate until their mouths were full of grease. Multicolored light filled the air, and energy overflowed. Too savage, they are really eating the cyan-headed flood dragon. Many of the young men and women around were dumbfounded and drooling. They're not eating meat, they're eating treasures. An old and middle-aged man's eyes kept darting around, his face flushed red. Where did they come from? A few arrogant young men were moved. Under the temptation of the delicious food and energy, they really wanted to rob it. However, they did not dare to do so and hesitated. Delicious, really delicious. Du Xiaoqing's table manners were really unflattering. She was a beauty, but she ate like a beggar. The thick soup melted in her mouth. Not only did it attack her taste buds, but it also turned into energy that flowed into her limbs and bones, making her feel comfortable. Delicious, delicious. Little Tiger kept lowering his head and wolfing down the food. He was afraid that he would not be able to eat anything in the end. Well, his appetite was the biggest. Hey, that's a treasure. I really want to eat it. Many people couldn't help but drool. They could clearly see that those young men were eating until their bodies rippled with multicolored light, overflowing with energy. But those guys are not easy to deal with. They even dared to eat the cyan-headed flood dragon. They are too savage. They are simply the Demon King. A young woman's eyes changed color. She looked at Du Xiaofu and the others who were eating heartily from afar. Demon King. Don't tell me that Demon King Du Xiaofu is among those people. It is said that Du Xiaofu is the real Demon King. A young man frowned. He had heard of the Demon King Du Xiaofu before. Swoosh, swoosh! Suddenly there were many sounds of wind breaking in the sky. Then, more than 10 young men and women walked out. Their appearances were somewhat strange. At a glance, one could tell that they were from the beast race. More than 10 young men and women from the beast race floated in the sky. A young man in luxurious clothes walked out. His clothes were embroidered with many nebula patterns. This young man in luxurious clothes had a handsome face. His hair seemed to be covered with scales. His sharp eyes swept across the surroundings. The fluctuations of his aura seemed to make this space permeate with a chill. Who is eating the cyan-headed flood dragon? Get out here! The young man in luxurious clothes shouted. His aura was fierce. His whole body was covered with dazzling, mysterious runes. The fluctuations of his aura made many people's souls tremble. It's an expert from the beast race. He must have come to find trouble with those who ate the cyan-headed flood dragon. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people's aura fluctuated. Their eyes trembled, and they retreated. The aura of the young man from the beast race made many experts' expressions change. They didn't want to be affected. Who is shouting and disturbing people eating? As the saying goes, don't talk when eating. You have no manners. Du Xiaofu patted his bulging belly and burped. He slowly raised his head and glanced at the young man in luxurious clothes. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "Hey, this aura seems to belong to a monster on the heavenly beast list. My cyan-headed flood dragon brother, I'm late." The young man in luxurious clothes also glanced at the stewed cyan-headed flood dragon head in the huge medicinal hut. However, he could still vaguely see that it was the cyan-headed flood dragon skull. He suddenly felt unbearable pain in his heart. The young man in luxurious clothes' gaze also became sharper. A terrifying chill shot out. Finally, he looked down at Du Xiaofu and said, "Dragon 9 said that my cyan-headed flood dragon brother was killed by Du Xiaofu. Even his head was chopped off. He died without a complete corpse. Vicious and merciless. Are you that Du Xiaofu?" "This young master is." "Are you also one of Dragon 9's men?" Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. Only then did he seriously size up the young man in luxurious clothes in front of him. Du Xiaofu, that young man is really the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, who has been widely rumored recently. As Du Xiaofu nodded in response, the surrounding crowd was immediately stunned. Recently, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's name, was definitely well known in the Tianhuang mainland. Dragon 9 may be strong, but I am only myself. I don't listen to anyone. I'm only here to avenge my cyan-headed flood dragon brother. Kid, I definitely won't let you go today. Prepare to die. The young man in luxurious clothes shouted. The terrifying chill in his eyes had reached an unsuppressible level. His figure was like lightning as he instantly pounced at Du Xiaofu. Boom! The rolling aura was as deafening as thunder. 7 colored runes surged out from the young man in luxurious clothes. They flickered with a dazzling light, and a palm print suddenly appeared above Du Xiaofu's head. Humph! Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He was enjoying his meal when he was disturbed. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. He stomped his foot on the ground and leaped forward. He waved his hand and directly punched out. Du Xiaofu's attack was simple and direct, but it was domineering and fierce. It immediately collided with the young man's palm. Bang! A muffled sound immediately spread, and a thunderous sound of energy colliding echoed in the sky, accompanied by the explosion of runes. The terrifying energy immediately exploded and swept out with a whistling sound. The surrounding mountain peaks also started to crack, and many of the treetops of the towering trees were broken. Thud thud! The young man in luxurious clothes directly fell to the ground and staggered back. Blood flowed out from his palm. Humph! The young man's palm was in great pain from Du Xiaofu's punch. His skin and flesh split open. Then a muffled groan came from his throat, and a mouthful of dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ouch! Your skin is really thick. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with astonishment. He originally thought that his punch would at least break the young man's palm. He didn't expect that it would only bleed a little. Du Xiaofu's body had been cleansed once again. He didn't hold back when he punched just now. It was enough to show that the young man in luxurious clothes was very powerful. The young man in luxurious clothes' expression changed. A chill fluctuated in the depths of his terrifying and sharp eyes. Then the runes on his body surged and turned into a 7-colored python that coiled in the air. Walala! The 7-colored python was like a huge dragon that soared across the sky. Its entire body rippled with nebulae. Its huge and ferocious mouth looked like it could swallow stars. The pressure on its body was enough to surpass many of the monsters on the heavenly beast ranking. Heaven Wasteland, Star-Devouring Python. Heavens, it's a peak mysterious heaven wasteland, star-devouring python. Seeing the terrifying monster appear, the surroundings were shocked. The heaven wasteland, star-devouring python was a terrifying monster with an ancient bloodline. There were very few of them. Any monster race with a powerful bloodline would be rare. The heavens were fair on this point. Only the dragons, the phoenixes, and a few other big monster races were exceptions. The heaven wasteland star-devouring python was rumored to be able to swallow stars when cultivated to the peak. It was extremely terrifying and had left behind countless legends in the ancient times. It's good stuff. Its bloodline isn't low. Du Xiaofu looked at the heaven wasteland star-devouring python with a blazing light in his eyes. The higher the level of the monster's bloodline, the better the effect would be. Kill. The heaven wasteland star-devouring python was enraged. The 7-colored scales on its body stood up and brought along a sonorous and ear-splitting sound wave. Its huge body then charged down like a huge and terrifying thunderbolt. It opened its bloody mouth and erupted with a terrifying rune energy. In the end, it turned into a huge energy vortex. Star-devouring. The heaven wasteland star-devouring python roared. Energy erupted from its mouth and turned into an energy black hole that seemed to be able to swallow stars. The towering trees on the mountain peak below were also uprooted. At this moment, sand and stones were flying around. The ground cracked and the clouds surged. Everything seemed to be destroyed. Xiaoyang Seal. Du Xiaofu attacked. His palm turned into a golden rune. Golden light burst out and swept forward. He directly hit the energy vortex with his palm. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountains collapsed. The sky was about to explode. Terrifying energy waves spread out in an arc. The broken runes were so dazzling that they drowned the world. The surrounding people couldn't open their eyes. The energy vortex of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python was broken and exploded. Swish! Du Xiaofu's figure was like lightning. He appeared on the back of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python like a ghost. He lifted his foot and burst out with golden light. He directly stomped on the back of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python. Rumble, the sky shook. The huge body of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python was suddenly stomped down by a huge force. It fell from the sky like a meteorite to the ground. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The heaven wasteland star-devouring python roared and spat out dark red blood. The sound wave shook the 9 heavens. My blood, this is my blood, Du Xiaofu shouted. His heart ached when he saw the blood that the heaven wasteland star-devouring python spat out. He immediately wrapped his hand in golden light and pulled out several huge scales from the back of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python along with several dozen kilograms of flesh. Blood gushed out of the huge body. Swish! Du Xiaofu opened his mouth to drink the beast blood while holding a few jade bottles. The blood of a peak mysterious sovereign beast, level heaven wasteland, star-devouring python, was absolutely priceless and hard to find. Aoo! Under the intense pain, the heaven wasteland star-devouring python roared like thunder. It lost its original intimidating sharpness and revealed fear in its eyes. The heaven wasteland star-devouring python's body erupted with 7-colored light. Its scales shone like seven-colored flames, and the surrounding space boiled. The heaven wasteland, star-devouring python seemed to be risking its life. In the end, it actually broke free from the restraint of Du Xiaofu, whose heart was filled with beast blood. Its huge body immediately shrunk and turned into a seven-colored lightning. It immediately fled without looking back. "Don't run. I haven't had my fill yet. Don't run." Du Xiaofu shouted. His heart ached so much that he wanted to die. It was as if his most beloved item had run away. In the blink of an eye, the heaven wasteland star-devouring python had disappeared without a trace. Du Xiaofu patted his thigh regretfully. He could no longer chase. Run, run quickly. The remaining dozen or so beasts in the distance panicked when they saw the heaven wasteland star-devouring python fleeing. They scattered like birds and beasts. Sigh, what a waste of a great opportunity. It's all my fault. Du Xiaofu was still distressed. He slowly put away the jade bottles filled with the beast blood of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python. He wiped the beast blood from the corner of his mouth and then picked up a few scales of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python with several dozen kilograms of flesh. Let's stew it together. The taste should be even better. Du Xiaofu threw the several dozen kilograms of flesh of the heaven wasteland star-devouring python into the medicinal hut to be stewed. His expression was a little gloomy. He still felt pity for the heaven wasteland star-devouring python that had escaped. At this time, the surrounding onlookers' eyes were filled with fear. All of them felt their hair stand on end. While they rejoiced that they did not provoke the terrifying purple-robed youth, they were also shocked by the demon king Du Xiaofu, who was drinking the beast blood and tearing the heaven wasteland star-devouring python apart. The demon king Du Xiaofu's savagery was beyond their imagination. The demon king Du Xiaofu was simply not human. He was a real peerless beast. His savagery was matchless. He lived up to the name of the demon king. Recently, Little Yu has been registering for the driver's license test. These days, he has been busy with the physical examination, residence permit application, and the driving test questions, especially today's residence permit application. He has been delayed by some tedious things. The update schedule is also messed up. I apologize here. As for the other things, some brothers should not have too much hope. Little Yu has always been a part-time writer. He has never been a full-time writer. Now he can only maintain the third update every day. Without hard work, Little Yu has never asked for flowers or anything. Of course, he will continue to ask for everyone's support. If there are readers who feel that the writing is not good, they can choose another option. Therefore, with Little Yu's current state, I believe that there is nothing to criticize. Of course, writing has long been an important part of Little Yu's life. He will always do his best and do it seriously. As for the outburst, whether it is his body or his life, he cannot bear it. I really hope that everyone can understand and understand. Maintaining the third update every day is already more than most full-time writers. Finally, I wish everyone a happy life and a smooth job. Chapter 1045. With the addition of the meat of the desolate star-swallowing python, a pot of soup was ready. Seeing the cultivation of the demon king Du Xiaofu, the surrounding people were drooling, but they did not dare to move. Martial granduncle, you are strong. Why don't you ask the demon king Du Xiaofu for some soup? A chubby young man in the crowd, so fat that he could barely walk, was drooling at the corner of his mouth as he said weakly to a gray-haired old man beside him, "Piss off, you little brat. I heard that the demon king Du Xiaofu has a puppet that can fight against the fire blade venerable of the Heaven Blade sect. Do you think he is easy to deal with?" The old man glared fiercely at the fatty. His eyes had long turned red as he looked at the meat-fragrant soup in the medicinal hut. If not for the fact that he was worried about the puppet on Devil King Du Xiaofu's body, it was likely that he would have long been unable to resist asking for some soup to drink. Seeing how the demon king Du Xiaofu and the others were so relaxed, the surrounding experts became even more fearful. It smells good and tastes good. The meat of the desolate swallowing python is good too. Du Shaoqing drank the soup. Green and red light rippled around her body as she ate heartily, not caring about her image at all. It is good. Du Xiaofu drank the soup in large mouthfuls. He wiped his mouth and burped in satisfaction. Then he looked at the surrounding people and said, "Everyone listen up. I am looking for news of Du Tingxian. If any of you have the latest news of Du Tingxian, you can exchange it for a piece of the roasted meat of the green-head serpent, the meat of the green-head serpent, the meat of the desolate star-swallowing python, and many precious heavenly treasures. The effect is comparable to a venerable grade pill for cultivators like us. Only the first 10 people. If you want it, do it early." As his voice rang out, Du Xiaofu slightly tweaked the treasured soup. Immediately, many people found it even more difficult to endure. Du Tingxian hasn't shown up for an entire month. Rumor has it that the relic of the divine Thunder Manor should be at Thunder Rolling Mountain in Tianhuang mainland. Du Tingxian has obtained something related to the divine Thunder Manor and will definitely go to Thunder Rolling Mountain. It's said that Du Tingxian obtained a guiding talisman. He'll be able to get the upper hand in the divine Thunder Mansion and have the highest chance of obtaining the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei. Right now, at least half of the people in the entire Tianhuang mainland are looking for Du Tingxian. Among them, the dragons want to kill Du Tingxian. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, there was only a momentary pause. Immediately, there was a hubbub of voices all around. Many people rushed out and talked about what they had learned about Du Tingxian recently. 1, 2, and you 3, 9. The last one will be you. No doubt it's you. Good luck has fallen on your head. The last one will be the 10th. In just a dozen seconds, 6 old men, 3 middle-aged men, and the last delicate woman became the guests in front of Du Xiaofu's medicinal hut. Each of them received a small piece of green dragon meat and a big bowl of thick soup. Delicious. This taste can only be found in heaven. It's the best in the world. Delicious, it's too delicious. The 10 people wolfed down the food, causing the surrounding people to blush. Du Xiaofu, I still have news about Du Tingxian. Many people shouted loudly, wanting to get some benefits. I only need 10. It's already full. Du Xiaofu smiled and waved his hand to decline. 10 pieces of news was enough. The extra news was almost the same. From these 10 pieces of news, at least his alcoholic father was still safe. "Grandmaster, you're too mean. Grandmaster Marshal Uncle, give us some." The surrounding people were quite noisy. The disciples behind the 10 people shouted loudly. However, the 10 people were eating the roasted meat and drinking the thick soup. It melted in their mouths. How could they still think about the disciples behind them? They didn't even have enough to eat. "Little brother Du Xiaofu, can you give me a little more? It's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." A smiling old man with a head full of grayish-white hair, except for his eyebrows, gulped down the food. When the barbecued meat and soup disappeared, he even forgot the taste. He smiled at Du Xiaofu in embarrassment, wanting to eat more. "I'll give you another bowl." Du Xiaofu nodded and gave the old man another bowl of thick soup. "But there's no more roasted meat. Many thanks. If you think highly of me, you'll be my brother in the future." The old man patted his chest and said to Du Xiaofu, "I have enemies all over the world. You still dare to be pretentious with me? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?" Du Xiaofu laughed. "What's there to be afraid of? However, I only represent myself. The heavens will sect behind me has nothing to do with me." The white-brow mountain man smiled embarrassedly and said to Du Xiaofu, "You have quite a number of enemies. The Heaven Saber sect and the Dragon race are both terrifying. However, if you meet an enemy now, I, the white-brow mountain man, will not hesitate. Regardless of whether you're telling the truth or not, I'll call you Brother White Brows in the future." Du Xiaofu smiled. When he saw the old man, he was reminded of Fu Yibai from the Du family. "Ha, little brother Xiaofu." The old man laughed and drank the bowl of thick soup. "Continue. Treat it as my filial piety." Du Xiaofu handed another bowl of soup to the white-brow hermit. The white-brow hermit smiled brightly, and the surrounding people were envious. Since the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and Martial Granduncle call each other brothers, should we also call the Demon King Du Xiaofu, Martial Granduncle? The disciples behind the old man looked around. "I'm full." Dongli Qingqing wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth. She was still as beautiful as ever. She had never been tainted by worldly affairs. However, every time she met him, it would become an accident. "I'm full too. However, I think I'm about to break through." Du Xiaoqing burped. She suddenly felt an opportunity. She was about to break through. Therefore, she sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with her hands. She began to attempt to break through. At Du Xiaoqing's current cultivation level, the opportunity to break through was something that could only be encountered by chance. If she missed it, she would not know when the next opportunity would come. Therefore, Du Xiaoqing did not want to miss it. She immediately attempted to break through and improve her cultivation. "Little tiger, I'll leave the rest to you." Du Xiaofu said to the little tiger. There was still half a cauldron of thick soup. That was a great tonic. The little tiger received the order. Immediately, the black runes on his body surged, and he transformed into his true form. He roared like thunder. Under the shocked gazes of many, he directly devoured the thick soup in the medicinal hut. Even the bones were not spared. "Third young master, I think I'm about to break through too." After transforming into his human form, the little tiger said to Du Xiaofu in surprise. He also felt that he was about to break through. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to prepare. "Protector." Du Xiaofu smiled. Then he set up a seal around Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger. He was waiting for the two of them to break through. The surrounding spectators left. The people of Bai Mei Mountain also took their leave. On the bustling mountain path, only Du Xiaofu and a few others were left. Walala! The surrounding energy of heaven and earth gathered and turned into a whirlpool. It surged into the little tiger and Du Xiaoqing's bodies. Their opportunity came as they wished, and it was extremely fast. Everything had already flowed naturally, and the process of breaking through was also extremely fast. Du Xiaofu also sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. He absorbed the energy contained in the thick soup and the green dragon meat. It turned into pure celestial qi and surged into the spirit watchtower. Boom! 2 days later, the little tiger broke through. Its huge body covered the sky. Black runes swept out along with the golden light. It had stepped into the Beast Emperor realm. The next day, Du Xiaoqing also began to break through. The body of the Bai Feng divine bird appeared and shook the sky. Green and red flames occupied the sea of clouds. Du Xiaoqing stepped into the beast venerable realm. That terrifying aura swept out and shocked many passers-by. They didn't dare to approach. "I've finally broken through." After transforming into her human form, Du Xiaoqing's smile was like a blooming epiphyllum. It carried a kind of holy beauty that made people engrave her in their hearts at first glance. "Let's go to Thunder Rolling Mountain," Du Xiaofu said. He had already been delayed for a few days, and it was said that the signs of the divine Thunder Mansion appeared at Thunder Rolling Mountain. His drunkard father might also go to Thunder Rolling Mountain, so he had to go to Thunder Rolling Mountain to try his luck. Whoosh, whoosh! Then the few of them turned into streaks of light and immediately disappeared. The next day, in front of a vast mountain range, a shocking muffled sound of energy came from afar. Talisman light could be seen soaring into the sky. The aura was extremely vigorous and terrifying. It seems to be very lively. Several figures descended from the sky. It was Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao. Du Xiaofu and the others curiously gathered around as they looked at the shocking commotion in front of them. Chapter 1046. Du Xiaofu even vaguely felt a sense of familiarity from the aura coming from afar, as if it was connected to him. There were a lot of onlookers in front of him. There were close to 1,000 people. Recently, many experts from all the factions of the 9 states, the Beast region, and the Yao realm had arrived on Tianhuang mainland. The originally sparsely populated Tianhuang mainland had become extremely lively. Moo. Just as Du Xiaofu approached, the sound of an energy explosion rang out, and a thunderous roar echoed through the surrounding mountains like a clap of thunder. It shook the surrounding mountains and caused a lot of rocks to fall down, and the echoes continued to roll endlessly. There were 2 people fighting fiercely in front of him. They were respectively dealing with 2 huge demonic beasts. There were also several demonic beast corpses on the ground, but their cultivation levels were not as strong as the 2 huge demonic beasts that were still fighting fiercely. There were 2 gigantic demonic beasts. One of them was a gigantic demonic leopard covered in blue scales. Its body was several hundred feet long, and its aura was at the peak of the complete circle of the Beast Emperor realm. Its bloody mouth had a mouthful of sharp teeth, and its 4 powerful legs were like heavenly pillars. Its pair of terrifying eyes were abnormally ferocious, and runes were erupting from it. Its roar caused the surrounding mountains to tremble, and the earth to shake as if there was an earthquake. When Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on another gigantic demonic beast, his gaze suddenly trembled, and his heart trembled violently. Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on a colossal figure. Its terrifying aura spread across the sky, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to breathe and obstructing the Xian Qi in their bodies. It was a gigantic bull that was over 1,000 feet in size. Its entire body was crimson black with a tinge of gold. The surface of its body was covered in black and gold flames. Its 4 gigantic legs stood tall in the sky. On its pair of crescent-shaped horns, golden talisman patterns flickered. Its aura was terrifying. The most peculiar thing was that this giant bull had a pair of golden wings that did not belong to the bull clan. Its wings were huge and glittering with golden light. It emitted an unparalleled pressure. Even though the giant bull's cultivation was at the peak of the complete Beast Emperor realm, it was enough to make an ordinary martial saint who had just ascended to martial saint tremble. At this moment, 2 extraordinary youths were dealing with the blue leopard and the black gold ox, respectively. And Zhuxiu's strength is not bad, and Yuqin is not weak either. Both of them have just reached the martial honorable realm, and their names have shaken Lan Prefecture. The reputation of the 2 brothers in the Lan Prefecture is only below Mo Wushang. Even if it's Mo Wushang, he would have to retreat a little if he met the 2 brothers together. The Sky Desolation Leopard and the Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull are also terrifying, especially the Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull. It seems to have mutated and is very powerful. The Desolate Sky Leopard and the Ancient Crimson Sky Flame Bull are both savage beasts of the Tianhuang continent. I didn't expect their bloodlines to have reached such a level. If the 2 brothers in Zhuxiu and in Yuqin were to tame them as mounts, they would undoubtedly be a great help in the future. Mounts aren't easy to tame, but those 2 brothers aren't ordinary people either. There's a good chance that we'll succeed today. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings, and all eyes were focused on the fierce battle in the field. At that moment, the 2 similar-looking youths on the battlefield each unleashed a terrifying might, suppressing the Ancient Crimson, Heavenly Flame Bull, and Desolation Sky Leopard before them. Senior Brotherin, do your best. Tame those 2 evil beasts. Not far away, there were many young men and women cheering. Some old and middle-aged men nodded inwardly with smiles in their eyes. Moo. The Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull and the Ancient Crimson Heavenly Flame Bull were extremely similar. Its roar was like thunder, and the energy of heaven and earth around its huge body fluctuated chaotically. Black and gold runes flickered on its body, accompanied by black flames jumping. Its huge body was like a meteorite as it charged towards an extraordinary youth. "Evil beast, submit to me and be my mount. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The youth facing the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull was rather domineering. His robe fluttered as he punched at the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull. The youth's punches exploded with runes that could shatter mountains and distort space, suppressing the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull. Roar! Not far away, the desolation sky leopard roared. Blue runes erupted all over its body, bringing with it a monstrous rune impact. Energy boiled around its body, and wherever its huge body passed, the place cracked, bringing with it a desolate aura. "Be my mount, otherwise you'll die." The other youth seemed to have a fiery temper, and he was also very arrogant. Runes flowed from his body as he leaped up and punched the desolation sky leopard, suppressing it. The intense battle between the two men and the two beasts had lasted for a long time. However, many people in the surroundings could tell that the two beasts had been suppressed. If not for the two young men who had just reached the martial honorable realm, holding back and wanting to subdue the two beasts would have been unable to resist. However, even if they had persevered until now, the two beasts were in a desperate situation. Bang! The ancient crimson heavenly flame bull was pushed back by the youth, and the golden wings on its back exploded with golden light, stopping it from retreating. Its huge eyes were like gongs, burning with black and gold flames, and it was extremely furious. "Evil beast, I'll ask you one last time, will you be my mount?" The youth stepped into the air and shouted at the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull. "You're not qualified. How can I, Scarlet Rock, be anyone's mount? Die!" The ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull opened its mouth, and its roar was like thunder. The golden wings on its back were like the wings of a rock, and as it flapped, a golden energy storm surged like waves. It splashed up a few 100 feet high, and it charged towards the youth. The ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull wanted to fight to the end, and it would not become a human's mount. "Evil beast, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The youth shouted coldly, and he threw out a punch. His fist was covered with runes, and it collided with the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull, forcing it to retreat. Dang dang! However, the youth was also forced back by the golden storm under the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull's wings. The overbearing aura brought about by the golden wings made him wary. "Scarlet Rock, you're fast. Leave immediately and find my father to kill these humans. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge you as my brother." The sky desolation leopard spoke. Its voice was clear, but it was a female voice. Its huge body charged towards the youth. It was ferocious and terrifying, but it was also agile. "I won't abandon you. Big Sister Blue Fantasy." The ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull shouted, and its huge body flew across the sky. The surrounding heaven and earth rumbled, and the ground beneath its feet cracked. At the same time, the black gold runes around its body flooded a large area like waves. "Heavy peak martial vein, suppress." Facing the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull's martial vein, the youth could only suppress the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull, who was at the peak of the complete beast emperor realm. If he wanted to completely suppress the savage beast, he knew that he had to activate his artery spirit. Rumble. The young man activated his meridian spirit, and the mysterious runes on his body surged. The dazzling runes around his body seemed to turn into a mountain range that was accompanied by the surging of wind and clouds. The power of lightning and thunder suppressed the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull. "Human king, heavenly disposition. Seen your brother and is going to win." Not far away, many young men and women revealed smiles. In their hearts, they already knew that the two beasts were definitely going to lose. Uffed! The ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull finally found it more and more difficult to resist. Its huge body flapped its golden wings, and it was forced to retreat. Large mouthfuls of blood flowed from its mouth. "I'd rather die in battle than submit to you." The ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull roared, and from its bloody mouth it spat out a black gold flame. It turned into a black gold flame halo, and with blazing runes, it blocked the youth's martial vein collapse. "Evil beast will always be evil beast." The youth shouted coldly and activated his martial vein. With a mighty aura, he waved his hand and slapped at the black gold flame halo of the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull. Suddenly, tens of thousands of runes burst forth, and waves of fire splashed in all directions. Uft! The ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull finally couldn't resist. It coughed out blood again, and its huge body was forced back. "Evil beast, if you don't want to be my mount, then I'll dig out your bones and draw out your blood." The youth shouted coldly. Although it was a pity, he didn't want to waste any more time. With a terrifying aura, the runes gathered into the phantom of a mountain, and it instantly pressed down on the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull's head. That terrifying aura erupted, and everyone could feel the killing intent of the youth. The ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull was about to be killed. "Get out of my way." At this moment, a purple-robed youth appeared in front of the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull, and golden light erupted from his body. In the next instant, the purple-robed youth slapped his hand forward, and golden runes flew out. It was like a golden rock spreading its wings, and it was incomparably domineering as it swept out with one wing. Walala, golden light erupted, and the phantom mountain attack formed by the youth was instantly destroyed. Rumbling sounds echoed in the surroundings, and it seemed like the world was about to explode. Then the crowd saw the body of the young man, who had been extraordinary and peerless just a moment ago, fall from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Uft, uft. Blood continuously spat out from the youth's mouth. He was unable to withstand a single blow, and he heavily smashed onto the ground. Everything happened too quickly, and some people didn't even have time to react. "You should leave too." A beautiful woman also appeared in front of the Desolation Sky leopard, whose mouth was filled with blood as it was retreating in defeat. She waved her hand, and a palm print that seemed to be filled with surging vitality immediately appeared in front of the second youth. This light palm had an aura that was filled with vitality, but for some unknown reason, it caused the second youth's hair to stand on end. He could only forcefully endure the fear in his heart and send a palm strike with all his strength. Chapter 1047. Boom! Runes burst forth as the palms collided. A muffled rumble of energy resounded from the point of collision. A storm swept through the surrounding mountains like a tornado, sweeping away rocks and broken trees. Sand and rocks flew in all directions as the wind and clouds surged. The entire area was thrown into chaos as the ground shook violently. Ugh! The second young man was also suddenly sent flying backwards. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body smashed into a pile of rocks. Following the appearance of the young man and woman, many people in the surroundings immediately shrunk their necks. These two young men and women were too strong. The two brothers, Nzwashu and Inyuchin, could not even withstand a single blow. Just how terrifying was this? Could it be that they are the younger generation of those secluded great sects? Many gazes trembled as they stared intently at the young man and woman. All of them were stunned in their hearts. At this moment, the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull and the desolate sky leopard also revealed surprised expressions at the sudden appearance of reinforcements. Du Xiaofu had a doubtful expression in their huge eyes. The ones who had just lent a helping hand were naturally Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. Du Xiaofu looked at the enormous ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull in front of him. His stern expression turned gentle as he smiled and said, "Little fellow, do you not recognize me?" The ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull's eyes brightened as its body trembled in excitement. It had recognized the young man in front of it as well as the fairy-like beauty nearby. "Big brother, big sister, it's you. Why have you come?" A moment later, the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull choked out a sentence. It really did not know what to call the purple-robed young man, but it knew who the purple-robed young man and the fairy-like beauty were. They were the third and fourth living beings it had seen since it was born, with the exception of its parents. "Little fellow, your improvement is really frightening." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Compared to the beast tribe, the ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull before him was just a toddler. However, its cultivation had already reached such a frightening level. This ancient crimson, heavenly flame bull was the crimson crow flame bull that Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing had met in the dark forest. The scarlet rock that was born from Crimson Crow and Embermane did not drink milk when it was born. Instead, it drank Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock blood. Although Scarlet Rock should have evolved from the scarlet-black flaming bull to the ancient crimson sky flaming bull, Du Xiaofu could tell at a glance that the aura on Scarlet Rock was related to him. "Brother, I finally see you again." Scarlet Rock was excited. Faint golden ripples appeared in its crimson, black, flame-like eyes. Its huge body immediately transformed into a young boy around 10 years old. The young boy was dressed in black and gold. He had a sturdy and well-built body. Faint golden ripples appeared in his eyes. However, there were 2 small horns on his forehead, making him look extremely cute. Scarlet Rock, who had transformed into a young boy, immediately ran to Du Xiaofu's side and acted intimately. To him, the purple-robed youth in front of him was his family. The blood that flowed in their bodies was connected. The desolate sky leopard's huge body also transformed. As the runes flashed, it finally transformed into a girl that seemed to be only 2 or 3 years older than Du Xiaoqing. Her delicate body exuded a kind of vigorous gentleness. Her extremely special light blue hair was so shiny that it could reflect one's appearance. It naturally draped over her waist. She wore a tight blue armor that outlined an absolutely seductive curve. Her entire person was like a blue fairy. The girl stepped forward to Scarlet Rock's side. Her graceful figure was extremely graceful, and her temperament was otherworldly. She also exuded a kind of vigorous and indescribable allure. She was curiously looking at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. At this moment, a beautiful girl and a black-clothed youth were approaching. She also saw the little golden macaque on the beautiful and ethereal girl's body. She could feel that their auras were extraordinary. "Io, this little calf is so strong. What a surprise. Little calf, do you still recognize me?" Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder and glanced at Scarlet Rock. Back then in the dark forest, he would never forget how that little calf had peed on him. "Hee, you're that stone demon?" Scarlet Rock looked at Du Xiaoyao. It took him a while to recognize Du Xiaoyao. "Scarlet Rock, who are they?" The girl asked Scarlet Rock as she looked at Du Xiaofu and the others. "Big Sister Blue Fantasy, they're my brother and sister. They're my family. It's a long story. I'll tell you when we get back," Scarlet Rock said happily to Blue Fantasy. "Thank you for your help, but they're very strong. Can you help me take Scarlet Rock away and find my father?" Blue Fantasy's expression was still dignified. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. On her charming face, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her large eyes shone with a sharp light. However, they were clear and noble. She stared at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. She knew that they were friends and not enemies. Du Xiaofu looked at the girl. Her body was curvy under her armor and her waist was tight. It was as if she was silently seducing him, sending out a seductive invitation. This girl's attire was clearly not glamorous, but it gave off a charming feeling. She was not as direct as Li Shui and was much more reserved. However, she had a wild charm that seemed to come from her bones and could quietly tug at a man's nerves. Don't worry, you'll be fine, Du Xiaofu said to Blue Fantasy. This girl, who was a Desolation Panther, was still able to let Scarlet Rock go first in such a dangerous situation. It was enough to show that her relationship with Scarlet Rock was not ordinary. Bastards, who are you? As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a loud roar was heard. Over 100 people clustered together and helped the two bloodied and miserable youths up. The leader of the group was a short and fat elder. He stared gloomily at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. You can leave now, otherwise I won't be polite. Even a chaotic element martial honor might not be able to take advantage of me. Du Xiaofu stared at the short and fat elder. His eyes were sharp and he did not back down. These people had injured Scarlet Rock and had already angered Du Xiaofu. If it were not for the fact that there were so many people around him and he had his reservations, Du Xiaofu would have attacked long ago. Kid, you must be tired of living. You dared to touch a disciple of my ancient fist sect and even dare to act so arrogantly in front of my ancient fist sect. Come and report it to me. The short and fat old man shouted in a deep voice. However, a trace of seriousness and suspicion flashed across his eyes. That young man was actually able to see through his cultivation with a single glance. Given how terrifying his strength was, it was likely that his background was definitely not ordinary. Therefore, although the elder was furious, he did not dare to attack immediately. Instead, he beat around the bush to find out the other party's identity. His name is Du Xiaofu. He is Gu Qingyang's disciple. Fat, revered Buddha, I dare you to touch a single hair on his head. As the last word was uttered, a white-haired elder appeared in the sky. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He had white hair and a white beard. He carried an ancient sword on his back and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked like a Peerless expert. Du Xiaofu, that's Du Xiaofu, the Demon King. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. The name of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was now famous across Tianhuang mainland. At that moment, the short and fat old man's gaze was extremely ugly as he stared at the old man in white. The corners of his eyes twitched and his expression was gloomy as he said, Gu Qingyang, it's a small world. Just you wait in your ancient heaven sect. Let's go. In the end, the short and fat elder waved his hand and left with over 100 disciples of the ancient fist sect. He did not linger at all. Master, why have you come? Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised. Who else could the Peerless expert who had appeared be other than his master, Gu Qingyang? He, there are more and more experts in Tianhuang mainland. The Manchu was worried and sent me here as well. Your Grand Master Goldenrock is also here. However, he has already gone to scout ahead. Gu Qingyang watched as the ancient fist sect's fat Buddha left, then smiled at Du Xiaofu. His 2 front teeth protruded out, and his saliva splattered everywhere. Suddenly, the image of a Peerless expert disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, many wind-breaking sounds could be heard in the sky behind them. Then many figures streaked across the sky and appeared in the sky. Familiar figures immediately fell into Du Xiaofu's eyes. They were none other than Yin Machin, Shui Ruhan, Chunling, Si Ruofeng, and the other outstanding talents of the ancient heaven sect's younger generation. 3rd senior brother Yu Wanli, 1st senior brother Jian Santong, Chang Mingze, elder Husan Kuan, and the others. Chapter 1048. There were also several experts that Du Xiaofu had seen before. They were all venerable level experts of the ancient heaven sect who had entered the Purple Thunder profound cauldron to train their bodies. I heard that you're quite famous in the Tianhuang mainland now. You killed Xue Qianzhan of the Heaven Knife sect of Hanzhou and angered the dragons. Xinling stared at Du Xiaofu in shock and said, You're really famous everywhere you go. Do you want to try? The dragons also have a Dragon 9. How about I let you have him? Du Xiaofu chuckled and said to Xinling, Dragon 9, hearing this, Xiangling immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and almost couldn't recover from his shock. He said, "Forget it. I saw Long Jiu's strength the day before yesterday. He easily killed a beast sovereign stage Nirvana realm Lei Union. I'm no match for him. You should be careful. All right, let's leave this place first." The Ancient Fist sect didn't send only one venerable fatty. If the other one comes, it'll be troublesome. Gu Qingyang said. The two disciples of the Ancient Fist sect were severely injured just now. They probably wouldn't let this matter rest. The Ancient Fist sect wouldn't be inferior to the Ancient Heaven sect. Brother, Sister Blue Fantasy, and I have to go back too. Otherwise, Uncle Huang will be worried. Scarlet Rock's eyes shone with a faint golden light as she said to Du Xiaofu, "Why don't you guys come with me too? My father and mother often talk about you. If they know that you're here, they'll be very happy." "Your father and mother are here too?" Du Xiaofu asked Scarlet Rock. "Yes, father and mother have always been here." Scarlet Rock nodded. "We've always lived here. The entire Tianhuang mainland belongs to us. It's just that a lot of humans and beasts have come recently. Many of them have killed many of our beasts." How detestable! Blue Fantasy's eyes were wild and fierce. Recently, many beasts had been killed by humans on the Tianhuang mainland. She and Scarlet Rock had brought a few powerful beasts out for revenge, but they were suppressed by the two young men in the end. If they hadn't been rescued, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Is the Tianhuang mainland's beasts?" Du Xiaofu asked Blue Fantasy. Blue Fantasy looked at Du Xiaofu, and Blue Fantasy looked at Du Xiaofu, and then said, Blue Fantasy looked. Blue looked at Du Xiaofu. Blue Fantasy looked at Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaofu, and Rock Rock. "If that's the case, it should be quite easy for you to find someone, right?" Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. Then he asked Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy, "I need to find someone. I wonder if you can help?" "Brother, are you looking for a human?" Scarlet Rock asked Du Xiaofu. "That's right. He's on the Tianhuang mainland now. I have to find him as soon as possible." Du Xiaofu nodded. If he could get the help of the beasts on the Tianhuang mainland, there was no doubt that he would have a much higher chance of finding his drunkard father. Sister Blue Fantasy. Scarlet Rock looked at Blue Fantasy with pleading eyes. Blue Fantasy looked at Scarlet Rock, then at Du Xiaofu and said, "My father won't agree to help a human. However, you just saved me and I'm indebted to you. I don't think my father won't help you, but I can't guarantee it. However, I can bring you back to ask my father. If my father agrees, then everything will be fine. I can get all the beasts to help you find him." "Thank you." Du Xiaofu nodded and was willing to go back with Blue Fantasy. "I can't bring them back. Humans are not welcome at our place." Blue Fantasy looked at Gu Qingyang, Shunling, Yinmachin, and the others and said. Du Xiaofu understood. He glanced at Gu Qingyang and said, "Master, I have some matters to attend to. I'll bid you farewell and find you later." "Xiaofu, you're in a very dangerous situation right now. Some of the beasts on the Tianhuang mainland aren't easy to deal with either." "You." Gu Qingyang frowned. He was obviously worried. "Don't worry, Master. I'll be fine," Du Xiaofu assured Gu Qingyang. "Then I'll go with you alone." Gu Qingyang was still worried. Du Xiaofu had already offended the dragons. Now, there was the Ancient Fist sect in the Sky Saber sect. How could he not worry about his beloved disciple? "Don't worry, Master. I'll be fine. There are dangers everywhere. The disciples of the Manchu still need Master's protection." Du Xiaofu glanced at the people of the Manchu sect. Although the Ancient Sky sect had more than one martial honorable, they weren't enough to protect the disciples of the Manchu in the Tianhuang mainland. "All right then. Be careful." Seeing Du Xiaofu's insistence and the disciples of the Manchu needing his protection, Gu Qingyang nodded in agreement. His disciple also seemed to be confident. Whoosh, whoosh! Then Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger left with Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock, carrying the corpses of the beasts on the ground. This guy seems to have an extraordinary girl by his side. Shui Ruhan's blue eyes were filled with ripples. She looked at Dongli Qingqing's back and murmured. As Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy left, Du Xiaofu learned from Scarlet Rock that Scarlet Rock and her parents lived in the Tianhuang mainland. Back then, Scarlet Rock had gone to the dark forest because she was pregnant and her strength was greatly reduced. She had no choice but to leave to avoid powerful beasts. In the end, she accidentally found the black flame spirit ginseng in the dark forest. Then, she met Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. After Scarlet Rock and Yan Qi left the dark forest, they didn't return to the Tianhuang mainland immediately. Instead, they came across another opportunity. After Scarlet Rock broke through to the Beast Lord realm, she didn't have to worry about powerful enemies and returned to the Tianhuang mainland. Although Scarlet Rock was young, he drank the blood of the golden-winged rock at birth and displayed terrifying talent. Perhaps because of the golden-winged rock's blood, the ancient crimson sky fire bull bloodline hidden in Scarlet Rock's body was awakened. Together with the benefits of the golden-winged rock's blood, he soared among the beasts and was recognized by one of the 3 giants of the Tianhuang mainland, the Desolation Leopard. Scarlet Rock was adopted by the Desolation Leopard and received the inheritance of an ancient crimson sky firebull expert. In a short 7 to 8 years, he grew to the peak of the Beast Lord realm and was known as a miracle of the Tianhuang mainland. Blue Fantasy's father was one of the 3 giants of the Tianhuang mainland, the Desolation Leopard. He was a terrifying expert of the beast race and controlled all the beasts on the Tianhuang mainland with the other 2 giants. I still haven't formally thanked you. Thank you for saving Scarlet Rock and me. Lan Huan displayed her body in the midair. The curve of her body under her armor was outlined, giving her a kind of beauty and wildness. If one did not know that she was a frightening sky desolation leopard, it was likely that any man would have an intense desire to conquer her. Miss Blue Fantasy, you're too serious. Given my relationship with Scarlet Rock, there's no need for you to thank me, Du Xiaofu smiled. Dongli Qingqing smiled at Blue Fantasy and followed closely beside Du Xiaofu without saying anything. Are you a human couple? Blue Fantasy looked at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing and asked curiously. She had a graceful figure and an otherworldly aura. She also had a vigorous and indescribable allure. In particular, her light blue hair fluttered in the wind, making her seem like a blue fairy. Chapter 1050. Translator. H2DH2 Mister. When that gaze landed on him, Du Xiaofu instantly felt as if he had been seen through. Dongli Qingqing's eyes twitched. She seemed to have sensed something when the thin, middle-aged man looked at her. A faint green glow flashed across her eyes. As the thin, middle-aged man sized them up, a hint of doubt suddenly appeared in his deep eyes. There are so many experts. Will these guys do anything to us? Du Xiaoyao sent a voice transmission to Du Xiaofu's mind. We'll act according to the situation. Du Xiaofu replied to Du Xiaoyao. Uncle Huang, that's my brother and sister. It was because of their help that Big Sister Blue Fantasy and I were able to escape danger, Scarlet Rock said to the thin middle-aged man. Qi Peng said to the skinny middle-aged man. He was one of the 3 giants of the beast race on Tianhuang mainland and was also Qi Peng's adoptive father, Desolation Leopard. However, Qi Peng had never changed his words. Scarlet Rock, did you know them before? The Desolation Leopard asked Scarlet Rock as he retracted his gaze from Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. Yes, Scarlet Rock nodded seriously. Uncle Huang, even if these people know Scarlet Rock, it can't prove that this isn't a ruse. I'm afraid that these shameless humans have sent people to investigate us, Jinlin said to the Desolation Leopard with a respectful expression. He did not dare to be negligent. The Desolation Leopard looked at Jinlin before glancing past Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing, and the others. He replied to Jinlin, nephew Jinlin, "How do you think we should separate them? Although they're humans, if they've really saved Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy, we should treat them with respect." Uncle Huang, with the cultivation of little sister Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock. If these two humans want to save little sister Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock, their strength must be extraordinary. Why don't you let me test their strength? Jinlin said to the Desolation Leopard with pride and confidence in his eyes. "Father," Blue Fantasy's face darkened slightly when she heard that. She looked at her father and Rock, they're my benefactors. "It doesn't rock, Atlas. Humans are very cunning. We should indeed take precautions." The Desolation Leopard waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for Blue Fantasy to say anything more. He calmly raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. He said, "My two friends, there have been many grievances between us magical beasts and humans recently. We need to be careful of some humans with ulterior motives. For the sake of all the magical beasts on the Desolation Cliff, why don't the two of you take some action?" "With him." Du Xiaofu looked around, and his slightly serious expression relaxed. He glanced at Jinlin in front of him and said casually, "Then, if I win, what does it mean? If you can defeat Jinlin, I believe that those humans won't feel at ease letting such a talented junior come to the Desolation Cliff," said the Desolation Leopard. He looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled meaningfully. "All right then." After Du Xiaofu said that, he took a few steps forward. Du Xiaoyao jumped from his shoulder to Du Xiaoqing's shoulder. Seeing Du Xiaofu walk out, Blue Fantasy's worried expression relaxed quite a bit. "You two humans can attack together." Jinlin looked at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. His cold gaze swept across them, causing the entire space to turn cold as if frost had descended. At this moment, Qian and Yin Qi were the most worried. They looked at Scarlet Rock with serious eyes. "Father, Mother, don't worry." Scarlet Rock was not worried at all. She even had a faint, mysterious smile on her face. "Just you, I alone will be enough." Du Xiaofu walked out. His entire body fluctuated with a faint golden light as he walked towards Jinlin. The aura that spread out from the golden light immediately caused the eyes of many beast race experts to tremble. It was as if they felt a terrifying aura. Shameless boasting. I hate humans the most. I'll let you know how powerful I, Jinlin, am. Jinlin was gloomy as he looked down at Du Xiaofu. His entire body began to glow with a yellow light, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. He waved his hand and punched towards Du Xiaofu like a black tiger digging out its heart. Everything happened too quickly. Jinlin's attack was too fast. It was as fast as lightning. His attack was fierce and tyrannical. He did not show any mercy. He wanted to get rid of the human in front of him in one move. Humph! Jinlin was fast and incomparably fierce. However, Du Xiaofu was not an ordinary person. He snorted coldly and directly punched out. Bang, bang! Suddenly, a deep sonic boom resounded. Terrifying energy erupted. Runes soared into the sky, dazzling and dazzling. Golden light swept in all directions. Yellow light exploded, shaking the ground in all directions. Dang, dang! Under many shocked gazes, Jinlin's body staggered back. Some people saw that there was blood on Jinlin's fist. When Jinlin stabilized his body, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. His fist was numb and the web between his thumb and index finger was cracked. Blood was flowing out. Jinlin was very powerful. He was confident in his defense. However, his opponent's strength was too great. It was so terrifying. What a domineering punch. It looks simple, but every movement is overbearing. It's like an invincible force. It seems to have fused with a type of martial arts. It's domineering as if it has the power to pull up a mountain. It's sharp as if it can tear the sky apart. The Desolation Leopard's eyes moved. Then he said softly, however, that aura. Is he a human or a beast? Behind the desolation leopard, the old man in his 50s had a sneer in his eyes. At this moment, his entire face turned gloomy. Roar! Golden runes erupted. Jinlin transformed into his true form. It was a huge golden lion that was more than 100 feet long. His entire body was covered in golden scales, and dazzling runes burst out. Golden-scaled ancient lion, the peak of the beast sovereign realm. Du Xiaofu raised his head. In front of the huge golden lion, his body seemed extremely small. However, the aura that emanated from his body set off a majestic aura. I wonder what the effect of the golden-scaled ancient lion's blood essence will be. Also, the meat of the golden-scaled ancient lion must be very nutritious. Du Xiaofu looked at the huge golden lion and licked his lips. His eyes revealed a greedy look. Boom! In the next moment, golden runes burst out from the body of the golden-scaled ancient lion. Then they started to arrange themselves. In the end, they turned into an illusory golden lion that was dozens of feet long. The illusory golden lion spread out. As soon as it appeared, it shook the heavens and the earth. Its terrifying power caused the surrounding space to tremble. Roar! The shadow of the golden lion roared as it rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Under that terrifying power, it seemed to want to shatter the surrounding space. Its roar was like thunder, and the sound waves that had materialized swept out in all directions like a vast ocean. It was able to shatter the sky with its roar and suppress all living things in the world. That is Jinlin's gifted superpower, the Golden Lion Roar. It can destroy one's primordial spirit and shatter one's mind. It is said that an ancient ancestor of the golden-scaled ancient lion clan could shatter the stars and break the mountains with a single roar. The surrounding people exclaimed. Everyone knew how terrifying Jinlin was. He was the strongest among the younger generation on Tianhuang Cliff. He is very strong. However, he is only at the peak of the beast sovereign realm. Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid at all. His purple robe fluttered as he waved his hand, and golden talisman runes lined up. With a rumbling sound, the golden talisman runes condensed into the silhouette of golden wings. They interweaved into a golden ball of light that collided with the silhouette of the lion and shattered it. Bang! In the next moment, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of the gigantic, golden-scaled ancient lion like a ghost. His purple robe was wrapped in golden light, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Du Xiaofu punched out, and a golden ocean appeared behind him. It stirred up huge waves in the sky and landed on Jinlin's body. Bang bang! Jinlin's gigantic body spat out a mouthful of blood and landed heavily on the ground. He had already transformed back into his human form. However, the impact caused the ground to shake. The golden-scaled ancient lion, who had just reached the peak of the beast sovereign realm, was defeated easily by Su Mo. This scene caused many beasts to be dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Is that young man in purple a human or a beast? His aura is more like that of us beasts. Some people looked at Du Xiaofu in shock. They could feel that Du Xiaofu's aura was more like that of a beast than a human. Jinlin got up from the ground with blood dripping from his mouth. He looked at the young man in purple in the air with fear in his eyes. Chapter 1051. Lin, or how are you? The old man in his 50s immediately arrived beside the heavily injured Jinlin. His golden hair draped over his shoulders, and he seemed worried. Jinlin's mouth was filled with blood. He was unable to speak, but he stuffed quite a few pills into his mouth. Du Xiaoyao drooled on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder when she saw this. The old man supported Jinlin and looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes shone with a chilling light, and his presence was definitely terrifying. He said with a deep and heavy voice, "Kid, you sure are vicious. What's your name and where do you come from? If you can't explain yourself today, there's no need for you to leave the desolate cliff. Uncle Jin Gu, they're my benefactors. They've already proven their strength. Does Uncle Jin Gu still want to make things difficult for my benefactors?" Blue Fantasy said, She smiled on her enchanting face, but there was some sharpness in her eyes. She was like a cheetah. Brother Jingu, these two humans are Blue Fantasy's benefactors. They're also people that the Scarlet Rock has known since she was young. They've already proven their strength, so they shouldn't be human spies. Jean Lin's injuries are quite heavy, so take him away to heal first. Don't let it affect his cultivation in the future, said the desolation leopard. His voice was calm, but it possessed an extremely great might. The various experts in the surroundings were unable to object. Then we'll listen to the great commander. The old man called Jingu nodded. He withdrew his viciousness without leaving a trace and continued to say to the desolate leopard, "There's also the matter of the dragons. Great commander, please reconsider." With that, Jingu hurriedly left with the heavily injured Jinlin and several others. The dragons! Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched slightly when he heard Jingu mention the dragons. Undetectable ripples flickered through his eyes. Little brother, you really are quite powerful. Humans are extremely insignificant, but the talents of the best among humans can sometimes make beasts envious. The desolate leopard had looked at Du Xiaofu at some point in time. He smiled and said, "Let's find a place to sit alone so that I can express my gratitude for saving my daughter and the Scarlet Rock. At the same time, I want to have a good chat with you." Father, Blue Fantasy's Jiao Yan was slightly nervous. She seemed to want to say something. Huan Xian Yan Huan. The desolate leopard smiled at Blue Fantasy. Afterwards, he looked at Du Xiaofu with a faint smile, but he gave off an Inu Xiaofu. Under this pressure, even Little Tiger and Du Xiaoqing were affected. Only Du Xiaofu was able to remain calm and collected. "I'll listen to the commander." Du Xiaofu nodded at the desolate leopard. Afterward, he said to Dongli Qingqing and Du Xiaoyao, "Wait for me here. Don't go too far." Dongli Qingqing and Du Xiaoyao nodded in understanding. They obviously knew what Du Xiaofu meant. He wanted them to be more vigilant. A while later, Du Xiaofu followed the desolate leopard into the huge stone palace. Boom! The palace suddenly shook. The surrounding space immediately froze. The surrounding space had been sealed. Du Xiaofu raised his head. His clear eyes suddenly glowed with a golden light. A golden light shot out from his tall and thin body in purple robes. The cape on the desolate sky leopard's back fluttered, and the pattern on it moved like runes. Its eyes were suffused with a deep black and white light, covering it with a gloomy glow. A terrifying aura spread out from its body, immediately sweeping towards Du Xiaofu. Thump! Thump! Du Xiaofu staggered back. Under the crushing pressure of the enormous aura, it was as if there was an enormous force of millions of kilograms pressing down on him. It wanted to crush his bones, crush his blood, and crush his body into powder. The huge pressure was accompanied by inscriptions that swept out from the space. It was as vast as the ocean. The opponent was a half-region expert. Du Xiaofu's gaze turned grave. The difference in cultivation level was difficult to overcome. There was no way to resist. Golden light shot out as he circulated the golden-winged rock cultivation technique with all his strength. Du Xiaofu wanted to resist with the aura of the golden-winged rock. The desolate sky leopard once again let out a soft cry of surprise. It had revealed such a surprised expression when it saw the fight between Du Xiaofu and Jinlin earlier. The aura on its body increased once again, seemingly forming a vast sea of symbols that surged towards Du Xiaofu like a monstrous wave. Golden-winged rock. Du Xiaofu could no longer resist. He immediately shouted, and golden inscriptions shot out from his eyes like a vast golden wave. The materialized golden-winged rock wings on his back were activated. The golden-winged rock wings shone brightly. It was as if the golden-winged rock was going to soar and sweep everything away. Golden-winged rock. It really is the golden-winged rock. The desolate leopard was truly shocked. It gradually withdrew its aura and stared at Du Xiaofu. It was as if it was looking at a monster. It was puzzled. The terrifying pressure disappeared. The golden-winged rock wings on Du Xiaofu's back unfolded slightly, releasing a domineering golden light pressure. At that moment, Du Xiaofu was rather pale. How terrifying was a semi-domain sovereign beast! It was an expert that was even more powerful than the chaotic element martial saint and nirvana martial saint. You're a human, but you possess the aura of a golden-winged rock. You've purposely concealed it, but I can sense that your body is no different from a true golden-winged rock. Your bones, muscles, limbs, and bones are all the same as a golden-winged rock. You even possess the true golden-winged rock's wings. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. The desolate leopard had been stunned the entire time, as if it could not believe what it was seeing. It stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Your blood is also the blood of a golden-winged rock." Back then, Scarlet Rock ingested the blood of a golden-winged rock, which is why it's the current Scarlet Rock. It's a treasure among beasts. Commander, you haven't brought me here alone just to test my strength, right? Du Xiaofu stared at the desolate leopard. His golden eyes were sharp and filled with vigilance. He had no choice but to be cautious before a semi-domain sovereign beast. Du Xiaofu could tell how powerful a semi-domain expert was from his master, the venerable artifact, and his brother, Zhen Qingchen. "I brought you here alone because I know who you are," said Yu Zichen. The shock in the desolate leopard's eyes gradually receded. It regained its composure and looked at Du Xiaofu with a meaningful smile. Not long ago, Dragon 9 of the Dragons sent people to Desolate Cliff. They hope that I can help them find Du Tingxian and a human called the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Once they're done, they'll give Desolate Cliff some good benefits. Du Xiaofu's golden eyes trembled when he heard that. No Wonder Blue Fantasy had told him and Dongli Qingqing to leave immediately. It turned out that Dragon 9's people had come to Desolate Cliff as well. "If I'm not wrong, you should be the Demon King, Du Xiaofu," said the desolate leopard as it completely withdrew its aura. "Phew!" Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and straightened his back. The golden wings on his back vanished, and his vigilant expression relaxed. He looked at the desolate leopard with a special smile and said, "The great commander really has sharp eyes." "It's not that I have sharp eyes, but that girl, Blue Fantasy, is acting a little strange today. She heard Jin Gu and I talking about the dragons, looking for you, and Du Tingxian, so she immediately told her savior to leave. Coupled with the descriptions I've heard about you recently, I think you can only be the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, without a doubt." The desolate leopard smiled. Its eyes were filled with confidence. It was confident in its guess. "The great commander is afraid of dragons. Could it be that you want to give your daughter's savior to the dragons in exchange for benefits?" Du Xiaofu looked at the desolate leopard and said indifferently, Chapter 1052. Brett, you're smart. However, you don't have to use words against me. Although dragons are huge, things are different now. Besides, dragons are only the leaders of the scaled beasts. I'm a walking beast, a Qilin. Whether it's the Phoenix clan or the dragons, I don't have a good impression of them. The desolation leopard raised his head slightly. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He had heard about it from Dongli Qingqing. It was said that before the ancient era, the human clan had not yet flourished. At that time, the beast clan had risen. The Qilin, dragons, and phoenixes reigned supreme. The azure dragon reigned supreme for scaled beasts, the phoenix reigned supreme for flying beasts, and the Qilin reigned supreme for walking beasts. However, in the end, it seemed that the dragons and phoenixes teamed up to exterminate the Qilin clan. It was called the Dragon-Phoenix Calamity. Later on, after another great calamity, the human race prospered in this world. Then what does the Great Commander mean? Du Xiaofu probed. The desolation leopard had brought him here alone. Naturally, there was a reason behind it. You're the savior of Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock. I didn't hand you over to the dragons and didn't leak the news. I didn't take any benefits from the dragons either. In a way, I've returned the favor, right? Said the Desolation Leopard. Indeed. Du Xiaofu nodded, although he felt that it was a little far-fetched. The Desolation Leopard's words made him speechless. What he said made sense. Moreover, he didn't have any other motives for saving Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy. All right, then let's talk about things now. You came to the Desolation Cliff because I heard from Blue Fantasy that you have something to ask of me? The Desolation Leopard smiled with satisfaction and continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at the Desolation Leopard. After a while he said, I want the great commander to help me find Du Tingxian. You also want to find Du Tingxian? Ha ha ha! The Desolation Leopard's eyes moved. Its deep, black-gray eyes stared at Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, it burst into laughter. Its cape fluttered as it laughed. Then, a meaningful look appeared in its eyes. Great Commander, why are you laughing? Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaofu. Du Tingxian is Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu is Du. What makes you say that, Grand Commander? Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled, and he became vigilant once more. It is normal for humans to have the same surname. However, the dragons are looking for Du Tingxian. You have caused trouble for the dragons. Now, you want to find Du Tingxian. Furthermore, your father is powerful, and your son is the Demon King. Isn't it obvious enough? The Desolation Leopard laughed. He was very pleased with himself. He knew that he had guessed correctly. The purple-robed young man in front of him must be the son of Du Tingxian that everyone in the Tianhuang mainland was looking for. They were a powerful human father and son. Great Commander, you have sharp eyes. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile. He was secretly moved. He had not expected the Desolation Leopard to be so powerful. He had sharp eyes. Most importantly, he was very meticulous. For your father, you even dare to go against the dragons when you have just reached the martial honorable realm. You do live up to the name of the Demon King. I have never had a good impression of humans. I have to say that you have made me see you in a new light. The Desolation Leopard looked at Du Xiaofu. His deep black eyes revealed a look of admiration. If I am in trouble, my father will do the same. He will risk his life for me. Du Xiaofu also smiled. Although his drunkard father did not say much, he had always been concerned about him. Back then, in the Stone City, an expert from that clan was proof. That's right. As a father, I will not let anyone touch a single hair on my child. I am the same. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on my daughter or Scarlet Rock, I, the Desolation Leopard, will not let them off. I will remember the people from the ancient Fist sect. The Desolation Leopard's eyes were sharp. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. You father and son pair are to my liking. Let's make a deal. I can promise to help you find your father, Du Tingxian. What does the great commander want? Du Xiaofu raised his head. He had a guess in his heart. I want the golden-winged rock blood in your body. I want 2 portions. One for me and one for Blue Fantasy. The Desolation Leopard spoke with a dignified tone. The golden-winged rock is the sovereign of the beasts. The blood in its body will be of great use to me and Blue Fantasy. I will not hide it from you. My cultivation has stagnated. Perhaps the blood in your body will be able to bring me a transformation. Even if you do not agree, I will not let go of such an opportunity. You want to take it by force? Du Xiaofu smiled. The Desolation Leopard shook his head. Although Scarlet Rock is not my biological son and is only my adopted son, he is very close to me. In my heart, he is my biological son without a doubt. He has the body of the ancient Crimson Sky, Flaming Ox, and the golden-winged rock blood you gave him. His future will definitely surpass mine, so even if it's for Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy, I will not take your life. I only want your blood. I'll give you 2 portions of my blood. I can even give the golden-winged rock's ability to you, blue fantasy, and scarlet rock to comprehend it. It will help you obtain a fortuitous encounter and allow you to break through. Du Xiaofu growled as he stared at the desolation leopard. Are you serious? The desolation leopard's eyes changed when he heard that. If he could obtain the golden-winged Great Peng's blood and its abilities, he would be able to benefit greatly. He knew very well that there really was an extremely great chance for him to break through. Compared to the benefits that the dragons could give him, just the golden-winged rock's blood alone was many times better. Of course, not only that, but I also have a great fortuitous encounter that I can give to blue fantasy and scarlet rock. It's enough for blue fantasy and scarlet rock to look down on their peers. In my heart, Scarlet Rock is also my younger brother. Although I'm a human, I'm just as close to the beasts as the golden-winged rock's blood flows in me. Du Xiaofu stared at the desolation leopard and said seriously, I can even give you that great, fortuitous encounter. I guarantee that even if you become a quasi-realm beast sovereign, your strength will increase greatly. Phew! The desolation leopard took a deep breath and stared closely at Du Xiaofu with his dark gray eyes. He said, Brat, don't try to trick me. I won't trick you. However, other than helping me find my drunkard father, I have other requests. Du Xiaofu stared straight at the desolation leopard with golden eyes. He did not back down and said, I also want your blood, your essence blood. If what you say is true and you can prove it to me, I can give you my essence blood. The desolation leopard nodded with anticipation in the depths of his eyes. Not only could he increase his strength, but Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy could also look down on their peers. Such benefits were too tempting for him to resist or refuse. After hesitating for a moment, Du Xiaofu stared at the desolation leopard, then gritted his teeth and said, I wonder if the commander has heard of the divine thunder body refinement. Boom! As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, a purple-gold, three-legged cauldron flew out from his palm. Purple-gold lightning immediately spread. This is a terrifying and domineering aura of destruction spread, causing the desolation leopard's dark gray eyes to suddenly tremble violently. An aura trembled from his body, causing the cloak on his back to flutter. Night. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Tonight, the moon was bright and the stars were dim. On a rock in a valley, the moonlight shrouded the area. Under the hazy moonlight, a middle-aged man leaned against the rock wall behind the rock. He held a wine jug in his hand, and his long black hair was somewhat messy. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man's face that was revealed under his messy long hair was extremely resolute. His slender eyebrows slanted to his temples. Coupled with the beard that covered his face, he seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. However, his thick and long eyelashes softened his originally firm and powerful facial features. It could be said that this face was enough to make all the women in the world take a few more glances. The middle-aged man gazed at the bright moon. His slightly furrowed brows seemed to hide many deep thoughts. After which, he took a sip of wine and softly muttered, Demon King, Du Xiaofu, you little bastard. Can't you keep a low profile? Dragons are not to be trifled with. Uncle Tingxian, shouldn't we set off? We can't stay here for long. There are too many people looking for us now. A clear and melodious voice sounded out, and a woman walked over with light steps. Her long skirt outlined a graceful and moving arc, and she revealed an elegant, yet slightly charming aura. Under the cover of the moonlight, her eyes seemed to be suffused with a few waves of mist, and her face was enough to cause the downfall of countries and cities like an immortal. Zijin, how's your recovery? The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the woman with a smile. The woman sat down beside the middle-aged man and intimately held his arm. She also took the wine bottle and put it back in. She raised her head and blinked her bright black eyes. She said, I've already recovered. With Uncle Tingshuan's help, I shouldn't be too far away from that step. However, you should drink less wine. You little girl. The middle-aged man smiled. He looked at the woman in front of him and suddenly said, Xiaofu is only 2 or 3 years younger than you, right? Yes, I'm older. The woman smiled. His sister, Xiaojing, is the same as Xiaofu. She's also a big girl now. She'll definitely be as beautiful as her mother. The middle-aged man smiled. The woman's red lips parted slightly. Her eyes revealed a smile. She said, Uncle Tingxian, are you praising me? I'm not praising you. You're extremely talented, and you've also obtained a great opportunity. Right now, you're already capable of competing with the outstanding people of your generation in this world. Most importantly, your nature is pure and kind. If you still fancy that little bastard, I'll make the decision to talk to your father when we return and let the 2 of you get married. How about it? The middle-aged man smiled. Chapter 1053. Uncle Tingxian, you're making fun of me again. I'm not worthy of him. He's the Demon King now, someone who can even kill the Saber King, Xue Qinzhan. A blush crept up the woman's delicate face. Her fairy-like face was delicate and alluring. Under the hazy moonlight, she looked even more beautiful. You're joking. If that brat can marry you, I'll be satisfied. The middle-aged man raised his eyes and smiled. His lips were very thin, and his smile was very pure and happy. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said, Someone's coming. As his voice fell, the middle-aged man's expression and temperament suddenly changed. He looked drunk as he stood up. His clothes were disheveled, and his head was slightly lowered. His long black hair was scattered, covering most of his face and forehead. He looked exactly like a drunkard. The woman also lowered her head and supported the middle-aged man. The 2 of them slowly walked forward. Swoosh, swoosh! After a while, many figures swept past behind them. Their auras swept past the 2 of them, and then they hurriedly left. Thunder Rolling Mountain should be not far ahead. We should also go and join in the fun. The middle-aged man said. The smell of alcohol filled the air, but his voice was calm, and there was a hint of strength in it. Under his messy hair, there was a sharp fluctuation in his eyes. In the misty space, there was a terrifying fluctuation of aura, and there was also a tragic scream. In the space, Du Xiaofu was rolling on the ground. The blue runes on his body soared into the sky. The mysterious runes condensed into the shadow of a desolation panther, covering Du Xiaofu's body. The surging aura was like a stormy sea. There was a terrifying energy attacking Du Xiaofu's body. That majestic and violent energy attacked Du Xiaofu's organs, bones, muscles, and cells. It was like 10,000 beasts were galloping in his body, wanting to destroy Du Xiaofu's body completely. The violent energy shockwave wanted to tear Du Xiaofu's body to shreds. And this was only Du Xiaofu. If it was anyone else, they would have already been turned into pieces. Ah! Du Xiaofu screamed miserably. Pain, excruciating pain. It was as if his body was being torn apart by 1,000 blades, as if a sledgehammer was continuously striking his body from the inside out. Du Xiaofu suffered unspeakably from the intense pain, as if his body was about to explode. All of this was because Du Xiaofu had consumed the blood essence of the Desolation Panther, a half-domain level Desolation Panther. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the better its essence blood would be for cleansing one's bones. This made Du Xiaofu unable to resist his desire for strength. Knowing that the half-domain Desolation Sky leopard's essence blood contained vast amounts of energy, he did not hesitate to try. Du Xiaofu reached an agreement with the Desolation Leopard. He would use his essence blood and the divine lightning cauldron to refine his body in exchange for the Desolation Leopard's essence blood and a chance to find his alcoholic father. Using the violent energy contained in the Desolation Leopard's essence blood to cleanse one's bones was also what Du Xiaofu wanted. In order to exchange for the Desolation Leopard's essence blood, Du Xiaofu had even exposed the purple Thunder Profound Cauldron. If it was purely for the desolation leopard's essence blood, Du Xiaofu would not have exposed the purple thunder profound cauldron. Once the news was leaked, all the experts in Tianhuang mainland who had originally come for the divine lightning cauldron would eventually come for his divine lightning cauldron. Exposing the purple thunder profound cauldron also stemmed from Du Xiaofu's intuition, which allowed him to have some trust in the desolation leopard. More importantly, even if the desolation leopard was the first to attempt to snatch it, Du Xiaofu would still be able to escape. The purple thunder profound cauldron was definitely not something that could be easily obtained. Under the violent energy, Du Xiaofu rolled all over the ground. His body was enveloped by the blue desolation leopard's shadow, and his face was already flushed red. Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth and endured, but now was not the time to scream. The more violent the energy contained in the essence blood of a demonic beast, the better the effect. After more than 10 hours, Du Xiaofu, who was rolling all over the ground, finally managed to get up. He formed a seal with his hands and circulated the golden rock technique. He used his profound qi to guide the violent essence blood of the desolation leopard in his body to cleanse his bones. Using his profound qi to guide the essence blood to cleanse his bones, the intense pain in his body caused Du Xiaofu to break out in a cold sweat. Light gradually spread out from within his body. The dazzling golden light was accompanied by the flickering of talismans and mysterious runes, shining brightly. There were also blue runes that constantly changed. In the end, they turned into the shadow of a desolation leopard, faintly enveloping Du Xiaofu. It was ferocious, as if it wanted to tear Du Xiaofu into pieces. The terrifying, desolate sky leopard's blood essence was simply too vast and surging. Under the circulation of the golden-winged great rocks technique, other than cleansing his marrow, it also turned into dense Xian Qi that surged into Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower. And all of this was limited to Du Xiaofu. If it were anyone else, it would be a disaster. Roar! In the depths of the mountains and forests of the Tianhuang mainland, the roars of beasts were incessant. There were savage beasts of the Tianhuang mainland everywhere. Waves of fiendish aura spread out, causing people to be wary. Thunder Rolling Mountain was a vast and enormous mountain range. It was rumored that the divine Thunder Mansion would eventually appear in Thunder Rolling Mountain. Someone had seen lightning flashing across the sky in the vicinity of Thunder Rolling Mountain. Not long after, countless people surged towards the vicinity of Thunder Rolling Mountain. Everyone was looking for the divine Thunder Mansion. It is said that there are countless treasures in the divine Thunder Mansion. There are also treasures, divine weapons, and supreme techniques. The inheritance of the Jinlei Tensei is in the divine Thunder Mansion. Whoever is fated to obtain it will be able to become a peerless expert. There are more and more experts coming recently. There are even a few half-domain realm experts. I wonder if there are any martial domain realm experts coming. If such experts come, I'm afraid we won't have any hope of obtaining the treasures. That's not necessarily true. Treasures have always been obtained by those who are fated. Moreover, it is said that the younger generation has the greatest hope of obtaining the inheritance of the Jinlei Tensei. The stronger one is, the higher the chance of obtaining it. Those top experts are only here to escort the disciples of the Mountain Gate to obtain it. There were people everywhere in the Tianhuang mainland talking about it. From time to time, there would be disputes. The disputes between the human race and the beast race were even more intense, attracting more and more people to gather. The appearance of the divine Thunder Mansion and the possibility of the inheritance of the Jinlei Tensei stirred up a storm. Countless experts surged into the Tianhuang mainland, but the top experts had a tacit understanding with each other. They did not make a move or even interfere. If those top experts were to make a move, it would probably be enough to destroy the entire Tianhuang mainland. By then, the entire Tianhuang mainland, or even the real Kyushu, would not be at peace. It would be enough to cause heavy losses to all parties. Therefore, the true top experts would not make a move because they had scruples. Everything would be left to the younger generation to settle. Anyway, only the younger generation had the greatest hope of obtaining the inheritance of the Jinlei Tensei. Whoever was fated to obtain the greatest opportunity would have the greatest opportunity. The mighty group of people headed towards Thunder Rolling Mountain. Countless people flooded into Thunder Rolling Mountain. Roar! All of a sudden, the roars of beasts sounded like thunder in a canyon. A dense wave of beasts surged down and charged towards a group of people. The beast tide surged over. Even though they were still a distance away, there was an extremely ferocious aura pressing down on the vast sky. Countless mysterious symbols flickered as numerous enormous bodies charged over from the sky and on the ground, seemingly blotting out the sun. It's a wave of beasts. Run! The crowd panicked instantly. The elderly and middle-aged men immediately told the younger generation disciples to run first. Even the experts had to retreat when the terrifying wave of beasts gathered together. Roar! The wave of beasts surged and roared thunderously. Ferocious auras erupted from their bodies as they spat out dazzling runes from their mouths. There were tens of thousands of them, and everywhere they passed, the ground shook as if they were about to be destroyed. Damn it! Why are these beasts getting more and more ferocious recently? Countless experts made a move. Dazzling runes intertwined and their auras erupted. They blocked the wave of beasts, causing the entire area to rumble. Roar! Another thunderous roar came from afar as an even larger wave of beasts surged over. Countless huge beasts rushed over, crushing the ground and shaking the mountains. Their ferocious auras caused the wind to blow and the clouds to surge. Run, run quickly. The wave of beasts is too huge. An elderly man shouted and protected the disciples of the sect as they fled quickly. However, many of them were swept up in the wave of beasts. They let out miserable cries and died tragically in the end. In a dark forest, rays of light filled the air as if a treasure had appeared. Many figures from a group of forces entered. Their auras were fierce and vigorous. A few of them had reached the revered realm, and many of them were martial emperors. There's a heavenly treasure. Be careful. Someone spoke. His voice could not hide his excitement and happiness. Rumble! Suddenly, the surrounding space trembled. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Dazzling ancient runes rose from the night sky, revealing a fierce, killing intent. The mysterious ancient runes flickered and a murderous aura filled the sky. This was an ancient formation that wanted to kill everything. Oh no, that's an ancient formation. We've been trapped. A spiritual talisman master shouted with a serious expression. Retreat quickly. Think of a way to break the formation. An expert shouted. Endless runes erupted from the revered realm experts. Their bodies shone brightly, and their auras burned like raging flames to protect the younger generation. However, the ancient formation was too terrifying. Even the revered realm experts were killed immediately. Miserable cries could be heard. Many figures were directly destroyed in fear as they were killed by the ancient formation. In the night sky, in the dark valley, more than 100 figures walked past. In the lead was a white-robed old man with white hair and a white beard. He carried an ancient sword on his back. As the night breeze blew, his hair danced in the wind. He looked like a super expert. Chapter 1054. The old man was Gu Qingyang of the Ancient Heaven Sect. He was escorting the younger disciples of the Ancient Heaven Sect to Thunder Rolling Mountain. Be careful! I can feel the killing intent. Suddenly, Gu Qingyang stopped in his tracks. His clear eyes focused on his ruddy face as he scanned his surroundings with his mind. Crackle! In the next instant, bolts of lightning rippled in the night sky. Then, bolts of lightning descended from the sky. The might of the thunder filled the air with a destructive aura. Not good. Everyone be careful. Gu Qingyang shouted. Jian Santong, Yuanli, and all the other honorable realm powerhouses acted. Their auras surged as runes erupted to resist the lightning. Rumble, however, the lightning that covered the sky suddenly descended and razed a large area of the mountain to the ground. The ground cracked, and a few people in the ancient heaven sect screamed as their bodies exploded under the lightning. Even more disciples of the ancient heaven sect were covered in a purple-gold color as they absorbed the terrifying lightning into their bodies. Although some of the weaker ones were injured and vomited blood, it was not a big deal because they had all been tempered by the divine lightning. The terrifying lightning descended, but it only lasted for a moment. Then it disappeared. It came quickly and disappeared quickly. We're not far from Thunder Rolling Mountain, and it's getting more and more dangerous. Will the divine lightning mansion really appear at Thunder Rolling Mountain? Gu Qingyang's eyes focused as he said to the disciples of the ancient heaven sect behind him, "Be on your guard. Everyone be careful." Early in the morning, the sky had just broken. There were a few scattered stars in the light blue sky. The light of dawn lifted the veil of night and spat out the brilliant morning glow, causing the wild land to flicker with luster. A green halo lingered around the mountains, and the air was filled with a thin veil of mist. Then, golden sunlight covered the land. Dongli Qingqing stood on the peak of the mountain. Her tall and graceful figure glowed in the morning glow. Her fairy-like face was carved with beautiful facial features. Her clear eyes glowed with a green light, but they didn't lose their nobility. She gave off a feeling of vitality. "Du Xiaoyao, stop right there. That's my spiritual medicine." Not far away, Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao were chasing each other. The little tiger was sitting cross-legged, not far away. Its dark eyes were a little dazed. After a long while, it revealed a silly smile. "Little tiger, what are you thinking about?" Du Xiaoqing was tired of chasing Du Xiaoyao, so she went to Little Tiger and asked curiously, "No, I'm not thinking about anything." The little tiger regained its senses and stood up immediately. A flicker of light flashed across its dark eyes, as if, "Hurry up and say it. You never lie." Du Xiaoqing curled her lips and saw the little tiger clearly at a glance. She had a small and delicate nose, a cherry-like mouth that was as thin as wings, and a smile that rippled on her delicate and flawless face. Her ethereal eyes revealed a hint of charm that was captivating, holy, and seductive. The little tiger hesitated. Its face blushed a little as it said to Du Xiaoqing, "I'm wondering if Miss Blue Fantasy's injuries have healed." "Little tiger, you like Miss Blue Fantasy?" Du Xiaoqing looked at Little Tiger and patted Little Tiger's shoulder happily. "Anyway, I'm supporting you. Do you need my help?" "Xiaoqing, I don't like Miss Blue Fantasy." "I don't." Little Tiger hurriedly shook its head, its face blushing. "So Little Tiger likes Miss Blue Fantasy." Dongli Qingqing stepped forward and walked over with light steps. Her slender body was leaning forward, and her eyes were misty and watery. "Qingqing, I'd better go and see if third young master has come out of seclusion. He has been in the ancient, desolate space for almost a month." Seeing Dongli Qingqing and Du Xiaoqing teasing each other, Little Tiger hurriedly retreated. "This Little Tiger, I didn't expect you to be so thin-skinned." Dongli Qingqing's lips curled into a smile. "Sister Qingqing, then do you like my brother? I feel that the way he looks at you is different." Du Xiaoqing pouted and asked Dongli Qingqing seriously, "Little girl, what are you talking about?" Dongli Qingqing glared at Du Xiaoqing, but a blush crept up her delicate face. "Hee hee." Du Xiaoqing chuckled and continued to chase after Du Xiaoyao. Looking at Du Xiaoqing's back view, Dongli Qingqing stood there. Her body was like jade, and her every move was elegant. After a while, she pursed her lips and murmured, "Why should I implicate him? It's already fate that we can meet again." As her voice fell, a slight breeze blew over. Her long ponytail swayed gently in the wind, moving one soul. In the misty space, the blue, desolate sky leopard shadow coiled around Du Xiaofu's body. A terrifying and violent aura distorted the void. That violent aura caused Du Xiaofu's body to tremble. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu's physical body had been tempered to such an extent that it could already be considered abnormal. Under the impact of this violent and terrifying energy, under the extremely tragic and heart-wrenching pain, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and resisted in the end. At this moment, if one looked carefully, one could see that within Du Xiaofu's body, there were strands of black substance that occasionally seeped out. They were smaller than strands of hair and were difficult to detect. Those were the impurities within Du Xiaofu's body. Under the purple gold Xian balm and the many times of bone and marrow cleansing, as well as the refinement of the golden feather, the impurities within Du Xiaofu's body had long been expelled, making his body perfect. However, at this moment, under the half-domain level desolate sky leopard's bone and marrow cleansing, there were still strands of impurities that were expelled. In the end, they were destroyed by the violent energy and turned into nothingness. As time passed, the violent desolate sky leopard's blood essence turned into pure Xian qi that surged into the god's watchtower. It was absorbed by Du Xiaofu, causing his cultivation aura to continue to increase. This made Du Xiaofu rejoice. As expected of the half-domain level desolate sky leopard's blood essence, apart from the bone and marrow cleansing, he could also obtain many substantial benefits. The enormous amount of energy could even allow him to show signs of breaking through again. It was only a matter of time. The desolate sky leopard's blood essence also contained some of the desolate sky leopard's abilities. Du Xiaofu was also comprehending them. As the Xian qi within the god's watchtower gradually gathered to an extremely full state, pure Xian qi continued to surge in. It formed a whirlpool in the god's watchtower, and its speed became faster and faster. In the end, it was as if a hurricane had surged out of his body, causing the sound of wind and thunder to resound within Du Xiaofu's god's watchtower. This kind of turbulence within the god's watchtower did not cause Du Xiaofu any discomfort. Instead, it was extremely comfortable. However, when all the Xian qi within the god's watchtower and even the Xian qi within the meridians within his body had gathered within the god's watchtower vortex, the Xian qi vortex had also surged to its most violent state. Du Xiaofu could not help but let out a muffled groan from his throat. Bang! Following that, the god's watchtower seemed to have been opened up. In the end, the vortex dissipated, and all the Xian qi within the vortex poured out and spread throughout his body. It spread to his limbs, bones, and muscles, causing Du Xiaofu's entire body to feel indescribably comfortable. The blue runes and golden light around Du Xiaofu's body also slowly dissipated. After a long while, his body, which was sitting cross-legged, trembled slightly. His eyelashes moved slightly, and his eyelids trembled slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. Chi. When Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, they were accompanied by flashes of lightning. A domineering aura that was many times stronger than before swept out from Du Xiaofu's body, causing the surrounding misty space to vibrate and create huge waves in space. The powerful and domineering aura slowly withdrew after a moment. In the end, it all surged into Du Xiaofu's body, and the lightning and golden light in his eyes also slowly withdrew. Feeling the aura within his body, Du Xiaofu smiled. Then he stood up vigorously. With a shake of his purple robe, the purple thunder profound cauldron appeared. Whoosh, whoosh! 5 figures jumped out from the purple thunder profound cauldron. They were the desolate sky leopard, Scarlet Rock, Blue Fantasy, Yan Qi, and the Qi Mang couple. Originally, Yan Qi and the Qi Mang couple were still in the beast realm and were unable to take human form. However, at this moment, one of them had the appearance of a middle-aged man, while the other was a middle-aged woman. Although they were not beautiful, they were extremely simple and clean, and the aura on their bodies was extremely vigorous. After they had obtained the purple gold, profound thunder body refinement, They had directly broken through to the martial royal realm. At this moment, although Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy had not broken through to the honorable realm, from the aura on their bodies, it seemed that they were not far away from breaking through to the honorable realm. Ha! Sacred Thunder Body refinement. As expected of Sacred Thunder Body refinement. The desolate sky leopard laughed loudly, and his eyes were filled with shock and joy. He knew that the Sacred Thunder Body refinement was very beneficial to him. When he looked at Du Xiaofu and felt that the aura on Du Xiaofu's body was increasing, he was surprised and said, "Kid, you have broken through to the mysterious, honorable realm?" Chapter 1055. Because of the Grand Commander's blood essence, I had a slight breakthrough. Du Xiaofu said with a smile, "You broke through really quickly. That's insane." The Desolation Leopard knew very well how difficult it was to break through to the next level after reaching the Venerable Realm. After a moment of shock, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Speaking of which, I've benefited a lot from you this time. The Desolation Leopard, owe you a favor. Then I won't stand on ceremony with this favor. Who knows? I might need the Grand Commander's help in the future." Du Xiaofu smiled. "Haha, good boy. You really don't stand on ceremony." The Desolation Leopard laughed, then said to Du Xiaofu seriously, "Don't worry. If the Desolation Leopard, ask for it, if there's anything in the future, as long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Then I'll thank the Grand Commander first." Du Xiaofu cupped his fists and said, "Don't be angry. Now that I've finished the Divine Thunder Body refinement, I'll be in seclusion for a while. Rumor has it that signs of the Divine Thunder Mansion have appeared at Thunder Rolling Mountain. I'm afraid I won't be able to rush to Thunder Rolling Mountain in a short period of time. Rumor has it that your father, Du Tingxian, has obtained something related to the Divine Thunder Mansion. I'm afraid he'll also go to Thunder Rolling Mountain. You can try your luck there first. How about you help bring Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock along? Let them search for opportunities and find news about your father, Du Tingxian. Actually, the Desolation Cliff has been keeping an eye on it. If there's any other news, Blue Fantasy will be the first to know. It won't affect your business." The Desolation Leopard said to Du Xiaofu, "Let Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock follow me to Thunder Rolling Mountain?" Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He looked at the Desolation Leopard and said, "I'm in trouble. The dragons are also looking for me. If Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy follow me, I'm afraid it won't be good for them. If they're comfortable, there's no need to talk about opportunities." The Desolation Leopard looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. "Du Xiaofu, you're afraid of those troubles. I'm also willing to follow you to search for opportunities and train myself," Lan Huan said. She also wanted to follow the young man before her to search for opportunities. "Okay, but just call me by my name, you." Du Xiaofu, and Rox knew it. "I also want to follow Big Brother." Chi Peng also intimately pulled Du Xiaofu and said. Du Xiaofu nodded and left the purple lightning profound cauldron with the others. She, it. Do his am. Of course, me, do purples, knit, purples, do moo, purple. And mysterious martial saint. I still can't catch up to you. Du Xiaofu sighed. The martial honorable realm was mysterious. It seemed that it was not enough to be compared with those of the same generation in the powerful clans and forces. You've already broken through fast enough. Moreover, in terms of battle prowess, you far surpassed those of the same level. Dongli Qingqing smiled seductively. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "It's not a good thing to break through too fast. Your body is strong. You can continue to strengthen it and stabilize your foundation. When the time comes, even if you encounter a great opportunity that can make your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, you won't have to worry about any side effects." Du Xiaofu nodded with a smile. His recent breakthroughs were not slow. However, Back when he was in the pulse spirit realm and pulse movement realm, his foundation was already very solid. Later on, he had been paying attention to his foundation, and his fleshly body had been forged to become even stronger. Thus, there were side effects of breaking through too quickly. At the very least, with his current cultivation level, the possible side effects would not appear on him. I wonder when I can become a Nirvana Martial Honorable. Du Xiaofu felt the aura in his body and muttered to himself. At this moment, he was a mysterious Martial Honorable. He did not know how much stronger he was compared to when he first ascended. If he became a Nirvana Martial Honorable, he would naturally be even more powerful. Swoosh, swoosh! Not long after, on the Tianhuang cliff, several figures swept across the sky and instantly disappeared in midair. On the Tianhuang cliff, on a towering mountain peak, Jingu gloomily looked at the several figures in the distance. "Father, are we just going to let those two humans go?" Jingu gloomily looked at the sky in the distance. Within his well-built body, the originally vigorous and ferocious aura was extremely weak. His face was still pale, and he was far from fully recovered from his injuries. His eyes were filled with hatred, especially when he saw that Blue Fantasy had actually left with those humans. His injuries were too severe, and he was unable to follow. These days, the Great Commander and that young man have been very abnormal. Blue Fantasy also followed that human to Thunder Rolling Mountain. This is too abnormal. Something must have happened between them. Jingu frowned. His figure was slightly short, but he was extremely well built. His eyes were filled with a chilling radiance. "Father, are you worried about the Great Commander? According to our plan, you should propose marriage to the Great Commander and let me marry Blue Fantasy. Then, in the future, won't this Tianhuang cliff still belong to us?" Jingu said in a deep voice. "Do you think it's that easy? From what I know, Blue Fantasy is not interested in you at all." Jingu's golden hair draped over his shoulders. He glanced at Jingu, shook his yellow robe, and said in a deep voice, "I found a healing treasure, golden underworld fruit for you. After you consume it, you will be able to recover quickly. You might even obtain great benefits. It's not impossible for you to break through another layer. At that time, you might have a chance in front of Blue Fantasy. As long as you can break through again, I will propose marriage again. The Great Commander will have nothing to say. Golden underworld fruit. Father, rumor has it that it's an item from the sea. Where did you get such a treasure?" Jingu was wild with joy. The golden underworld fruit was an absolute treasure of the beast race. It was difficult to find one, and it could only be found in the sea. "I have contact with the dragons. There are some things that the Great Commander doesn't want to do. If he doesn't want to take the benefits, then it doesn't matter if I take it. In any case, it's beneficial to us. We just have to casually tell them some news. The dragons will definitely go to Qingming and Xianku. If they get involved with the dragons, then our Tianhuang cliff will be in danger. The Great Commander doesn't care, but I can't care," Jingu said in a deep voice. "I have to recover as soon as possible and then head to Thunder Rolling Mountain. If I can obtain the inheritance of the divine Thunder Manor, then not only will this Tianhuang continent be mine, even the outside world will be mine." Jingu's gloomy eyes were filled with anticipation. At that time, Blue Fantasy would definitely not be able to escape from his grasp and would definitely submit to him. Thinking of that day, a perverted smile flashed across Jingu's eyes. It was as if he could already foresee that beautiful body in front of him, allowing him to ravage it. "Lin, don't underestimate this Tianhuang continent. This place is called the Savage Land by the humans. It is also filled with danger. Most of the places have been born here for generations, but we don't dare to set foot in them. It is said that many legends are buried here, but it has been a long time. There was also a rumor that the reason why the humans from the outside world haven't set foot in the Savage Land is because there are still the most terrifying experts on this Tianhuang continent. They are so powerful that even the top experts in the world have to be wary of them, Jean Gu said to Jean Lin seriously. Jean Gu's expression darkened. After a while, he asked Jean Gu, "Father, why do the humans call Tianhuang continent the savage land?" After a moment of silence, Jean Gu said to Jean Lin, "The rumor has been around for a long time, and we don't know if it's true or not. Do you know why the strongest beasts in this world are still the scaled beasts and the flying beasts, while only the tiger race can somewhat contend with us? But if we really want to compare, we are still inferior to the dragons and phoenixes." Jean Lin shook his head. He did not know. Jean Gu continued. In ancient times, the dragons and phoenixes joined forces and defeated the Qilin race. From then on, the Qilin race disappeared without a trace, never appearing for countless years. There are rumors that the Qilin race has long been exterminated. The demonic beasts on Tianhuang continent now are all followers of the Qilin race. Later on, some of the defeated troops fled to Tianhuang continent and escaped with the protection of a supreme expert. That expert also said that once they left Tianhuang continent, he would not protect them. Later on, the defeated troops that followed the Qilin race reproduced here. Out of fear of the dragons, the phoenixes exterminated them and never left. They also left behind some ancestral teachings that they were not allowed to leave Tianhuang continent for generations. Later on, the dragons and phoenixes suffered great losses, and there was a great calamity. Later on, the human race prospered and was at odds with the beast race. However, the human race never came to Tianhuang continent. Over time, there were very few people in Tianhuang mainland, and all the demon beasts got used to staying in Tianhuang mainland. None of them ventured out, and this place became a barren land. The blood in our bodies is from the ancient era, and we are also known as savage beasts. I see. Jean Lin's eyes flickered with a fierce glint as he said softly, "If those puny humans can let me obtain the information from the divine Thunder Manor, I'll definitely step out of Tianhuang continent and sweep through Kyushu. Even the dragons and phoenixes won't have to fear me." Roar! In the pitch-black darkness, a gigantic black tiger with a golden glow flapped its wings. It was ferocious and terrifying as black runes soared into the sky. Its aura was extremely strong and oppressive. Wherever it passed, both the beast race and the human race would avoid it and not dare to look for trouble. There were several figures sitting on the gigantic black tiger. They were Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Blue Fantasy, and Scarlet Rock. There were many savage beasts along the way as they headed for Thunder Rumble Mountain. However, not all of them listened to Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy. Chapter 1056. In order to reduce the trouble, Du Xiaofu had the little tiger transform into its original form and release its aura to intimidate the savage beasts. It really did save a lot of trouble. What a terrifying black tiger. I'm afraid it's a terrifying race among the tigers. A person who can have such a mount must have a powerful background. Some people were discussing. A person who had such a huge tiger as a mount was naturally not an ordinary person. It was better not to provoke them. What a powerful aura. Blue Fantasy felt the little tiger's aura and was secretly shocked. She just realized that the little tiger's aura had reached such a powerful level. If I consume the golden-winged rock's blood, will I also have such an aura? Blue Fantasy muttered to herself. She also had the golden-winged rock's blood and could even take the opportunity to break through. However, breaking through from the peak of the Beast Emperor realm to the Beast Venerable realm was a major realm. She didn't know when she could succeed. The signs of the Divine Thunder Mansion's appearance seemed to be getting more and more obvious in Thunder Rolling Mountain. Therefore, Blue Fantasy decided to consume the golden-winged rock's blood later and look for opportunities first. Du Xiaofu rode on the little tiger. It was majestic and awe-inspiring along the way. It was not much weaker than the chariots of the dragons, Dragon 9, and the phoenixes. However, there were also many things that were delayed in this savage land, especially Du Xiaoyao. Along the way, she had discovered many spiritual medicines and heavenly treasures. With Du Xiaoyao's talent, she had been reaping benefits along the way. Blue Fantasy was secretly shocked. Therefore, in the past 2 days, the little tiger didn't travel too far, even with its speed. At dusk, the sun shrouded the sky. A huge mountain range and canyon was majestic. It was the only way to pass through this area. At this moment, there were many powerful auras deliberately concealed on the cliff. A group of creatures stood there, waiting for something, especially the few young men in the lead. They were all heaven-sent martial artists and looked extremely extraordinary. This was especially the case for a young man in yellow patterned battle clothes. His eyes were like that of a tiger watching its prey, revealing a vicious glint. The creatures behind him were in awe of him, as if they had all submitted to him. Beside the yellow patterned battle suit, there was a young man in luxurious clothes embroidered with many nebula patterns. His face was handsome and well-defined, and his hair seemed to be covered with scales. His eyes were sharp. The aura of the finely dressed young man fluctuated, causing a chill to permeate the space. From his aura, one could tell that he had not submitted to the leading young man, but there was fear in his eyes. If Du Xiaofu was here at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young man in luxurious clothes was the heaven wasteland star swallowing python that had escaped from his hands back then. He's here. The young man raised his head and said indifferently. It was unknown whether he was looking at the sunset or the sky. He is very strong, and his physical body is even stronger. The heaven wasteland star devouring python said. There was still some lingering fear in its eyes. If it had not fled quickly back then, it probably would have ended up like the cyan-headed serpent. No matter how strong your physical body is, can it be stronger than mine? You are getting weaker. The young man in battle clothes glanced at the heaven wasteland star devouring python and said, he is very strong. That is why I have to rush over and search for him for so long. Such a battle servant is hard to find. I hope that he will not disappoint me. Flap, flap. A few breaths later, a large, pitch-black creature flapped its wings and flew over from the light in front. Golden light shot out, and a couple of figures could be vaguely seen within it. Tiger tribe. Its aura is actually so rich. The eyes of the yellow-patterned battle suit young man trembled when he sensed the aura of the large, pitch-black creature. Ferocity and greed flashed across his eyes as he said, it is already worthy for me to come. I feel that the black tiger that has been reduced to a mount will definitely be beneficial to me. Flap, flap. The large pitch-black tiger that was emitting golden light hovered in the air. It looked down at the sky with hostility and released a shockingly overbearing pressure. Ha! Heaven wasteland star swallowing python. So it is you. You have delivered yourself to me. A young man in purple robes laughed loudly from the back of the large pitch-black tiger. His purple robes fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with excitement, as if he had seen his own treasure. Du Xiaofu, there will naturally be someone who will deal with you today. Just you wait. The heaven wasteland star swallowing python roared. Its aura was fierce, and a dazzling and mysterious rune spread across its body. However, it could not hide the lingering fear in the depths of its eyes as it faced the young man in purple robes. Oh my, you even brought a helper. Du Xiaofu's figure shot out and floated in front of the little tiger. His gaze swept across the group of creatures, and in the end, it landed on the young man in patterned battle clothes. He said, you don't seem weak. Are you that Du Xiaofu? I've heard that you're very strong. Become my battle servant. I'll make you stronger and give you unimaginable benefits. I'll also take that mount of yours. The young man in patterned battle clothes spoke. His voice shook the sky, causing the entire canyon to tremble. Otherwise, I will tear you to pieces and destroy your soul. Du Xiaofu, the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Has he appeared again? Immediately, figures passing by in the distance stopped when they heard the roar, and came over in search of the source of the sound. What a powerful aura! It is much more powerful than Jean Lin. He must have come from a terrifying existence. Blue Fantasy, who was on the little tiger's back, moved her eyes. She could feel the aura of the young man in battle clothes. Regardless of whether it was the aura of his bloodline or the aura of his cultivation, it was imperceptibly powerful to the point that she could not help but tremble a little. In the air, Du Xiaofu's expression became somewhat ugly. This was the first monstrous beast that had actually wanted him to become a battle servant. It seems that the monstrous beast has taken a liking to you. However, he should be stronger than the desolate, star-swallowing python. Do you want me to take care of him? Dongli Qingqing's figure swept across the sky and arrived beside Du Xiaofu. Her hair fluttered slightly, making her look like a celestial being in the sky. However, at this moment, Dongli Qingqing's eyes were slightly different. She felt that if she were to take care of the young man in battle clothes, it would be a little troublesome and even a little strenuous. I will personally take care of him. This is the first monstrous beast that has wanted to take me as a battle servant. I cannot forgive him. Otherwise, there will be a shadow in my heart that will affect my state of mind. Du Xiaofu said and took a breath. He had actually been targeted by a monstrous beast. Then he shook his purple robe and pointed at the young man in battle clothes from afar. He shouted loudly, "Monstrous beast, I will drink your blood!" His voice was overbearing and terrifying. Du Xiaofu was indeed somewhat unable to forgive the young man in battle clothes. Hearing this, the young man in battle clothes was stunned. Then he sneered and said, "You do have a temper. I hope your strength surprises me as much as your temper. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to become my battle servant." Boom! As he spoke, the young man in battle clothes had already made his move. His figure stomped on the rocky ground, and yellow runes burst out from the soles of his feet. He soared into the sky like a cannon, and his hand clawed directly at Du Xiaofu. He wanted to take care of that human brat in one move and show his might. Chi! Chi! Under this claw, the yellow light distorted the void and scattered mysterious runes. There were even some pitch-black lines that spread out in the surroundings. It was as if the space was about to be torn apart. Xiaoyang Seal, go down! Du Xiaofu's body swooped down. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Like a golden lightning bolt, he waved his hand and blasted a palm directly at the young man in battle clothes. For some reason, the surrounding space began to tremble violently. When the palm and claw suddenly collided, a frightening golden light surged out from the palm. The light was gorgeous, appearing just like a bright golden color. A powerful energy pressure spread from it, causing the entire space to tremble intensely. Boom! Then, the golden light burst out, covering half the sky. The aura was incomparably domineering. The energy collided like thunder, and terrifying runes scattered and spread out. Many mountains below were directly cracked by the impact. Boom! The body of the young man in battle robes fell from the sky like a meteor. Under the shocked gazes of his followers, he slammed heavily into the huge mountain range of the canyon, causing the surrounding mountains to shake and rocks to fall. Ka! Large cracks climbed all over the mountain. The young man in battle clothes' palm, which had just clawed out, was bleeding. At this moment, the young man in battle clothes' fierce eyes became slightly solemn after the shock. Roar! Yellow light burst out, and the young man in battle clothes' aura caused the mountain to crack even more. Large amounts of rocks collapsed and turned into a huge body that rushed out and floated in the air. The young man in battle clothes' body was hundreds of feet large, like a mountain peak. His body was densely covered with yellow stripes, and his entire body was flowing with light, as if he was made of gold. This was a terrifyingly ferocious giant tiger that emitted resplendent talisman runes. Its terrifying aura surged, and the tiger's roar shook one's soul. Its eyes were like that of a tiger staring at its prey, causing one's hair to stand on end. the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger. Apart from the white tiger and the dark sky tiger, it's a terrifying species that ranks in the top 3 in the tiger tribe. It's definitely at the top of the heavenly beast list. It comes directly from the bloodline of the ancient true tiger and is close to the white tiger. No wonder it's so extraordinary. Dongli Qingqing stood in the air, and there was some surprise in her eyes. The little tiger looked at the huge tiger body, and its pitch-black eyes trembled. It's really strong. It's only a little injured. Du Xiaofu looked at the huge creature that appeared in front of him and was very surprised. Under the Xiaoyang seal, he wanted to finish it off in one move, but he didn't expect that the beast would only suffer a little injury. However, the taste should be pretty good. Then, there was no fear in Du Xiaofu's eyes. Instead, it was as if he had encountered a treasure. He licked his lips, and his eyes became excited. I'll never let you go. The yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger had suffered a loss in one move. It had never been in such a sorry state before. With a resounding roar, its gigantic body immediately rushed towards Du Xiaofu. A terrifying aura erupted from its body as its entire body glowed. Swish! The huge tiger claws swept out, and the tiger pounced on its prey, causing the void to tremble. Its aura whistled through the sky. Chapter 1057. I'm going to eat you too. Du Xiaofu roared. At the same time, he quickly formed hand seals, and a powerful aura surged like a peerless, ferocious beast that wanted to soar into the sky. Facing the claw of the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger, Du Xiaofu directly punched out. He had already used all his strength except for his pulse spirit, martial vein, and purple gold heavenly palace. This was the way of the overbearing fist. Boom! With this punch, Du Xiaofu had already pushed the strength of his physical body to the limit. The aura was domineering and looked down on everything. Roar! Roar! This punch had the roar of a dragon and the cry of a divine elephant, accompanied by lightning and thunder in the sky. The void in front of the punch exploded. The terrifying rune ripples were like a tsunami, sweeping through the void as if it was going to destroy everything. The seemingly small punch collided with the huge tiger's claw, causing the entire space to shake violently. An invisible, domineering aura shook the space, causing the space to ripple endlessly. It was as if thunder was rumbling endlessly between the heavens and the earth. Bang! A low, dull sound resounded through the sky. Monstrous energy instantly exploded, and waves of extremely terrifying energy storms swept out. Roar! The yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger's huge body was then forced back. Its huge claws cracked, and blood poured out. Its thick tiger claws had been shattered by the punch. Other than the white tiger and the dark heavenly tiger, the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger was ranked in the top 3 in the entire tiger tribe. Any yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger was extremely powerful and could stand proudly in the world. They were also invincible within the beast tribe, and the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger's defense was even more powerful. It was said that in terms of pure defense, other than the white tiger and the dark heavenly tiger, the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger was ranked first in the tiger tribe. But now this yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger was actually forced back twice by a human and was even injured. That's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He's the one fighting with the young expert from the tiger tribe. There were already many spectators who gradually gathered around. When they saw the scene in front of them, many of them were shocked and shocked. Roar! The roar of the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger shook the sky. This roar was even more terrifying than the roar of the howling sky demon tiger, causing people's primordial spirits to tremble. As a member of the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger clan, this yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger refused to submit to humans. Its huge body once again charged towards Du Xiaofu. Again, then let's see how thick your skin is. Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. He had just broken through recently and had also cleansed his bones and marrow several times. He was looking for a strong opponent to test his current strength. Du Xiaofu also needed to master some of the divine abilities that he had recently comprehended. The extraordinary yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger in front of him was naturally a good target for Du Xiaofu. Thus, Du Xiaofu battled the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger and used the profundities he had recently comprehended, including the desolate sky leopard's ability. Divine splendor filled the air, and the resplendent talisman patterns prevented dusk from falling. The yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger attacked with all its might. Its huge tiger body was ferocious and ferocious. Its tiger claws were sharp and could tear the sky apart, causing the mountains below to crumble and the earth to crack. Wherever the tiger claws passed, the mountains and valleys below revealed ravines. The scene was horrifying. Du Xiaofu used one technique after another. His aura was domineering, and he roared as he faced the tiger head-on. The area of the battle between the man and the beast grew larger and larger, raising the surrounding area to the ground. Roar! The yellow-striped heaven-shaking tiger kept roaring. Its roar was also an attack that could affect primordial spirits and make people tremble in fear. One could see that the sound waves had materialized and covered the sky. Rumble! The man and the beast collided in midair. The surrounding valleys were all torn apart. Huge rocks exploded and turned into fine powder. The surrounding spectators were dumbfounded. They were all trembling under the terrifying aura. The yellow-striped heaven-shaking tiger became more and more alarmed. Every time its terrifying tiger claws fell, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding gazes were mostly focused on the purple-robed youth. In comparison, the purple-robed youth's body was small and insignificant. However, when he collided with the huge tiger, the purple-robed youth's fists landed on flesh. Mysterious runes filled the sky, and muffled sounds were like thunder. Demon King Du Xiaofu is too strong. Some of the spectating youths were shocked. That Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was too strong. He did not use any weapon, but he was not at a disadvantage when he collided with the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger. Everyone could see that even the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was suppressing the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger in a physical collision. It was as if he was trampling on the huge tiger. Suppress! Finally, it was time for the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger to use all its strength. The yellow runes on its body erupted, and dazzling, mysterious runes swept out. Finally, they turned into circles of golden rune halos. It was like a huge net that covered the sky and covered the sun. A ferocious tiger's shadow roared above it. The rune net was dazzling. It was like a sun that had just fallen and was suppressing Du Xiaofu. The terrifying pressure caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Many of the surrounding spectators trembled. The terrifying pressure was too strong. It was as if a real tiger had descended and could suppress all living things. This is the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger's heaven-trapping net. It is an innate divine ability that can suppress everything. That is a yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger at the level of a Nirvana beast venerable. If a peak martial venerable were to encounter it, I'm afraid even a peak martial venerable would not be able to take advantage of it. The discussions were filled with shock. Some of the super experts who were watching from afar were also shocked. What a powerful divine ability! At this moment, Du Xiaofu was also a little moved. This yellow, striped, heaven-shaking tiger was definitely extremely powerful. Besides his trump card, he could be considered to have used all of his strength. That terrifying pressure came pressing down. Suddenly, a tyrannical and terrifying aura erupted from Du Xiaofu's body, like a torrent in this short period of time. The golden light around Du Xiaofu's body soared into the sky like a rising sun. It was as if a golden-winged rock was spreading its wings. In the next moment, the golden runes on Du Xiaofu's back condensed into a pair of rock wings. It was as if he was about to transform into a golden-winged rock. Rumble! The The yellow-striped heaven-shaking tiger's pressure enveloped the area. Under the terrifying aura, the ground below that had already been raised to the ground was suddenly filled with dust and gravel, and the ground was constantly exploding. The terrifying pressure was like a real tiger descending, shaking the mountains and rivers. Boom! Boom! Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and swept across the sky, forcefully suppressing the enemy. Golden rays of light blossomed in the sky as his overbearing and terrifying aura overflowed into the sky. His movements were grand, overbearing, fierce, and domineering, and he was like a rock that flapped its wings and soared through the 9 heavens. The confrontation between the two was like thunder in the sky. A series of runes burst out like gorgeous fireworks, causing the entire sky to be resplendent. Behind that resplendent light, there was an astonishing pressure. It was as if it was about to destroy everything. The surrounding heaven and earth trembled. The yellow-striped heaven-shaking tiger's heaven-trapping net did not last long before it was destroyed. Pucci! The golden runes swept across. The yellow-striped heaven-shaking tiger spat out blood from its mouth. Its eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Bang! Almost at the same time, a golden light burst out. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared on top of the huge tiger. A fist wrapped in golden runes fiercely fell down. Bang! The loud sound was like thunder. Then the crowd saw the huge body of the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger fall like a meteorite, heavily smashing into the ground below. Rumble! The moment the huge tiger's huge body landed on the ground, the terrifying force created a huge crater in the ground. Cracks spread out in all directions, extending into the distance. Roar! The huge body of the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger fell like this. If it was any other demonic beast, its body would have already exploded. However, its body struggled to stand up. However, at this moment, the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger's covetous eyes had already dimmed. It had been ravaged by Du Xiaofu all this time. It had also used all its strength to activate its sacred art. It was exhausted and heavily injured, causing it to be dispirited. With fear in its eyes, the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger felt that the terrifying aura from Du Xiaofu's body was too terrifying. It was like a supreme beast. That pressure made it feel fear. It was as if a real golden-winged rock had descended. At this moment, the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger knew that the heaven wasteland star, swallowing python's words were not exaggerated. This Du Xiaofu was indeed extremely terrifying. He did not seem like a human, but more like a supreme beast. Swish! Du Xiaofu swooped down. The golden light in his eyes was terrifying. He wanted to tyrannically suppress the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger. Run! The yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger felt the sharpness from Du Xiaofu's body. That sharpness contained killing intent. That human would definitely not let it go. Immediately, its huge body jumped up and fled with all its might. Chapter 1058. Where do you think you're going? Du Xiaofu shouted. How could he let the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger go? Whether it was the blood essence of the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger, or the fact that the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger had offended him today, he couldn't let it go. Just like the star-swallowing python not long ago, he didn't chase after it, but now he brought the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger to intercept him. With a loud shout, Du Xiaofu's figure turned and leaped out like a bolt of lightning, crushing down with great pressure, directly riding on the huge tiger's body. Then he waved his fists and directly landed on the body of the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger. In one breath, his fists landed on the body of the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger, smashing it until golden light gushed out. Too savage. Countless people were stunned. The demon king Du Xiaofu was too savage. At this time, the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger was already an arrow at the end of its flight. After being hit by Du Xiaofu's angry punches, its defense became weaker and weaker, and its huge body began to crack and bleed, directly collapsing on the ground. Roar! The yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger kept roaring, the runes on its body shining brightly. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it struggled, using its last move to throw Du Xiaofu off the tiger's back. However, Du Xiaofu suppressed it, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged roc. Like a real golden-winged roc, his punches fell like a demon god, smashing the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger's huge body until it was only 3 meters long. Poochie! The yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger spat out blood. The tiger bones on its body were dense, and its flesh was badly mangled, screaming and roaring incessantly. Too savage. That's a yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger. Blue Fantasy gasped. Her heavenly leopard physique was lower than the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger's bloodline. The yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger race was an absolutely terrifying existence among the beast race, but now it was being trampled on by the purple-robed youth. Du Xiaofu, what do you want? How about we mind our own business? The yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger roared. At this moment, he was on the verge of death. Even if his primordial spirit wanted to escape, it was too late. Under the pressure of the supreme beast aura, the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger's body was sealed. It knew that even if its primordial spirit tried to escape, it would be destroyed immediately. You wanted to take me in as your battle servant, and now you still want to mind your own business. Du Xiaofu cursed loudly. Was he so easy to bully? With a single punch, the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger let out a miserable howl. Then what do you want? You don't dare to kill me. If you dare to touch me, my yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger clan will never let you off. The yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger roared. It had originally wanted to capture a powerful battle servant and bring it back to show off. Who would have thought that, in the end, it would be trampled on? But when he heard this, Du Xiaofu's originally domineering and fierce eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. Even if he let the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger go today, Du Xiaofu knew that the consequences would be the same as the heaven wasteland star swallowing Python. At that time, the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger would still find trouble with him. It was better to directly deal with it. He had too many enemies. Only by killing one would there be one less. I even dare to touch the dragons. Do you think I don't dare to touch the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger clan? Du Xiaofu sneered. Killing intent surged in his eyes. A golden light erupted from his hand, and a terrifying aura surged out. His fist directly landed on the ferocious tiger's head. Bang, bang! A muffled explosion resounded, shaking the earth. As the fist landed, the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger's eyes shrunk. Its head directly smashed into the ground. The last trace of fear in its eyes dimmed. Its eyes closed, and there was no more life in its body. Goo goo! All the gazes in the surroundings were fixed on the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger from afar. When its life was extinguished, the surrounding gazes trembled violently. Some people sucked in cold air and swallowed their saliva. Not good! On the cliff in the distance, when the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger was killed, the heaven wasteland star swallowing Python's body, transformed into a young man in luxurious clothes, directly soared into the sky and fled with lightning speed. You won't be able to escape this time. A delicate voice sounded like the sound of nature. A dazzling green light illuminated the void. A graceful figure seemed to have been prepared. She floated like a god and appeared like a ghost. It was Dongli Qingqing. She gently waved her white wrist, and a terrifying green light flew out from her delicate hand. It turned into a handprint and directly landed on the young man in luxurious clothes. When the green handprint appeared, it was like a divine seal had descended. Its power was incomparably terrifying. It emitted a dazzling green light and was filled with vitality. However, it devoured life. Before the handprint, everything turned into desolation. It was mysterious and terrifying. The yellow runes of the green light engulfed the young man in luxurious clothes. At this moment, the young man in luxurious clothes felt fear. His heart trembled for no reason. The terrifying handprint brought along a terrifying aura and pressure, as if it wanted to devour his life. It was too mysterious and terrifying. Bang! When the handprint landed, the young man in luxurious clothes' body shot down from the sky and fiercely crashed into the ground. He had not recovered much from his injuries. At this moment, blood violently spurted out from his mouth as he crashed into the ground, causing the ground to shake. Chi! In just a split second, Dongli Qingqing's graceful figure was also recorded. Several handprint runes swept down and directly restricted the young man in luxurious clothes. He could no longer move. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. However, at this moment, the few battle servants that were following the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger, as well as a few other young men and women of the beast race, all of them lost their heads out of fear and fled with fear in their eyes. They fled in panic and did not dare to stay. Du Xiaofu did not chase after them. He was busy collecting the blood of the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger. He did not want to miss a single drop. It was an absolute treasure. After the battle ended, the curtain of night had already begun to descend. A few stars were already hanging in the sky. After that, Du Xiaofu skillfully skinned the corpse of the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger and took out its bones. He found a place with water and washed it clean, taking out the medicine furnace on his body. He added various spiritual herbs and a small portion of the remaining 8-star purple spirit fruit vine from last time. Du Xiaofu began to stew the tiger bone treasure soup. Of course, how could Du Xiaofu let go of that pile of tiger meat? The golden winged rock was able to absorb the energy from the demonic beast's flesh for its own use. The little tiger helped to set up the roasting table. Du Xiaoqing started a fire. Du Xiaofu took out a pile of seasonings and finally began to roast the tiger meat. On the mountain peak at night, the fragrance of meat permeated the air. However, some of the spectators who did not want to leave just looked from afar. They did not dare to come close. When they smelled the fragrance of the meat, they could only fiercely swallow their saliva. Too savage. No wonder he's called the Demon King. Blue Fantasy was shocked. Looking at Du Xiaofu's skillful stewing and roasting of the meat, it was definitely not the first time this guy dealt with those powerful demonic beasts like this. However, not long after, Blue Fantasy, who originally refused to eat the roasted meat, saw Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Dongli Qingqing wolfing down the tiger meat. Smelling the tempting fragrance of the roasted meat, he could not help but give it a try. When the fragrance of the meat stimulated his taste buds, a wave of energy flowed into his body. Blue Fantasy could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "What a fragrant roasted meat! This meat is the flesh of the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger. It's equivalent to a precious flesh medicine that can increase one's strength." Of course, this is good stuff. Scarlet Rock had already started eating. He ate heartily, comparable to Du Xiaoyao. Tiger bone soup. Du Xiaofu laughed mischievously and started drinking the tiger bone soup. When the delicious and fragrant soup entered his throat, it immediately turned into a wave of energy that rushed into his limbs and bones, making him feel comfortable all over. Here, this soup is also a treasure that can increase one's strength. Little Tiger picked up a bowl of tiger bone soup and passed it to Blue Fantasy. His pitch-black eyes did not dare to look directly into Blue Fantasy's clear and beautiful eyes. "Thank you." Blue Fantasy was stunned for a moment, then took the tiger bone soup from Little Tiger. "This is also for you." After a moment, Little Tiger passed the last piece of roasted meat to Blue Fantasy. A smile appeared on his face, and his usual ferociousness was gone. Blue Fantasy did not refuse. Instead, she smiled faintly, which made Little Tiger stare blankly for a long time. Dongli Qingqing saw this and smiled without saying anything. She turned around and looked at Du Xiaofu, who was still gulping down the soup, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it from him. In the end, a 10-feet-long tiger and a large pot of tiger bone soup were gobbled up by these few people. Not even a speck was left. My body is filled with energy that needs to be refined. Blue Fantasy was surprised. After eating the tiger meat and soup, it turned into an extremely vigorous energy that swam in her body. The body of a yellow-striped, sky-shaking tiger of the Beast Supreme realm at the Nirvana realm was an absolute treasure. Du Xiaofu stood on the mountain peak after eating and drinking to his heart's content. His purple robe fluttered gently as he looked at the bright moon moving westward. Dongli Qingqing came to Du Xiaofu's side and looked at Du Xiaofu. Their eyes met and she smiled, making the moonlight pale in comparison. Looking at the woman in front of him, this smile made Du Xiaofu a little stunned. Chapter 1059. This woman was like a fairy of this world. A few strands of her hair fluttered in the night wind, adding a touch of charm to her nobility. Du Xiaofu was stunned by her beauty. She was already a beautiful woman, and now she was even more moving. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Du Xiaofu still remembered the first time he had seen this woman in the mountain range of savage beasts. At that time, she had still been young and inexperienced, but she had stirred something in the depths of his heart. All these years he had often thought of her. Facing her now, Du Xiaofu's heartstrings that had been stirred back then were once again stirred. He had never felt such a feeling before, not even Chang Shengnan. "What are you looking at?" Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu's dazed gaze, breaking the awkwardness under the moonlight. "You are so beautiful. Looking at you makes one's heart feel comfortable," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. "When did you become so glib-tongued and glib-tongued?" Dongli Qingqing secretly revealed a shy expression, adding to her beauty. After rolling her eyes at Du Xiaofu, she lowered her head slightly in embarrassment. Under the night wind, a faint fragrance wafted from her body. She curled her red lips and said in a soft voice, "I once thought that you wouldn't remember me. I can't forget you. I will still think of you often," Du Xiaofu said softly. "Will you really think of me?" Hearing this, Dongli Qingqing looked up. Her clear eyes stared seriously at Du Xiaofu, as if Du Xiaofu's answer was extremely important to her. "Of course." Du Xiaofu stared at Dongli Qingqing. At this moment, he seemed to feel something in the clear eyes of this beautiful, fairy-like woman before him. Some emotions didn't need to be expressed in words. Just a look was enough for two people who had the heart to understand. Hearing Du Xiaofu's reply, Dongli Qingqing's expression did not change at all. She turned her head slightly again and continued to gaze at the night sky. However, the moment she turned her eyes, it was as if a stone had fallen into the water, causing ripples to appear in her clear eyes. Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Scarlet Rock, Blue Fantasy, and the others were already sitting cross-legged and meditating. There was only the night wind blowing around them. Everything seemed very quiet, so quiet that the two of them could hear each other's heartbeats. Roar! In the depths of the mountain range, the roars of beasts could be faintly heard. It was as if there were people fighting in the distance. The two of them stood there quietly, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. After a long time, Dongli Qingqing broke the silence and asked Du Xiaofu, "Xiaofu, what do you want to do the most? Become a powerhouse, a true powerhouse?" Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate. He gazed at the bright moon in the sky, and a strand of unswerving determination gushed out from his clear eyes. "Do you want to be famous in this world, or do you want to take the world by storm?" Dongli Qingqing looked curiously at Du Xiaofu. Her gaze was very serious. "Being famous in the world and taking the world by storm is not my intention." Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with sharpness as he said, "I only want to be reunited with my family, never to be separated from my family, never to be bullied, to protect the people I care about, and to protect everything around me. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely retaliate." It seems that you have a lot of stories to tell. Looking at Du Xiaofu for a while, Dongli Qingqing's clear eyes rippled. She then looked at the bright moon and opened her red lips slightly. Some paths can't be chosen by oneself. Some things must be done by oneself. You've never talked about yourself before, Du Xiaofu said. He took a few steps forward and sat on a flat, protruding rock on the mountain peak. His purple robe fluttered as he quietly looked at the moonlight in the sky. Behind him, the little tiger and the others were already enveloped in radiance as they breathed in and out. I don't seem to have much to say. It's not as exciting as yours. Dongli Qingqing smiled slightly. She walked lightly and sat next to Du Xiaofu. Her gentle fragrance exuded an enchanting aura. She seemed to hesitate as she looked at the young man in front of her. Then, she gently opened her mouth and asked Du Xiaofu, "Are you tired?" "I'm not tired." Du Xiaofu shook his head and smiled. "You." Before Du Xiaofu could finish a sentence, Dongli Qingqing's body suddenly moved slightly. She gently leaned her head on Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said softly, "Don't speak." Her gentle voice sounded beside his ear. It was like a warm wind blowing past his ear, bringing with it a delicate fragrance. This sudden scene made Du Xiaofu absent-minded for a while. He slightly glanced at the girl on his shoulder and didn't move. He just quietly leaned against her. It was very quiet on the mountain peak. The two of them quietly leaned against each other. They could even hear each other's heartbeats. After a long while, Du Xiaofu once again glanced at the girl on his shoulder. Then, he gently leaned his head on her hair. The two of them didn't speak, but at this moment, their heartbeats seemed to be telling each other something. There were emotions growing in their hearts. It was like a seed that had been buried in the depths of their hearts for a long time. At this moment, it was watered and began to grow. Time slowly passed like this. The bright moon set in the west. A gentle night breeze brushed against the two of them. They didn't know when it started, but the two of them had become even closer. They were completely leaning against each other. When the sky began to turn white after dawn, the morning clouds came out of the mountains. Amidst the green and vast sky, milky white clouds drifted to the mountainside in the distance. The morning sun shone on the mountain range. The multicolored light poured down in torrents. "It's daybreak." Dongli Qingqing raised her head and immediately stood up. She took a few light steps forward. The morning sun was hazy, and her graceful body was extremely beautiful. A few strands of hair fluttered gently beside her ears. As her ponytail moved, it was as if she was out of this world. Du Xiaofu sat and looked at the girl in front of him. She was a fairy who had awakened in the morning sun. She was a banished immortal who had mistakenly entered the world. Her beauty and her temperament moved one's soul and tugged at one's heartstrings. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He stood up and walked in front of the fairy, looking straight into her clear eyes. "Xiaofu, what's wrong with you?" Looking at those clear eyes, Dongli Qingqing's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of a complicated look. She seemed to have vaguely felt something, but didn't know what would happen. She was somewhat expectant, but also very afraid. At this moment, before Dongli Qingqing's voice fell, Du Xiaofu suddenly held the fairy's moving face in front of him with both hands. He looked straight into her clear eyes. His face leaned down and his lips directly kissed her. Suddenly, their lips were pressed together. Dongli Qingqing's delicate body suddenly trembled. It was as if an electric current had surged through her body. She was at a loss. Looking at those clear eyes in front of her eyes, her heart suddenly thumped wildly. But at this moment, her whole body began to stiffen, as if she was weak and powerless. This fairy was completely at a loss. But the moist touch between her lips made her whole body go limp and numb. Dongli Qingqing found that her lips, which had never been touched by anyone before, were now gently sucked by him. It was a numbing electric shock. It came from her lips and surged into her heart, causing ripples to appear in her heart. She felt that he wasn't just doing that. His lips were beginning to attack, beginning to plunder. A soft and tender thing pried open her mouth and barged in. It was as if he had forcefully barged into her heart, which was not ready to open. This was a kind of instinct. This fairy couldn't help but close her eyes and instinctively respond. She was a little frightened, a little scared, a little unfamiliar, and a little nervous. Thus, their tongues began to intertwine and connect with each other's hearts. As their tongues rolled, they intertwined with each other's breaths. What are big brother Xiaofu and big sister Qingqing doing? Suddenly, Scarlet Rock's voice came from not far away. A pair of jet-black eyes with a hint of golden light flickered as they curiously looked at the couple not far away. When Scarlet Rock's voice came out, Dongli Qingqing's delicate body suddenly trembled. She immediately pushed Du Xiaofu away. Her delicate face was crimson. Under the morning glow, it was even more moving. Dongli Qingqing looked not far away at this moment. She didn't know when, but there were many pairs of eyes staring at her. "I'm ignoring you." With a shy face and cheeks burning, Dongli Qingqing rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. Her slender and tall legs shyly stomped the ground. She couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Then she could only fly away. Du Xiaofu chuckled. His face was full of smiles as he savored the lingering fragrance in his mouth. However, when he turned around, he saw several pairs of astonished eyes behind him. He didn't care. With his hands behind his back, he stood with his head held high and said shamelessly, "What are you looking at? You're all still young. Don't peek in the future. It's not suitable for children. I'm already a few hundred years old. I think I'm older than you." Blue Fantasy's eyes flickered as she rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. "You're so shameless." Du Xiaoyao glanced at Du Xiaofu, then knocked Scarlet Rock's head. She said unhappily, "Little calf, you really don't know any better. You ruined everything. I thought you could watch a little longer." "What does it have to do with me?" Scarlet Rock scratched the back of her head. She was a little confused. She looked up at Blue Fantasy and asked, "Sister Blue Fantasy, what were Brother Xiaofu and Sister Qingqing doing just now?" Hearing this, Blue Fantasy blushed a little. She said softly to Scarlet Rock, "Your Brother Xiaofu and Sister Qingqing were practicing martial arts just now." So they were practicing martial arts. What a strange human martial art. Scarlet Rock had a look of enlightenment. "Okay, we should leave for Thunder Rolling Mountain." Du Xiaofu's voice sounded. His figure was already in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh! Soon after, the crowd's faces turned serious. They began to move, and one figure after another immediately flew into the sky. The group set off once again towards Thunder Rolling Mountain. Everywhere they passed, the savage beasts did not dare to approach. The powerhouses were also afraid of provoking them. That evening, Du Xiaofu did not continue on his journey. Instead, he asked Dongli Qingqing to protect him. He entered the ancient, desolate space and refined the blood of the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger into the purest blood essence. He consumed it and continued to cleanse his bones and marrow. Du Xiaofu could directly use the blood of demonic beasts to cleanse his bones and marrow. After refining the demonic beast blood into blood essence in his own body, he could then cleanse his bones and marrow. However, the speed was much slower. Consuming it after refining it into blood essence in a spiritual stove talisman, cauldron, would speed up the cleansing process.